baby. 10 minutes left in the poll. Welcome to the show. This is Dan NoFX here. I have made my vote. We are in. I have been waiting for this for 4 years. Baby. It's the return fight between honest Donald Trump and that scam Kamala Harris. Donald Trump being the former president of the United States of America, Kamala being unvoted, never elected, and just walked her way right into the election. First, she stabbed an old cadaver in the back after he flopped on a debate against Donald Trump. This is it's unprecedented. No, I don't think anyone's ever run for president before. That's never been actually voted in. Obviously, there's been different times in history where the sitting president had left. But this is it's wild. It's wild right now. Let me see what we got here. We got it. All right, we got. All right, Indiana's flipping, it looks like. Indiana is flipped for Trump. I'm going to be listening to a whole bunch of different people. We're going to jump around anyone from the left to the right. The Young Turks, we hopefully will see a meltdown again, just like in 2026. But for right now, let's get here. We got to get. I think I have to switch this to chat for some reason. All right, we're trying to get volume in here. Properties. We'll keep it here. Let's add a source. Add audio capture. Audio input capture. Add source. Nothing yet. Go here, Realtek line in.
You and I both thought thing, but he says no. It's in Oak Creek. That's a red pocket of Milwaukee. 45-minute line just reported to us in Oak Creek.
All right, we're in.
Red pocket of Milwaukee. So we are
in.
Good,
so we're going to be bouncing around. Hopefully, I'm not going to get kicked off.
Absolutely, but that's a good sign. We want to see more of it.
Hopefully, I'm not going to get kicked off for streaming other people's streams.
Email us as always.
We're going to be. It's going to be a long night, guys. Buckle down.
One more night.
You
know,
one
more note. He just chimed in.
Buckle down.
He said,
buckle up.
Strap
in. Get some pizza going.
Location. That's shocking.
We will give away
so far Trump's doing well
if you email us proof that you've subscribed to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. So subscribe to our podcast, screenshot it, email us freedom@charliekirk.com. I will sign a hat to you. So do that right now. Okay, I want to read some of these first-time voter testimonials. By the way, they're coming in. But first, any news here, guys? Okay, first-time voter here: Trevor, Jacob, Michael, Jessica, Autumn, Kaylee, Courtney, Faith, Krista, Mitchell, Lewis, Colton, Adam, Anthony. Look at all these first-time voters. It's amazing.
Lovely people. Beautiful people. Gorgeous
by the way,
people.
the Florida lead is 11 points now and no panhandle.
No panhandle. Like
nice. Trump is winning.
80% by Florida by 1 million votes.
All right, so Florida's in. Florida's in.
DeSantis, I love you. You're a little awkward when you ran. It doesn't matter. It's all under the bridge. Great job. Absolutely lovely.
No, I just want to say though, you're not exaggerating when we say we're going to win by 1 million votes.
We might win Miami-Dade by 100,000 votes.
I mean, that's just unbelievable.
Miami-Dade.
So
Miami-Dade
far, the news is looking good, guys.
In the country. That's not.
We are looking good. Trump pulling ahead slowly but surely.
Win it by 11.
So far, every single.
What do we got here?
Smart.
So we're going for the Electoral College. I believe it's 255 points to win the Electoral College. Let me.
Easy cakewalk. in certain parts of Florida. We'll see.
Harris
So,
campaign
double
is
check that.
feeling
I don't want to give you
uneasy
any
over
false
Pennsylvania
information.
race.
Because there might be
Electoral
source
college.
there might be something
tells
happening. We'll find out. I
Fox
don't want to get
News.
too ahead of myself.
This is Fox News
By the way,
source.
5 minutes to get into a
Win
line in Pennsylvania.
number.
5 minutes, right, Jack? 5 minutes.
And Michigan.
I'm signing more hats, Daisy.
And Michigan. So if
Trump
you-
is
if
winning
you
right
get in
now,
line, if you were in
3
the
to
parking
Harris,
lot,
23 to
staying
Trump.
warm, now is the time. Grab your
I-
hand warmers.
I
Jump
wanna
out of the
say-
car. Go, go, go. Get in the line before that poll worker comes out, because the judge of elections will come out and will stand in the back of the line. So you need to sprint.
I
for
can't
that
remember what
line
I think it's
right
255
now. Get in
points.
The line. Make sure you're there as you're listening to us. Keep listening, because the news is interesting.
Charlie, I've got a great one for you.
Yeah.
Loudoun County. This is
Oh, yeah.
suburban
This is big.
Virginia,
This is big.
95% in. Loudoun County in 2020 was Biden, 61.5%, Trump, 36.5%. Loudoun County this cycle, Kamala, 57, Trump, 40.
I keep getting a bunch of stupid
That's like a
current
30-point improvement
live
in
result.
a-
I don't care.
in a suburban county in a blue area.
So what was Biden?
Biden was,
Yeah, do it
I always have to tick back to these.
I know.
Biden was 61.5 to
61.
36.5.
Biden was
So-
61 and she's 57.
57, and Trump went from 36.5 to 40.
So
95%, greater than 95% in. That's what they do on CNN. or
so
New
she
York
had a
Times.
4-point drop from Biden.
Basically, yeah, 3.5.
Well, and how much of the vote is in?
Or,
'Cause
yeah,
It's
40.
almost all the way
Yeah.
up.
61 and a half in 2020. And now
61.5, and
and-
now 57.
I want to say it's 255.
wow.
All right. Email us your
That's a
subscription.
4.5 point.
Freedom at
right?
charliekirk.com.
And
That's
Loudoun,
you.
a
and Loudoun County, keep in
crazy
mind, Loudoun
outcome.
County, that's your military defense contractors. That's the Ukraine
Well,
vote.
don't look at
it's-
Norfolk.
yeah.
Is that Vindman?
Don't
No,
look
Norfolk
at
is super blue.
Oh,
Norfolk
is
Norfolk-
super
blue.
Norfolk is super blue, but it's
Yeah, but
also
they're
not
always super blue.
100% in.
23%, 23% in Georgia, by the way.
How does electoral
wow.
college
20,
work?
23% in
They're
Fulton,
hustling.
Fulton and Cobb, because of the new law. Fulton and Cobb have not yet
270
reported.
votes.
I'm sure they
we need
won't. I'm
to
sure
share
they'll be
this.
waiting on that one for a while.
270 electoral college votes. Okay.
I don't-
By
I
the
thought it
way,
was
my guys in
255. It's
Georgia are like-
270.
Yeah.
270 to
my guy in
win.
Georgia's really
Okay.
happy right now.
I don't.
We have staff.
We're
on
gonna
the
keep
ground in Georgia.
updating
They're very
270
happy.
to
I don't want
win.com.
to feel super smug on Georgia.
Right now, Trump-
A lot of our results are heavily in the north, which is going to be our good area.
Wow. So right now it's showing
Uh,
this is
Clayton
the
County is
map.
62% in. That's 85 to 14.
Right
Let's
now,
see how that
Okay,
one
let-
works.
Trump
let me
is
read one.
fucking
Lumpkin
hammering it.
County, Listen, is 86%.
Not everything's in yet.
89% in 2020,
But I
it
think
was
it's gonna be called tonight.
77%, 18,
Ladies and
2016,
gentlemen, I think it's
now
gonna be
80,
called
19,
tonight.
3-point increase. So margins up, turnout up. Okay.
Let's make this bigger.
Email us freedom at charliekirk.com and subscribe to our podcast. Wisconsin is going to have a lot of problems counting tonight, by the way.
We have several percent
What is-
improvement in Bryan County.
Yeah,
That's the suburbs of
bad.
Savannah.
How much is that?
That went
reported?
from that was 66.7 to 31 in favor of Trump a year ago. So
All right,
Trump
we're
was
gonna
at
bounce around. I don't want
66.7 4 years
to commit
ago.
to one
Now with
website.
90% in, he's at 69%. So
Let's see what we got here. We have from Fox. We have Fox News. We'll keep Charlie Kirk on the background. All right, we'll go with Fox. All right. Looking good so far. Where's this? North Carolina. Oh, how far are we? We are at 4%. All right, so that's just starting. Good Daily Wire, sure. Let's see what they got to say. I actually want to do the Young Turks too. I can't wait to watch him fucking flap the handle. TYT. Bunch of dickheads.
That's the impact of what just $4.99 a month from our
Oh,
members
he's
can
selling
do.
his
And we're
bullshit.
just getting started. Positive change doesn't occur overnight, but with your contribution, we can make it happen.
Fuck
together.
you, Cuck. Cuck Sinet. Is that his name? No, Cuck, Cenk Uygur. That's what his name is. Cuck Uygur.
You know that viral video you saw of me? First of all, it's bull. Second of all, they got it from a snippet of the live show.
Well, shut up, loser.
So I was in Northern Ohio with Bernie. I speak. It's like 1,000 people and maybe a town of 2,000 people total. And 1,000 show up to this event. And I get up and I give my talk. Everybody has a good time. And I'm about to take off. And one of the people from the town gets up and says, "We want to give you a present." It's like, okay, well, I've been to a lot of events where they give you a plaque or they give you like a piece of paper or something, something for him. And he said, "No, here's an Israeli flag. This Israeli flag, we're giving it to you because on October 7th, one of us was so, like the day of October 7th, was so upset about that. They took this giant Israeli flag, stuck it on the back of his Ford F-150 in a town that has zero Jews in Northern Ohio, and started driving it around the town in solidarity with Jews and with Israel. And people in the town were so moved that pretty much every member of the town signed the flag. So I have this flag signed by like 1,000 evangelical Christians and Catholics in Northern Ohio, just in solidarity with Israel, with Jews. Like, it's a great country. This country is just effing fabulous. It really is. It's such a great country, and that's why it's so hard to watch when it's threatened by people who don't share any of those values and really think that Americans, that those exact people are the bitter clingers, are the garbage, are the truly bad people, the bad guys in the story. And it's just such trash. It's not true, and that's why Donald Trump being a middle finger to those people is the thing that they deserve. They deserve that middle finger. They deserve it good and hard, and I hope they're going to get it tonight. Speaking of which, by the way, Loudoun County in Virginia just had a 9-point swing right.
Whoa.
Loudoun County.
Okay.
Oh. Okay, so people are showing up. So keep showing up, folks.
Yeah, don't stop. We have no idea how rare this is, I think. I mean, that is what you just described would happen in no other country, not only currently in the world, but in the history of the world. There's not another country that would do that. And so much of this garbage that gets thrown at these people about how nasty and hateful they are comes from this place of utter ignorance. I mean, deep in.
We'll get New York, Louisiana, and then the most important one is Wisconsin, and then Iowa, of course. And
Illinois
So
went
I can't
Democrat.
show the images just because.
Oh,
it's
no.
Inside a polling center.
Oh,
but
no.
Another heavy blue.
Just lock in
very
California,
popular polling
Illinois,
place
the
in
freak
Milwaukee.
states.
It's,
Get those pieces of shit. Give it
it's
to
been described
Kamala.
To us as Milwaukee's
Fuck
version
those
of
two
San
states.
Francisco. Very
Love the
progressive,
people. I'm
lots
from
of,
Illinois.
Under 30s there.
Fuck the politics.
This is Bayview. There's a polling center in Wisconsin, completely empty right now. Completely empty.
That's what I kept getting out of Philadelphia. Well, there was even, I didn't even post it, but there was an image. I just didn't want to post it because I didn't want to give them any material. But Sherelle Parker, the mayor of Philadelphia, and there's an image. I'm going to post it now. She was campaigning at an empty polling place earlier tonight. She was just standing there. Look, I mean, Blake, look at this. That's the mayor of Philadelphia, and she's surrounded by like a couple of members of the Board of Elections, and there's no voters.
Josh Crusher says Trump up 4 in Baldwin County, Georgia, one of the bellwethers in the Peach State, testing Democrats' ability to win big with black voters. 66% of points in. Biden won the county by 1 point in 2020.
And now we're up 4.
Now we're up 4. That's a 5-point swing.
much
And
of
that
the vote
is
is in, do we know?
Baldwin County, Georgia. Baldwin County, Georgia.
we've cracked 70 on the prediction markets.
Election decision desk is
Decision
giving
desk.
Trump a 76% chance of winning Georgia, for what it's worth.
I
mean, I'm
Whatever.
just saying.
Of winning Georgia, or winning nationally, nationally.
Of winning Georgia.
Mm,
76% chance of winning Georgia.
that's based on models, though, right?
And it's based on early results
No, I
that
mean,
have been
there's
turned in.
almost half the state, 36% of votes are in Georgia.
Okay.
They're coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's also modeling out who's turning out, what counties are doing
That's what I'm
what.
saying, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, Right. Yeah.
Okay. Josh McCoon, I'm very pleased with what I'm seeing in Georgia. It's great.
Yep.
All right, let's shift attention to North Carolina.
Yeah, where's
because
North Carolina?
I think North Carolina is going to be a little bit closer. I've been
North
saying
Carolina's
that the entire.
being slow. That's why you're not hearing about it. They're 7% in.
No,
Get
it's,
your
a,
act
it- it's a
together,
blue
North
mirage.
Carolina.
It's a blue mirage state. So it's going to be heavy mail early, and then it will catch up. So
Asheville is like, oh, we love Kamala Harris. She's awesome.
that's right.
So we just don't have a lot in. We've got
By the way, my data team says very happy how North Carolina's going.
the overwhelming share of the vote we have in North Carolina right now is just
Who's this?
Orange County, which is really
Data
blue.
Republican.
I'll check Orange County, 82% in at 77% Kamala. Let's check how that one was a few years ago. It was 75% Biden. So, but if that's early vote and we do better day of, that could end up being equalizing roughly. But that's basically what we have in. We have some early vote in Raleigh. We have a few counties out in kind of just the northwest part of the state. Let's check Alexander County. That's 78% in. It is exactly 80-20 for Trump. How was that in 2020?
Okay, let's go 154. This is CNN. I'm going to use the restroom really quick. Panic is setting in. Members.charliekirk.com. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Let's play cut 154.
I was gonna go too.
I can run
Yeah.
it.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I can run it if you want. Are we hearing this? I'm not. Can anyone hear this?
No, we
No.
can't.
No dice. Well, I guess that didn't work out, but no, it's looking very good. So I did check that Alexander County, which is 80-20 now. It was about 78%, 78.5%. So that's a 1 or 2 point improvement in North Carolina. This isn't a state that we lost last time, so we don't need an improvement, but we're not seeing things getting worse, which is what you'd expect to see if we were going to drop this one.
Well, and honestly, to hear that we're seeing positive things, the Kamala campaign being worried about North Carolina, they put a ton of time and energy into North Carolina. To hear that they're panicked about it or worried about it, then to hear that some of the folks on our side are seeing good numbers preliminarily out of North Carolina, that's a very important state. We had a lot of headwinds in North Carolina with the governor's race. That's already been called, by the way. So having some good momentum behind Donald Trump is really critically important right now. Really critically important. Let's see what Georgia's newest numbers are, though. Decision Desk HQ, by the way, has just increased the odds for nationwide. Charlie doesn't like these things, but it's news.
Where are they doing this? I don't see. I've
they're-
never known Decision Desks to do odds like that. They just call
chance
them,
of
right?
chance of winning. I mean, it's the same thing as New York Times doing the
Which
the
we don't
dial.
have because their
Well,
guys
'cause
are on
it's terrible.
strike.
Yeah, exactly. But it's near 66%, I believe, is Decision Desk is giving President Trump 66% odds of winning nationwide. Which again, those flip back and forth. Don't put too much stock in that. But that's a really, really good sign. By the way, 14% in for New Hampshire governor right now. Joyce Craig, Democrat, is up. It looks like about 1,700 votes.
The other thing we're getting our first results out of Texas. We have, I'm assuming it's probably early vote out of Texas, 17% in total. It mostly is stuff around Dallas. So Dallas, for example, is Dallas County right now is 61-38 for Kamala. Let's go check how that was last time. Have to click back and forth. It's very slow. So that was Biden 65%. So 61. So drop of 4% there. And if it's early vote, could get worse.
Which
so that
county?
could be Dallas County.
Yes.
So that's several points improvement
61-38 for Kamala.
versus 65 for Biden last time. So that's a 4-point drop off.
Again, early. So
We also have Williamson County. That's 82% in, and Trump is up about 1%. That's the area just north of Austin, and that was slightly for Biden.
And
in
NBC
2020.
exit poll in Pennsylvania, independent voters, Trump +6.
let it be
For
so.
what state?
Let it be so.
Pennsylvania. Let's hope.
Where
Let's
is
hope
that?
it's
Send
true.
Me that. Send me that.
Because did we end up flipping Pennsylvania registrations this cycle too? Or
We got very close.
very close. Also, since we're talking about Austin, hi, Jonathan. But I'll do that to all of my friends who are watching. But even I bet our one viewer in Vermont is the friend of mine that I have in Norwich.
I love it. All right, everybody, become a member today. Members.charliekirk.com. My Wi-Fi is being goofy right now. Ohio, a lot of Ohio has yet to report, but Kamala Harris is leading in Ohio. I would not put too much into that. Our strongest areas have yet to come on home, especially the center part and the western part. There's a lot of votes left there. So,
I mean, I would be shocked if he doesn't win Ohio by 8.
yeah, but we're not yet. But just wait. Ohio always starts one way and then goes another. My memory serves me correctly. Okay, with 98% reporting, let's see here. Jeez, I tell you, Florida, they get their votes in so fast. Like, they just go so fast, man.
That pre-canvassing, man.
Yep. Donald Trump is up 8 right now in Florida as more votes come in.
Donald Trump is up 13 in Florida on the New York Times.
I'm sorry, I need a refresh. No, it's 8.
Which site are you using?
New York Times.
Oh, really? Yeah, I've got I have 56 to 43 on mine. 89% in? Or is yours higher?
I have 55-43. I don't know what I'm looking at.
Oh.
89% in. Maybe
Yeah,
my
90.
numbers are up.
Mine's maybe just slightly ahead or something. But yeah, because now we're getting the early vote from the Panhandle. Unsurprisingly, it is a great massacre. I don't think Matt Gaetz is going to have much trouble picking up his state. We're still ahead 90.
Forced, chosen ignorance and arrogance that
printed all of your selections right there on the ballot in dot matrix ink. It said, Donald Trump, Marsha Blackburn, don't raise my freaking taxes and stop asking me. And then I went over and turned it in. So there was no opportunity, even with an electronic system, there was no opportunity for impropriety. The electronic system was just a different way of arriving at a printed ballot that could be read by a human.
But it's not only
Again, there's no reason why any state in America can't be doing
but it's
that.
not only red states; it's every other country on earth that has free, legal, democratic.
Who's that guy
voting.
look like? He
They all
looks like
count them.
Yeah. I
And
said,
they get it right.
what part of
like
what part of Democrat-controlled swing state?
Kind of like a
Did you confuse with
like
3
Christopher
countries that
Lloyd's
run
version.
Democratic elections?
You know, I have to say, I'm watching the vote in Virginia, and it's close. You know, it's.
I am too. I'm watching all the votes.
32% of the vote is in. 47-2 Donald Trump has. 51.1 is Kamala Harris, and there's still the counties that are open are right in the middle of the state. You know,
Vermont's helpless.
Fuck
Fuck Vermont.
Katie Gorka,
What
who
a
is both
shitty
the
state.
brains and beauty of the Gorka organization,
A bunch of idiots
is,
up there.
is working very hard in Fairfax County and doing just an amazing job. Even though she knows the county will be lost, she believes if she can bring out enough people that will, and you know, obviously feed into a Trump victory. You know, they have done a lot of stuff, including go to the Supreme Court to make.
Well, Young Turks. Let's see what these assholes have to say. Right? Bunch of fucking dickheads.
Increasingly white and increasingly conservative over the years. There's an entire dynamic about gentrification and the unaffordable property taxes. Well, that's because rent is going up, property value is going up, etc. Now,
God, I can't wait.
that
I
means
can't
that
wait.
voting population, well, they're going to vote. They're going to participate. They are of voting age, and that does change the dynamic. The only way
All
I've
right, pizza's
seen
in.
that happen the other way,
Beer is flowing.
Cenk,
The election.
is when
I mean,
HBCUs
it's all about
are
time
heavily
now.
Involved. Now, if you have a heavy HBCU presence, which they are in Fulton County, Clark Atlanta University, Spelman College, Morehouse College, Morris Brown College.
7. I think the polls
if you
close
have
at 7:30 in Texas.
students
I
voting
think,
at a record
or maybe it's 8.
number.
I don't
you
remember.
now have an evening of the odds, but I did not see a coordinated effort by any organization or advocacy group in order to mobilize HBCUs specifically. Even though you had get out the vote campaigns, I did not see it as robust as I've seen it before in Atlanta, Georgia.
That's really interesting. And I was curious about that. You know, one can speculate as to why that might be the case, but I'm very curious what you think is behind the, you know, the lack of mobilizing people in the way that we saw in 2020 for Biden.
Let me say this. It takes not only will, but it takes money. It takes appeal and it takes financing. And so if you have individuals who are willing to do it, you still have to connect to the apparatus of money. And I didn't see that happening with the super PACs in this election. Also, you did not have a robust primary. Hell, you didn't have a primary at all in the Democratic Party. This was a very different kind of switch. And I think the Harris campaign and the PACs and super PACs, they spent a lot of time trying to make sure that the message was echoed and that people were excited. And you did have that natural energy, but you also should have had some natural advocacy, because college students who live on campus or live in an apartment while going to school, they are able to vote in the Georgia election, but they have to declare residency in the state of Georgia. And if they do not declare residency in the state of Georgia, it doesn't matter what their college ID says, because the state won't accept a private college ID for voting. You have to be a declared resident for the state of Georgia, which college students are allowed to do. However, you need a campaign to let them know they can do that.
I'm curious if you think, look, I think about what happened in the runoff races in Georgia in 2020, and I mean, the ground game was incredible. I mean, the effort to ensure that two
Here for the
Democratic
meltdown.
senators won in those runoff
There's a bunch of
races
people that
was
keep showing up in their
incredible.
fucking
Really
chat.
a sight to see.
Saying here
And
for the meltdown.
I'm wondering if there's a lack of enthusiasm and the same type of
There are a
mobilizing
lot of Trump
Democratic
supporters in here.
voters due
That's
to
funny.
Biden's failure to keep true to a promise that he made for Georgia, which was to pass a voting rights bill. Have you heard anything from voters in regard to, you know, that issue and whether or not that maybe motivated their enthusiasm or lack of enthusiasm in this
They're
election?
trying to fucking get money too. Bunch
I
of
always say
grifters,
the
dude.
best way to keep a job is
Fuck
to
the Young
perform what you
Turks.
said you would do on your resume.
Mhm.
Keep it real simple. And so while you may not have the same type of connection as you just laid out, where there's a person saying, well, I'm not going to
in
vote
Arizona. That's weird.
because Biden did not deliver A, B, and C. What does happen is that the political opposite, the opposition party, they are able to create ammunition, weaponize it from the ammunition that was given to them. And so they get to say things like, well, you know, this promise was made, that promise was made, but was that promise delivered? And when I interviewed VP Harris a few months back, I said that very same thing. I said, what happens if at that time we thought Biden would be the one on the ticket? But I said, what happens at the time of election, re-election, and you don't deliver these things? And she got kind of tested and pivoted back to the Black Supreme Court Justice and some other things that really weren't on the resume, right? So while it may not have the same kind of connection that you laid out, it's a similar connection by proxy because the right is able to weaponize it and create a level of voter apathy in certain communities when it comes to the excitement. And we know that politics is like any other game. It's based on who's trending, who's the exciting one, who's actually creating the
stop giving
energy
these
at
guys
the
views.
end.
Let's move
They're
on.
the ones that can still win the game.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yo, that's a good point. Shut up. All right, we'll jump back here.
Michigan. And so I do think there is still a sizable chunk of people who would
This is the
not put a
Daily
gun to
Wire.
their head till they pollster who they're voting for. And that's the question. Have the pollsters figured a way around that?
About right. Trump is now within 2% in Virginia with 36% in. I'm not a poll reader. I don't actually, you know, I look at the RCP things, but that's pretty close.
Yeah, not to belabor the point, but Florida has 88% of their votes counted. Pennsylvania has 7%.
Right.
It's just, there's no excuse for that.
Yeah.
That's outrageous.
No, but Florida's on the East Coast.
Right, well, that's true. Yeah, well,
By the way, I just was thinking, if I may inject the absurd because it's such a serious evening, that the Daily Wire evening does not function as baseball does. When you are removed, you can return to the game. Just a thought.
And actually, since the rule changes, we also have a designated hitter. That's unfortunate.
We're so thankful for tonight's sponsors. We're going to take a moment to tell you about one of them right now, and we'll be right back.
Oh, we're not going to listen to your sponsors.
you
We'll
think.
listen to my sponsors, you bastard. What else we got? We'll jump to Fox. Fox is boring. It just shows numbers. It's Charlie Kirk. All right.
I was looking at the New York Times forecast, and I went up to Jared. I saw him in the
2016?
4 years ago.
2020 in the White House.
He wasn't in the
in the White House. So then I saw Jared in the hallway, and I was like, "Hey, we might lose Georgia." And he's like, "No, no way." I was like, "The New York Times says we might lose Georgia. I think something funny's going on there." And 10,000 votes. So,
Just think about that for a second. It was 10,000 votes.
By the way, Trump is doing better with
Arizona.
younger voters, up 8 points with younger voters under 30 since 2020.
What?
And Arizona
that's an
was
exit
10,000 as well,
From
right?
which?
Yeah, Arizona was 10,000. Yeah.
Which source?
That is, I'll look at the
There's an
source.
inflatable boat now.
So yeah, New York Times is bringing back the meter. So
PUBG.
Yeah, so there are some bullish urban signs, by the way, of Donald Trump outperforming in typical urban corridors by 1 or 2 points.
Donald Trump at 24% in Delaware County, and at almost 12% in Philadelphia right now, 17% in.
Okay, so Georgia, slight favorite Trump. North Carolina, slight favorite Trump. I actually think Trump's going to outperform that in North Carolina. By the way, those 4 visits that Trump made to North Carolina, pretty smart. They're pretty smart to do that. He saw what I saw, which I did not love what I was feeling in North Carolina, which is good. Pennsylvania, the New York Times margin, you know what it has right now for Pennsylvania? Trump by 0.1.
Yeah, I mean,
Great.
It's pretty much
Amazing.
One thing I've noticed that's interesting is, and you haven't really seen this in other Pennsylvania races, but it's the third party candidates have just completely fallen off.
Yeah.
You're just not seeing it there for Stein. Now, Michigan, that'd be something that I want to look at as well for Jill Stein. But Chase Oliver, I mean, there's just nothing. The guy's a ghost.
No, I'm telling you that the reason. So for our viewers that maybe aren't aware of this, there's a huge push within the Muslim community to get Jill Stein over 5%, so that she'll get a spot on the debate stage next year.
Yep.
So each one of those, votes for Jill Stein is going to be a good thing for us. The other part of the Muslim communities, you see this in Dearborn. Trump, I mean, can you imagine a couple years ago, Donald Trump campaigning in Dearborn,
It's just
Michigan?
unheard of.
Yeah, so Dearborn has a bunch of the Muslim leaders endorsing Donald Trump, wanting peace in the Middle East. So that's a huge sign as well. So we'll see what happens.
We've got to get this image up. It's a Twitter exchange between a guy, Keith Raboy, and Nate Silver from a month ago. This is on October 4th.
Put it up.
Let's put it up as soon as I can, but I'll start reading it. It's Keith says to him, "You are a buffoon. Minimum Trump win in Florida is 8 points, and more likely 10 to 14." And Nate Silver says, "Dude, you've got to stop huffing the Twitter vibes. How much money are you willing to bet on a Trump plus 8 point spread in Florida?" And he says $100,000. And Silver replies, "Have your lawyer draw up a quick contract and it's a deal," puts his email, "No contract, no bet, because you've been nutty lately and are a payment risk." And Keith says, "Ha, sure, how about you just quit politics if I win?" Right now, with 91% of the vote in, Donald Trump is beating Kamala Harris in Florida by 13 points.
Are you serious?
And that's the higher end of the spread.
By the way, you know that blue
said
Twitter
1
all
month
day
ago.
long was talking about how Florida's going to go blue. All day long. These people are deranged.
Well, they were saying that Blue Anon Twitter was saying that 50% of the Republican turnout was going to be for Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
50%. Not independents, Republicans. They
Okay.
actually believe that Liz Cheney would and John Kelly would lead the Republicans to the
I'm
land.
going to be honest. I like what I'm seeing out of North Carolina. I like what I'm seeing out of Georgia. I like what I'm seeing out of Ohio. Florida, guys, we need a Rust Belt state.
We need a Rust Belt.
Yeah, thanks to
Pennsylvania.
who?
I'm not
Thanks to
call-
who, Charlie?
Nebraska. I'm not calling North Carolina. I'm not calling Georgia. I say I'm
Remember,
liking
this
what
is-
I
Good.
like what I'm seeing. I don't want to be clipped out of context. Please, Jack.
This is what Halperin was saying all week, was that her best bet was to go 3 for 3 in the Rust Belt. That he said all along that the Sun Belt was a lock for Trump. That includes Nevada, by the way, Andrew.
Yep.
But that she was going to go all in on the Rust Belt. What did she do this weekend? And what did she do yesterday? 3 rallies / concerts in Pennsylvania. She had one, I believe, in Michigan, and then spent Friday, and there's Saturday or Friday was in Wisconsin. So we beat her all across the South, and we boxed her into the Rust Belt.
Well, it was Halperin said, the longer this race goes on, it looks like she still has the same path to 270.
We are overperforming in Allegheny County.
Whoa,
that's good.
That's
Jack.
very good. By the way,
Jack, explain that. Explain.
But you just need 1 or 2 of these things to fall.
So Allegheny County is it's an interesting county because it's 2 things, right? It's dual-headed. Allegheny County, I don't know if we have that map from before, this is where Pittsburgh is, but it's not contiguous with the city lines of Pittsburgh. So even though it's got Pittsburgh, which is one of the deepest wells of blue votes for Kamala Harris, it's also in the surrounding areas the largest Republican county in all of Pennsylvania by registration. So it's just this weird setup in the sense that you've got more Republicans there than anywhere else, but it just has this massive pocket of Democrats at the center, if that makes sense.
Poll worker in Brookfield, Waukesha, Wisconsin, Plurality Red, is reporting 500 to 600 first-time voters today. Reiterated all the emails we've been getting about first-time voters and turning out for Trump. 600 first-time voters for Trump
That's
in
a
one
poll
precinct.
worker.
That's
Poll
a poll
worker.
worker in Wisconsin.
Waukesha.
By the way, we are there's a 20% shift in mail-in voting to the right from in Pittsburgh right now.
All right,
So
baby.
We'll see if that manifests.
Hopefully everything
We'll
goes
see.
well. We got a long
The
night ahead
the
of
map
us.
is closing in on Kamala Harris right now.
I'm gonna
This is
slouch
what is
here.
happening live. Georgia looks fine, absent something goofy. North Carolina looks fine, absent something goofy. Florida looks amazing. It's done.
When's the pipe
walls
gonna
are
burst?
closing in on Kamala.
Everyone,
right?
when is the pipe gonna
walls
burst?
I'm not saying that's a
Yeah.
win. I'm
We need a
saying
rust belt.
We need
I'm saying-
need a rust belt.
How about let's do it another one. We've got what I assume is early vote out of Oakland County. That's in Michigan. That's in Michigan. That's the posh lib suburb north of Detroit, and it is right now 59-39, whereas it ended up at the end of things 56-42 for Biden. So
it's a 3-point.
they're 3 points better with what is presumably their left-leaning early vote right now.
With 74% reporting, Fulton County shows a 2.6% shift towards Donald Trump over 2020.
Oh,
What percent?
2.6%. You cannot win Georgia if you do not repeat 2020 levels in Fulton
No,
County.
I mean, because it was basically an 11,000.
And by the way,
margin.
the New York Times is now projecting a 2.5 point lead for Georgia.
That went up from 1.5.
I know.
Yeah,
By the way, just
yeah,
so we're
yeah.
clear, the New York Times has the best projection analysis. They use some AI model. It is by far. They brought back the thing, Blake.
Well,
The dial.
I mean, it was widely panned right after Trump won in. I mean, we can never forget. Never forget.
Yeah, in 16, it was like all the way to the right or all the way to the left for Hillary, and then it was started swinging, and then it ended like all the way down for Trump.
It literally did a 180.
Donald
Yeah,
Trump.
so-
Donald
yeah,
Trump takes a
literally.
commanding lead in Ohio, as expected.
So Graham.
Where's Iowa?
I think they close at 9.
I am waiting
so
for Iowa. so
Graham
badly.
County. This is an interesting one because it's over 95%. This is in far western North
We're gonna keep
Carolina.
jumping around
so
the
it's
channels,
hurricane
baby.
Country. I don't know how bad it got smoked compared to other places, but it's over 100%. It's 100% in. Trump 81, Kamala 18. The final result last time was Trump 79, Biden 19.5.
Any meltdowns yet?
After the election.
How can I
That's
scold
correct.
them?
Right.
Scold them into supporting us. And that's just not a tactic that's going to resonate with people. So I thank you for bringing up policy because, you know, one of the things that you'll hear from a lot of men who are voting for Trump is that they're terrified of World War III and getting drafted into a war that they don't want to fight. And Trump has gotten away with really presenting himself as the peace candidate. And
'cause he
Kamala
is.
Harris hasn't really challenged
How
him
many
on
wars
that
have
at
started
all.
under Trump?
Maybe it's because she's
Zero.
been campaigning alongside a neocon like Liz Cheney, and the Biden administration doesn't exactly have the most peaceful record. But who knows? I mean, Trump has gotten away with that messaging. But the point is to say, listen to what the voters are saying rather than scolding them for being disillusioned with the party or unhappy with what's been going on.
Yeah, so we're up against the break here, but John's got
One call
The
before
one
break.
call, and then I
Fuck
want to ask
you.
one last question of Rashad. Yeah.
don't have
Crucial,
commercials.
shocking Senate call. Bernie Sanders will stay in the Senate.
Oh wow!
Still nice.
Okay, so, yeah,
They
it-
had my
it's
heartbeat,
nice.
man.
Yeah, it's this.
I hate the Young Turks so much.
To watch where Charlotte is. I agree with you that I think from an electoral standpoint, you can pick up 16 electoral votes with Nevada and Arizona, which you could well do, or Georgia's 16 as well as North Carolina. But it's more about what it would mean and the indication. And the black vote there is another one that I think is interesting to keep an eye on. They have the 8th highest rate of black voters in the entire country. Georgia's 3rd. So I'm interested to see the turnout of black men in Georgia and the Atlanta area compared to North Carolina.
Also, North Carolina. Sorry, just before we go off North Carolina, another reason why that'd be a bad sign is that, and we moved on from it in like 45 seconds, like we do from everything. But in North Carolina, that's where the Biden-Harris administration had their Hurricane Katrina moment.
That's correct.
And if there's no price to pay for that at all, like for George Bush, that was a major scandal that lasted months and months. We still remember it. And if there's just no price to pay for that you could have that kind of devastation in American communities or basically abandoned by the federal government.
Yes.
If there's no price, then what do we do?
Okay, if there is no price, it reinforces the point I made the hour 2 hours ago when I was on, and that is the ability of the press to brainwash even in a free society, which was revelatory to me because my field of study was Soviet affairs. I learned Russian to read Pravda, the communist paper. And it was a given to me that you could only brainwash people.
I've always said West
in a
Virginia
tyranny.
was the better Virginia.
It is now not true. I know for a fact you can brainwash people in a free society. The fact that the press made a big deal about Katrina and nothing about this shows you how profoundly the press will influence people even when it happens to them. The press defines, it's eerie. The press defines reality for the people who lived the reality, not just for the people in other states that didn't have a storm. It's a very scary part of human nature.
A little interruption for some results out of Georgia. It continues to trend in Trump's favor right now. So we've got 55-44 for Trump. That's with 54% of the votes in. I believe an hour ago, Decision Desk HQ, our partners here, gave Trump something like 69% chance of winning Georgia. That it continues to hold pretty strong. If Trump pulls Georgia, the night's on track. The night is on track.
He's in the fight.
Yeah.
And North Carolina right now actually trending in Harris's direction, 51-47, but that's only with just over 10% report. I mean, they're just getting started in North Carolina.
Trump is now ahead in Virginia, but the Times is saying that they believe that race leans toward Harris because of the remaining votes favor him.
Matt, to your point about North Carolina and the devastation there, I was on the ground 2 weeks ago in Swannanoa, Asheville, the surrounding communities there. The devastation, I mean, still a month and a half later, most Americans have forgotten about it, and the federal government also seems to have in many ways. But the amount of people I talked to on the ground there about the election, and these were in very red areas, Asheville, obviously very liberal, but the surrounding counties, those are some of the reddest in the entire state. None of them had even thought about the election. And this was 2 weeks ago. When I asked them, hey, do you know if your polling location's damaged? Are you going to be able to go vote? They were all like, oh, I forgot that there's even an election going on. And so I'll be very interested to see what the voter turnout looks like in those counties. Not necessarily because they aren't able physically to vote, because I did hear on the ground from a number of Republican officials that they were getting the voting centers operational, but that they're so devastated by other things that it's just the last thing on their mind right now.
And is it still, the area still looks like a disaster zone, or what does it look like?
Yes, it was a disaster zone in entire communities. It looked like a nuclear bomb had gone off. So right now it's still, they were just wrapping up the recovery of bodies when I was there. So I went out with a team of cadaver dogs with a group of veterans there. But do
the people have any resentment towards the federal government, or how do they feel?
I
Who do they
expected
blame?
that there would be more, to be totally honest. I expected there would be more when I got there. And anytime I brought up their opinion of the federal government or their opinion of the Biden-Harris administration, they, with the exception of one or two people, they just said, I don't want to talk about politics right now. They said, I lost my neighbor, or my house got destroyed. I don't want to talk about politics. And so there might be that resentment there. And that might be in other areas. But for the people who were actually hit, I didn't get the sense that they were thinking about the political aspect of it. Although I will say I talked to a number of victims who said it was 5 or 6 days before they met a single government aid worker, and that the only people helping them, it was the redneck Air Force that I was embedded with for a day, of veterans who just flew out Chinook helicopters that were private to run recovery missions. Those were the people that were on the ground first.
And remember how Bush was excoriated because he only flew over New Orleans at first? But Biden didn't show up at all, I don't think. And Kamala did that ridiculous, camera.
Which, by the way, flying over it is a totally sensible thing to do. What do you want to do? Rappel down into the middle of the flood zone? But Kamala made no attempt to even pretend to care.
So some numbers also coming out from the New York Times. my favorite thing to do on election night is to look at the liberal websites and outlets. So right now, the Times says it's still a toss-up, obviously, but it's estimating Trump 279, Harris 259. The New York Times is giving Trump a 59% chance of winning, Harris a 41% chance. What matters here is that it's trending in Trump's direction. So it's breaking away.
The
a little
New
bit.
York Times is predicting a Trump victory?
Yes.
They are
Though
right
it says it's a toss-up, but they're giving a decisive.
Should I have something
chance.
to drink now?
I know we're getting close.
I really
You
want
said
to
you
know.
drink whatever we give you, right?
That's
Gonna
right.
hold you to
Yes.
that.
No, absolutely. You can hold me to it.
I
You
really
just
want to
have
know
drive me
why
home.
he stopped drinking before we take him up.
I just become so violent when I would sit around a table with the fellas.
Even my friends, I attack them with it.
So you've never had a Jaeger bomb. Maybe we'll.
You're right. I don't know what it is. Yeah,
We have that at the
Don't ask any
bar.
questions. We'll.
I was wondering why everybody at the party is naked now. I don't know.
So I want to take a
Wow,
few questions
Indiana.
from our Daily Wire. Plus
63%
members.
to Trump. Let's fucking
The
go.
first one here.
Indiana
I'll
is
ask this
showing
one of
up.
you.
I knew I
Kamala
could count on you.
loses.
You're really
Does the
close to that
25th
freak state of
Amendment
Illinois.
Biden and become president for the remaining
And I
3 months of his
appreciate you
term?
guys
Which is
showing up.
I guess it is 3 months of his term.
Interesting, probably not. I mean, the country seems to be running perfectly as well as it was.
All right, what do we got? Let's go back to Charlie.
To 40, right? Okay, so if we go back and we look at Loudoun County, it was 61.5 to 36.5. That is a delta of at least 4 points.
Yeah, so a 4-point improvement.
By the
That's
way,
not enough to win Virginia. We lost it.
No,
by
no, no.
quite a
But
bit,
again, I'm looking at these like kind of these suburb, these upper middle crust, because I'm thinking PA for Jack.
Of course.
Yeah.
Can we put the map back up, please? Can we just put the map back up, just to the audience
Oh, sure,
understands?
sure.
If Georgia and North Carolina go for Trump, which I feel good, I like what I'm seeing directionally right now. I really do, and I'm talking to the best data minds. We need either Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin, and hopefully we take care of our business out west.
Yep, Nevada is looking
We're not
good.
talking about that yet for about another
Arizona's
hour and a half,
looking good.
and we will. Trust me, we will.
Yeah.
So if people want
Um,
to see the map, we can put it up right now. There it is. So we're 140 to 157. I think while you were out,
All right.
Charlie, we added Arkansas. That was
Great.
another 6.
That's really a barn burner.
Nothing. I don't want to call anything.
When
new,
do
but
I get to see Iowa?
When do you get to see Iowa? You'll get to see Iowa. We're
that
closing
woman-
Iowa.
Let's see.
At
I
9
want to see
o'clock.
it. She robbed me of more sleep this weekend. If it's
Iowa
legit.
will close in 23 minutes, and they have to count all their votes by 10 p.m. local time, so that's going to be 11 p.m. So you'll have 2 hours to see it all. Can you believe this? They just made a law, and you count them in 2 hours, and they do it, even though they're not sophisticated urban liberals with all of their, their genders and their internet and their AI.
Here's a data point from Pennsylvania that's coming in. This is Patrick Ruffini from Echelon.
He's a smart guy.
Trump nearly outperformed party split on Philly mail. Mail ballots were Dem 82 to 8, D plus 74. Harris won them 87-12, D plus 75, which meaning she got virtually no bonus out of the independents.
Yes. So, hearing from Wisconsin, they had DJs at the polls in heavy urban areas. Polls were empty as heck. Photos just sending me see below. It was a ghost town and a cemetery. They had DJ at the polls and no one came up.
Nobody came.
Yeah.
So
we'll see.
that's-
We'll see. Wisconsin, we'll see. By the way, we won a House seat, very important in South Carolina. Nancy Mace did. Decision Desk gives us now a 66% chance of hanging on to the House. Because of
crazy.
this kind of movement
I mean,
that we're
like
seeing.
Florida, we're getting.
We have here's another
by the way,
another
North-
Pennsylvania
By the way,
update.
North Carolina, we're just pulling away right now.
All right, here's another. That's great. That's huge. We have another update from Bucks County. This is the mail-in. Right now, Trump is at 33.6%. In 2020, I think this is basically all in at this point. 23.6%. So he has gained 10 points on mail-in in Bucks County. That's a 10-point game for Donald J. Trump in mail-in in Bucks.
Again, every one of these little things adds up, right?
Yeah.
Little less turnout there, little more turnout there, little, more young men here, more working class here. Polk County is 95% in. It was 62-37 Trump in 2020. It's an identical performance for Donald Trump. So, again, that was enough to win in the state in 2020. So let's hope that holds. Again, North Carolina is going to be a little bit squeakier, but again,
I'm gonna check out a few of the toss-up.
and by the way,
house
that's a
races to
hurricane
see how
county.
those
Is what
are
I'm saying.
doing.
That's a hurricane county. Just so we're
I'm
clear.
checking. Most of our toss-ups are not actually closed yet or don't have a lot of reporting, but I'm gonna check out some of the ones that hopefully do.
Yep. Okay, Pennsylvania, man. What are we seeing, Jack? Do we have any data yet? As I shout out some more of our members that have come out. By the way, just 3 of our chasers just banked 3 more votes in Arizona.
Oh yeah,
they're still voting for another 20 minutes, right?
Yeah, there's yep, 20 minutes. And by the way, I've been watching that chat. We have been getting, our chasers are getting so many last minute voters in Arizona and Wisconsin. By the way, our total numbers in Wisconsin are going to be.
By the way,
what's that?
There were a couple polls in like Bucks County that had long lines. I want to see what's happening, by the way, in Cambria with that one that had the where they do have extended until 10 p.m. Eastern. So that means there'll be another hour and 20 minutes. By the way, I haven't said that yet. There's an hour and 20 minutes left if you are in Cambria County. So if you're out there, Johnstown area, you want to go vote. Remember, you do have those extended times. So go out and vote extra because you've got an hour and 20 minutes to do so. Just go out, get to the polls, take care of it, do your duty for Pennsylvania.
I'm watching. I'm checking on the one of the few swing house states that seats that we have a good amount of votes in is Virginia 7th. That's Eugene Vindman's district. Running to represent Ukraine, and he is up 52-48. But that is about the same.
We
as
had
the
a
incumbent
robot
Doug
Just so
Johnson.
we're clear, Graham County in North Carolina was 79.
It's going to be a long night,
0.5
guys.
to 19.
Long night.
This year, 81.
I mean, we're looking
18.
at
So we're just doing incrementally better in some of these rules, guys.
3 hours
Just 2
left.
points better here. By the way, we see that across the board, don't we, Blake? We're kind of seeing a 2 to 3 point lift in the ferals, and we're seeing a 1 to 2 point dip in the urbans, and a little bit better in suburbs. And
so one note of caution is if you look at these exit polls based on age, and this is
man, Texas is not even close. Holy crow!
Yeah, let's throw this image up when you get it. Look at this 65 and over. So it looks like. Let's see this. Yeah, so Trump is basically doing better with every age group this time around than he was in 2020, except 65 plus.
I think Bernie Moreno's going to win.
He's outperforming Trump, correct?
No, he's 3 points behind.
So hold on. Look at this.
I'm sorry.
Look at this. This 65 plus. This. If we're talking about Seltzer again, I mean, she's seeing it in boomer women. 65 plus. This is he had a 62% of the vote in 2020. Now he's, according to exit polls, at 49% of the boomer vote. I don't think that's gonna hold. I think he's gonna win the boomer vote, but I don't like seeing boomers, which is a very reliable voting bloc, go down for him.
But it means the future is bright.
Well, that's 100% true.
Yep. All right, email us freedom@charliekirk.com. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Bernie Moreno is down 2.5 points with 42% of the vote in Ohio, with some of the best counties yet to report. He is running 2.5 points behind. He's running like 5 points behind Trump, and they're saying Trump is probably going to win Ohio by 8.5. So if that margin stays, Bernie Moreno will be U.S. Senator, and we could officially say we control the U.S. Senate if that margin happens. I think it's going to happen. So let's just kind of keep an eye on Ohio and that Senate race. That would be a flip. That would be down 1, up 1. Okay. North Carolina election results are continuing. Go to members.charliekirk.com. And also, if you guys want to try to get a free hat, you also can get a free hat. Potentially subscribe to our podcast and email us freedom@charliekirk.com. Proof of subscription. So check that out.
Yeah,
also, independent voters finished very, very well in Arizona.
Yeah,
very well. They spiked. Their overall turnout ended up at, I don't know what the overall turnout was, but still, we don't know.
Just from election day.
Yeah,
though.
election day, they represented 41% of the voters. We did 37% of the voters. Democrats 21%. I don't know if that's statewide. That's just Maricopa.
That's just Maricopa. That's just Maricopa.
I'm not as worried about that as
I'm
some of our
not either.
data
I mean,
team.
but seriously, what did we see? We saw Georgia was a net 20-point gain for independents in Georgia.
Yeah, again, we're not.
I know
sure
that's
yet,
those are exit polls, but in Pennsylvania, we're seeing an R+6 for independents, If we see a 50-50, if we're even doing worse than that out west in Arizona and in Wisconsin, we're gonna be good. Those are solid fundamentals. I'm not worried about that.
Yep. Well, we'll have plenty of time to chat about Arizona as we proceed. Okay. Ohio looks continually good for Trump. I'm only looking at that because of the Senate race, which is becoming really tight. And Texas is just a bloodbath. Texas, you guys did your job. If you're from Texas, email me. You guys are doing great.
So Caitlin Collins on CNN is saying that they are watching Wisconsin the most closely, which is interesting.
Are Wisconsin polls closed? I mean, there's 15 minutes left, right?
15.
No, it just so happens where we put our offices is where they watch most closely.
Yeah.
We literally have an office. So.
Okay, I'm going to show. We can
Not
show
yet,
this.
15
we
minutes.
can show
15
this
minutes.
image. No,
Not yet.
No. Just show this image. This is a DJ in Milwaukee at one of the polling places in a deep blue precinct. Throw this image up. This is a DJ at a deep blue precinct, supposed to have like a party atmosphere in Milwaukee. Nada. Nobody. Ghost town.
Yep.
Which is great. That's what we want. We want depressed turnout in the urban core. We want long lines where it's red. And by the way, if you are in Milwaukee and you got family members still in line, we're hearing there's still long lines of 30 minutes long, 45 minutes long, then you got to stay in line. Don't go anywhere. And that would be specifically, we heard about the long lines in, what was it, Oak Creek.
Yep.
Yeah, Oak Creek, 45 minutes long. That's a red enclave in Milwaukee. It's one of our zones. So that's a good sign. But I am curious why Caitlin Collins would be looking at Wisconsin more closely than PA.
Because they see what we say. Meaning that.
Well, no, but if we win PA.
No, because
then,
PA is going to be a knife fight for days.
All right,
that Wisconsin.
PA will be slow.
Yeah,
Wisconsin will be slow too.
We're going to call
It's not.
Our
as slow
team
as you
thinks
think.
we're gonna call it either late tonight or early tomorrow morning.
Whereas Pennsylvania could be all week.
Yeah.
Literally all week. It could be all week of just knife fighting and
Flying back to
And
Pennsylvania.
I'm gonna.
It's of lawsuits
Unfortunately,
of-
they have. We'll update this. They have called New Jersey. We will. We will not indulge this fantasy further.
Kamala Harris didn't concede her first nationwide election, or excuse me, she didn't concede her first statewide election in California in 2010 for AG for 3 weeks after the election. And she was down on election day, and she refused to concede against the Republican who ran very strong. He was a popular incumbent DA of Los Angeles, whereas she was the DA in San Francisco. And she kept it open for 3 weeks, and they found 50,000 more votes.
Oh.
And so I think she ended up winning by
Dowsing
a
rod.
delta,
Dug it up.
delta of like 38,000. I keep at 38,000 in California.
All right, I'm gonna shout out my lovely
So
friends.
She ain't conceding tonight. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Unless there is a resounding victory, she will not concede tonight.
New York Times just updated its electoral college estimates for what it's worth. Trump ticked up 4 to 281 to Harris's 257.
Was that
Not
Iowa?
sure how
Is
that-
that the Iowa force?
Just to be clear, they never did that in 2020.
No.
In 2020, that
I wanna
that only
flag
went
this. So I'm looking at the state I was born in. No,
South Dakota.
no, I was born in North Dakota.
Oh yeah.
So I'm looking at Griggs County, a tiny little place, has rushed its votes out. They're already 100% in, or over 95%, and it is 75-23. Let's compare it to where it was 4 years ago, where it was 72.5 to 24.5. So that's a 1.5 in a state that is going to have some resemblance to Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin. And it will not be a state in tension tonight, thankfully. But
I want to thank Leyland, Bruce, Connor, Gwen, Rosie, Philip, Micah, and Colin. We'll sign hats for all of you. Members.charliekirk.com. Members.charliekirk.com. Okay. Yeah. Look, Bernie Moreno is now within 2 points. 2 points, and some of the reddest counties have yet to report.
Let's go.
Donald Trump is just doing great. He has totally flipped that
I hope
state.
Ohio gets 2 new senators
Trump's
tonight.
up 4 points already in Ohio with some
And
of the
Bernie's down
with
2.
some of the reddest counties. By the way, he's going to flip Mahoning County.
Well, no. So if Trump gets between 8 and 10 points, we can expect Bernie to go up another maybe 3 to 7 points.
Exactly. Yeah.
So if he's down 2, he might get up 3
that differential.
3 to 5 is what I meant. 3 to 5. So yeah.
Okay,
So
10
Bernie's
minutes left of
looking
voting in
solid.
Arizona. If you voted in Arizona, I want to hear from you. Freedom@charliekirk.com. It's not too late. It's not too late to go and get somebody to go vote in Arizona. And in Nevada, you have an hour and 10 minutes left of voting. email us and subscribe to our podcast. Boy, everyone that I've not talked to over the last 10 years is texting me.
Annoyingly,
right?
The
Kelly
Harris
AI.
is projected to win the popular vote according to New York Times by
Oh,
0.8.
That's way too early.
Way too
early.
early. Way too early.
That's not how we do our elections.
Bodetort or I don't know how they freaking say these counties. Virginia, that's another county that's almost entirely in, and Trump is running like a point ahead of where he did in 2020. I like to find these because where they're 100% in, a place, if we improve 1 point, 2 points in these rural counties, we're probably going to improve that much in pretty much every rural county.
Decision desk just called Virginia.
Oh.
Just again, Virginia's a fool's errand, guys. It's not.
Okay, we'll update the map.
I've never believed in that. I'm sorry.
Virginia doesn't exist, Charlie.
You can't run a political campaign against the DC cartel and the regime and expect the people that live and in the suburbs of the regime and run it to all of a sudden like triumphantly go and vote for you.
Yeah, I have a big.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, what you need to do is you need to give. So in the Constitution, Washington D.C. is a square, right? It's an exact square. But they later on they gave Alexandria and Arlington back to Virginia. Put them back with D.C. Just put them back with D.C.
Yeah, that would be huge. Tons of emails coming in of first-time voters.
Put them back.
Yeah, I'm actively trying to ask the team, the data team, what are some things we should be concerned about right now? Because right now the trend is our friend. Right now the map is shrinking for Kamala Harris. It still is taking. We're talking about Georgia. Oh wow, with 65% of the vote in, Donald Trump commands a 5-point lead in Georgia. The New York Times thinks he'll win by 2.5 points.
I feel pretty strongly we're getting, but I suspect that in 2 hours, Charlie, we're going to be honing in on
Wisconsin.
Well, not just Wisconsin, but the situation that had us so agitated.
Everything we predicted.
Everything we predicted, which
so
is
frustrating.
We would be able, if Nebraska had done what we told them to do, we would basically be. I think we'd be 20 points higher on the prediction markets. I think the New York Times, Neil would be 20 points over because they would know she needs a Sun Belt state, and the Sun Belt looks horrible for them right now. But we know the Sun Belt doesn't 100% track with the Rust Belt. That's just how it is, and we're optimistic there, but we just don't have enough in yet. And I suspect those states will be a lot closer than Florida is, or Georgia is, or Texas is.
Okay, email us freedom@charliekirk.com, and if you want a potential free hat, subscribe to our podcast and send it to us. And also members.charliekirk.com if you want a guaranteed hat. We're sending out thousands of these. Members.charliekirk.com. Okay, Arizona polls close in 8 hours. 8 minutes. Jeez, it's been a long stream. In 8 minutes. Tons of first-time voters, by the way, of people that are emailing us. I just love these emails of people that are sending pictures of their subscriptions, and it's really great. By the way, Carrie Lake's going to come down to the wire here in Arizona, too. So if you're in Arizona, vote the entire ticket red. Vote it all red, everybody. And okay, let's now get here to Pennsylvania. Anything else, Jack, out of Pennsylvania? By the way, for those of you that are watching on the East Coast, we're going to be here all night as your companion. As these other streams start dropping off, make yourself comfortable. We are going to be here for the long haul, okay? Georgia is now lean Republican, lean Trump. It's increasing, actually. So North Carolina is still, it's actually exiting toss-up territory in the New York Times. And they think Trump's going to win by 1.7, which is, we'll take it, okay? We'll take it.
I'm told our stream is being played at a loud volume in a Lower East Side restaurant right now in New York. So
hello, everybody. That is in a Lower East Side restaurant.
New York. We love Lower East Side. We love New York.
New York's been tremendous.
Okay. I just want to, as polls close in 6 minutes, I'm going to have to brag on our Turning Point Action team, because once Arizona polls close, I can really start to speak more candidly about stuff. But I'm not going to make any predictions, but I will speak more candidly. By the way, it's just vanity at this point, but Trump is up 13 points in Florida. Can I say that again?
13 points in Florida. We're going to win it by 1.3, 1.4 million votes. This is a state that Obama won twice. That was close in 2016.
And he's going to win Ohio by nearly 9 points. 9 points.
Forecasted 9 points in Ohio.
8.7-ish. And again, the forecasts are like eerily accurate. Okay?
I will say
with 5 of the largest red counties not even reported.
I thought it was very. I don't want. Okay, I'm not going to tempt fate by spiking Iowa till we get numbers in. I'm not going to talk about Iowa. We'll talk about that in an hour.
Yeah, that's right. No.
So-
well, no, Iowa in 6 minutes, right?
Yeah.
They're
But I mean, in an
saying,
hour.
Wait,
we'll have
when
results.
do the Iowa polls drop?
They close in 5 minutes.
They close at 8 Central?
9. 8 Central. Yeah.
9 Eastern. Okay, yeah. Okay.
So just a story we haven't hit very yet, but Milwaukee Fire Department is helping process ballots in Central Count. City officials say
I trust those guys.
They asked for extra hands once the issue with the tabulation machine doors came to light. So apparently some doors were left open. City saying that they feel confident in the integrity of the count, but it's doors on tabulators were left open inadvertently. Apparently, city is reprocessing 30,000 after the human error is what they're calling it. Roughly 106,000 in total to get through. So. For what it's worth, they're behind in absentee counts in Milwaukee.
So Ruffini is trying to clean up his comments a little bit because people were questioning why his math seemed off, and what he's saying is he's not seeing any crossover for Kamala Harris from R's or I's. And basically, this idea that you were going to see all these Republicans, and this is just Philadelphia that he's looking at. But what he's saying is this whole idea that, hey, we're going to bring out Liz Cheney and we're going to run up abortion and we're going to do all this, that at least for Philadelphia County, it's just he's not seeing it in the data. And in fact, if anything, he might see Trump getting more of a crossover vote from Philadelphia, which might end up being those black men we were talking about before, like in Georgia.
Okay, subscribe to our podcast. Also, members.charliekirk.com.
Hold on.
Hat? Yes, please.
This clip is once they have it loaded. I think this is a really big finding. Okay, so this is ABC basically going through indies in the battleground states, saying that Trump is leading with indies 161.
Look, so far with the independent vote, 24% of those who voted in Pennsylvania identify as independent voters, highly coveted group here. So far, breaking toward Donald Trump. 50% of those independent voters in Pennsylvania saying that they went for Donald Trump compared to 44% for Kamala Harris.
50 to 44 independent voters going for Trump over Kamala Harris
With a 24% independent electorate.
Vote
so that's
share.
a quarter of the votes with the
All right,
vote
let's
share.
jump back
and
over to the
split is
Daily Wire. Let's see. Trump at 50% for Virginia. That would be dope. I thought Virginia voted Ohio. He's winning. All right. Killing it in where's this? Popular vote. Oh shit. Oh, if Trump wins the popular vote, that would be fucking sick. Oh man, that'd be awesome. Let's just hope for the best.
One simple device to understand your body more with Lumen.
Let me grab
It's
another
interesting
drink.
that,
We'll
you
listen
know,
to the Daily Wire.
Trump
I'll be right back.
is running ahead of Kamala in Virginia, and the Times is saying that it still leans her way, but they're not saying she.
Well, I mean, they've actually called. I mean, the AP called it.
The
for her.
AP called it.
I mean, that's why again we're the amateurs. I mean, like
Yeah.
really, if they're calling it, the reason that they're calling it is because the counties that have already reported tend to be the more red
Right, right,
counties.
right.
There are a bunch of
Yeah.
outstanding blue
Yeah.
counties. They know how that's
Now,
going to go.
looking at the lib outlets, I'm checking in again with our friends at the New York Times. They are continuing to increase Trump's chances at the presidency. They're now putting it at 60-40 Trump. Their EV breakdown is 279 to 259. Before New Hampshire came in, they had it up to 280 as a possibility, but okay, we're at 279 still. You were seeing a little breakaway here, even coming from the liberal outlets.
It says it's a toss-up, but their meter is moving closer to lean.
They've got the needle back. The needle is back. The famous
needle is
needle
back,
that had
yeah.
that
Where
had
are the
Hillary Clinton
degenerate
at
gamblers?
99%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. That's what I
Where
want
are
to
the
get to.
degenerate gambler crowd?
You know, Megan, what are you hearing from the evangelical? You know, we've heard so much about the evangelicals being kind of told not to vote or told that they should vote woke or whatever. What are you hearing?
I mean, that's a very real thing.
Yeah.
It's both from a standpoint of you have pastors, and I can tell you some very well-known, influential pastors, people like Andy Stanley, who he has a church of about 38,000 in Georgia, and he had a book out last year called "Not in It to Win It: Why Choosing Sides Sidelines the Church." So I think that has been a major factor. Jeremy was talking about this earlier.
Yeah.
The messaging that you're getting from a lot of these pastors that it's dirty to get your hands in politics, rather than understanding that, look, we as a constituency have to be able to leverage our political power for the cause of righteousness. That's not what they're arguing. And at the same time, you also have, literally, and you and I talked about this on your show, hard left secular foundations who are funneling money into gambits and efforts to try to push this narrative that it's better for Christians to abstain from the political process, that Jesus is neither left nor right. And of course, the implication there is that the left and right are moral equivalents, and they're not. But I think you have a lot of pastors who are unwilling to stand up and seem like they're partisan and push back against that narrative.
This you've hit a very sensitive subject. I had Jack Hibbs on, one of the best-known pastors in the country, for an hour last week on my show, begging fellow evangelicals to vote. But this notion, Jesus is neither left nor right, and it doesn't matter whether you're Catholic, Protestant, or Jew. I, for 17 years, have conducted Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah services in Los Angeles, and I never talk politics, by the way. That's one of the reasons I founded this synagogue, was not to talk politics. But I'm obviously conservative in religiously and morally. And one of my subjects, and I choose them very carefully because most of the people have heard me on the radio and in speeches, so I need something really big, but not one that I've addressed. How does one explain when religion, specifically Judaism and Christianity, or Christianity, doesn't make people better? It's always bothered me. The first book I wrote, I was 24 years old, The 9 Questions People Ask About Judaism. And one of the questions was, if religion is supposed to make people better, how do you account for unethical religious people? And that has bothered me since high school.
See if the young Turks are flipping out yet.
Voting block. I want to do a populist revolt no matter who wins, whether it's Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. I did it before the election, so you know I wasn't BSing you. And you should go check that out on tyt.com. My guess is whether you're a populist right or populist left, you like that plank, and let's be a voting block that actually demands that our politicians get it done. By the way,
there's a lot of calls, by the way.
Yeah. All right, let's do the calls. We'll come back to Sherrod Brown. We got to take a break after the calls, and we're going to bring in Senator Nina Turner from Ohio as well. John,
Super
let's do
fast
the calls.
Okay, Trump has won Louisiana, not surprising. Harris has won New York. Trump had said that he was going to win it. Some Republicans said it. That was never going to happen. He did, however, take Nebraska, and unfortunately for our prior call, we got one wrong. He has won South Dakota.
Okay, not surprising. That was just a graphic mistake. So, okay, those are all expected.
Dude, the bottom right is
not
a
overly
fucking weird head. Oh, did their stream just go down?
important yet. They're falling in line into the buckets they're supposed to. Let's take a quick break here. We got Senator Nina Turner coming up from Ohio. Check in with her, and we'll check in on the Sherrod Brown race. And
because it posits that the greatest wisdom that's ever, been presented in human history.
Why no volume?
The responses are the University of Alabama asking for donations for the Harris campaign. SEC for Harris.
This will be interesting.
Who? For Harris. SEC for Harris. We're trying to raise money for SEC for Harris.
I'm an American. I'm not a communist. Get out of here.
Commie.
Would rather throw my money on the ground and burn it.
I was wondering if you were positioned at all to donate, as we're trying to bridge that gap.
For Harris, Kamala Harris.
Kamala, yeah.
Yeah. I'm a Trump supporter.
SEC for Harris. Probably not with that right there. Really? And all to donate?
No heavens, no, good Lord. Good Lord.
No. Kidding me? But are you guys in a position to donate?
Those are my people.
But anyway, the point.
Do you get raisin toast or stick with that regular toast?
I get regular toast. Yeah, I just put a lot of jam on it. I'm not a big raisin guy.
Yeah.
Do you like raisins?
I mean, because I like grapes that have been through something. You know, it's just who I am, you know? But, so yeah, I guess I do like it, you know?
But anyway, the point.
Do you get raisin toast or stick with that regular toast?
I get regular toast. Yeah, I just put a lot of jam on it. I'm not a big raisin guy.
Yeah.
Do you like raisins?
I mean, because I like grapes that have been through something. You know, it's just who I am, you know? But, so yeah, I guess I do like it, you know?
But anyway, the point.
Do you get raisin toast or stick with that regular toast?
I get regular toast. Yeah, I just put a lot of jam on it. I'm not a big raisin guy.
Yeah.
Do you like raisins?
I mean, because I like grapes that have been through something. You know, it's just who I am, you know? But, so yeah, I guess I do.
One of the things that was highlighted about Tesla, because someone up and said something stupid about calling him a modern day robber baron, and because of how much money he makes off of the stock, and they said you don't understand that all Tesla employees are compensated with stock. So
Yeah.
you're a
Really?
modern day moron. One of the things that was highlighted about Tesla, because someone
7 a.m. on election day.
I don't think they do.
It varies, I believe.
I just don't think they do.
Okay, well they're allowed to by law. They tried to pass a bipartisan bill to make it so that they could pre-canvass
like the bipartisan immigration
yeah,
compromise.
Yeah, exactly. But like, the Republicans shot it down because it was basically full
Trump
of a bunch
up
of other
7.5 now in Ohio for all of you keeping score at home.
What about where's Bernie at?
Bernie is where's my Bernie?
Bernie B. Where's Big Bernie B?
Forecasted
Bernie,
up? Or-
Bernie's
no,
up.
no,
Bernie is up
actually
a
up.
point,
Yep.
and that's really good. That means you control the U.S. Senate and a great man. And we early endorsed Bernie Moreno for the record.
It means we can replace a Supreme Court justice if one dies or retires.
It's huge, huge. If Trump
What
were to
if, what
win,
if we have a majority Supreme Court of Trump appointees?
God would be good. God would show His mercy to us. And that
We have 51% of the vote in Denver County, and Kamala is winning 79% of it.
Yeah, what a shocker.
It's the only votes we have in Colorado right now.
The likelihood of Trump winning Pennsylvania is increasing.
I will flag that, assuming that is early vote in Denver, it's identical to what they got in 2020, 79%. So if we improve in Denver, Colorado was a 14-point beat down.
Exit
We're not
poll
flipping that.
of Arizona Indies, 49-45 Trump. If that, I will know if that's. By the way, there is no better state where I could tell you if the exit polls are better because we have such a controlled universe.
And they need to win Indies big. 'Cause
Honestly,
this is a state
well,
where there's more Republicans.
Let me do the
than
math,
Dems.
right? Let me do the math. You guys talk about something. I'll do the math. If that's even remotely, can
Charlie
you send that
Kirk
to our little
mathing.
friend?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's not really our friend, is he?
No, he's very much our
Oh,
friend.
okay. All right.
By the way,
He's our
our
worrywart.
phone call says hi. Good spirits, locked in, engaged. Wanted to see how things were going.
Staying focused, Frosty, in the flow state.
52 minutes to the next poll's close.
Members.charliekirk.com. Just to be clear, what's happening on the stream is being watched at the highest levels of the government.
Oh,
Half of the party
I'll
at
tell that
Mar-a-Lago
story.
has like the stream on right now.
Yeah, I'll tell that story some other time.
Okay. Let me
That's some
see
of the
here.
phone calls I got today.
All right.
Right?
Hold on. So can we? Are we going to say it again? Just for
Say
the
what?
repeat it. Repeat the.
According to the NBC exit poll, we're winning Indies 49-45 in Arizona.
49,
which is
45.
doesn't even add up, but that's okay.
It doesn't, but it's direction. If it's again, it's
directionally
directionally accurate.
I gotta figure this out here. Hold on. This is where was the last drop here? Can someone else go through something while I do this, please?
Yes, absolutely.
Jack, what's on your mind? How about Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania's always on my mind. You know,
Go through the counties.
You're getting this mix, and it also kind of depends on which map you're looking at because different maps have got different percentages in, which is
Different
the
maps
most
have different
annoying
places
thing
on
of all.
them, and it would
So, like, you're
seem
using what, CNN?
that
I'm
if
using,
you have a map of a
CNN's
different
results
place,
from 2020. I'm
you
using
know,
New
that
York
map
Times for the
will
ones
represent
today.
a
New York
different
Times
area.
website, yeah, I've got-
They need
I've got
Kamala
both.
Harris for this.
And so I'm just kind of looking at some stuff in PA. So like Lycoming County is 52% in. If that's early vote, it's 66-33 right now for Trump. And in the final, last time it was 70-29.
That'd be
But of
wild
course,
if
that is the final result. So if we still have a bunch of day of vote coming in, that could
If
be
Trump took
substantially more.
Colorado.
Yeah.
They say it's
Row-
purple.
a
It's
little
not
bit
fucking purple.
deceiving here, but let me see.
Yeah,
All the idiots from
Luzerne,
California went there and
20%
ruined
in.
it.
Well, it's nothing from Center County. And then Center County had that incident earlier, which I still don't really have full clarity on what exactly happened out there. They said some people tried to disrupt an election office. But people like actually running in. So I don't even know what side that was. No, in Center County, Penn State.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And so they had some Penn State reporters who were there, and maybe we can check out what actually happened. But I mean, we're seeing a lot of really
I have
weird.
a question.
Yeah.
Are we seeing any R crossover across the country of significant note?
Well, that's what Ruffini was talking about in Pennsylvania. Is that he's
Are
not
we seeing it across?
No.
Okay. All right. So
At least not in-
the Liz Cheney thing is not materializing.
No, if anything, that drove people away, in my opinion. Except for
I
wine
really think
bottles.
it's Liz Cheney.
But I mean, those were the kind of signals that could end up winning us Michigan.
Okay,
You think about
so if that's right, Tyler's going to kill me for this, but that's okay. So if that's right, the first drop, based on early voting data, which we don't have a complete picture, we should do very well. We'll see. Was that fair to say? We'll see. If Indies are that way, because look, we beat them in turnout, therefore Indies are the question mark. If you win Indies even a little bit, then the margin is.
What have we been saying? If we split even with Indies, or even lose a little bit with Indies, we're in the driver's seat.
By the way, NBC exit poll, get this one up. Michigan young voters under 30, Trump +4.
In Michigan.
Send that to me. Where the heck is this?
It's Michigan.
You got to tweet that.
I know.
Everybody, you win younger voters by 4 points.
You know, just because it's very entertaining, we have less than 1% of the vote in Wayne County. So we're talking about 900 total votes, but Donald Trump is up 65-32 in Wayne County in Michigan. That's Detroit.
I love it.
So some random, precinct.
By the way,
I'm
we
gonna get a kick out
on
of that
YouTube
one.
we have 172,000 concurrents right now.
Let's get to 500,000. Let's go.
Members.charliekirk.com.
New York Times calls Ohio for Trump. Oh wait,
let's go.
We can all get on board with that.
There we go.
That's a big one, everybody, this early. If you're at 9 p.m. Eastern calling Ohio for Trump, you're in a good spot.
Put it on the board.
Ohio used to be
Guys, that is a signal to Pennsylvania.
We knew we were going to win
Western Pennsylvania votes very. What were you talking about earlier about New Jersey, Andrew? Remember, we were talking about how people do not. Cultural differences do not stop at state borders, right? So the Steelers crowd, the Steelers fans bleed into Youngstown, Ohio, right across the river. So by the same token, so do political drifts and political wins, if you will. And so if Trump is coming up that big in Ohio, you're going to see that reflected. Look, I mean, Butler County is right there, by the way, where yes, I have the book, but President Trump was literally shot right there.
That's right.
And almost killed. So Kamala Harris didn't even try knocking doors in that county.
Well, by the way, we've got Cliff Maloney. He's going to come on our show in just a few minutes.
Yeah, one clip on.
He's on with Steve right now. Members.charliekirk.com if you want a signed MAGA hat. The walls are closing in on Kamala. We're not getting too ahead of our skis here, but the walls are closing in.
Her path is just getting so narrow.
Yeah, I mean, Bernie Moreno. The Republicans are going to control the United States Senate before Montana polls close. That's crazy. Okay. Texas, by the way, they're now projecting Trump is going to win by 11.
Boom.
By the way, can all those Democrat donors that gave money to Colin Allred get their money back? I just love how they waste so much money on Texas.
Every time. And so just for comparison, win it by 11. We won it by less than 6 last time, about 5.5. So a 5-point improvement in Texas. That's very promising. Man, if we improve by like 5 points in the Sun Belt, we lost New Mexico by 11 in 2020. We're thinking about, but I would say that's a big reach overall. You'd need a major overperformance.
Two things. I want to shout out Data Republican on Twitter, who has been very, very helpful to us and is sending us data. Secondly, thank you guys for becoming members. I'll shout it out. If you want a shot at a free hat, subscribe to the podcast and prove that you are subscribed. Charlie Kirk Show podcast, freedom@charliekirk.com. I want to hear from you about your early voting, your voting experience. And by the way, tons of Texans that are just flooding the feed. I would much rather be Donald Trump than Kamala Harris right now. I'm not saying anything's going to happen. Donald Trump is in the driver's seat right now. We were not in the driver's seat in 2020. We were not.
Nope.
We are in the driver's seat. We are in the driver's seat. I see a very clear path for Donald Trump. I see North Carolina going well. I see Georgia going well. The path is very simple. Allow me to just repeat it. He's doing 1.5% to 2% better with rurals. He's doing 2 to 3% better in urban corridors with Black and Hispanics. Democrats did not show up in massive numbers, and he's holding his own with suburbs. If those 1, 2, 3, 4 things continue, Kamala's going to have a tough time. And those are trends right now. That is trends that we are seeing across the country. Okay. Soon you're going to see a lot of caterwauling on CNN, by the way. So someone should just be live.
I got Marina on it.
Yeah.
The big thing we're waiting for is if it's clear the Seltzer poll on
Uh-oh.
Iowa was wrong.
Well, we
We're
can't
only at
flip
1%.
the-
We need to wait a few more minutes on that
Can
one.
we flip?
Oh, Donald Trump's only up 8 points.
Yeah, only up 8.
Yeah, I know, but it's not.
You know, it's a tiny number of places.
Not predictive.
The only place we have a substantial
Oh, it's
amount
gonna be hard
is,
to see.
is we
I don't
have,
even know if it's gonna be
40%
correct.
in
We're just
Carroll
gonna-
County, and it's 62-36. That's
Oh,
a bit
it's
worse than
garbage.
it was in 2020. But
There we
if it's
go.
early vote, we've seen the pattern so far. That's likely to improve.
Yeah, 34% in Wright County, and it's not a lot of votes, but I mean it's like a 30-point split.
Arizona votes have not dropped yet, but they will drop in probably the next 30 to 40 minutes, which is why I got a call from who I got from. How's Arizona?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the first question.
Charlie.
How's Arizona? All right, Tyler.
Oh,
how
The
do we
flip
do
button
this?
is not flipping.
I'll help out.
Yeah, can we sub out Andrew?
There we go.
Andrew, we'll just rest up. We'll bring you back in.
Oh, yep.
Okay,
We got a long night.
I'll send you a
Changing the-
message. yeah.
changing the line.
It's the
Line
it's the hot-
change.
hot
Line
show.
change.
Line change.
Did you see the NBC Indy poll? Did you see the?
It almost murdered Charlie.
Yeah.
Charlie almost died for that poll. We got him
Um,
back, folks. We got him back.
If the
that's
math is,
really
we're not saying
weird.
this on air, but if the map is the first drop, it should look like this. Tyler. If the map is right, we're not saying that on air though. So, all right, email us freedom@charliekirk.com.
Is that 6.5%?
It's actually almost freakily that. So,
Need my Rust Belt.
Donald Trump shows 1.3% improvement in DeKalb County, Georgia, over his 2020 performance. All
Good
this
enough.
stuff adds up, guys.
Good
For
enough.
every one of you guys that labored in these difficult Democrat areas, this stuff adds up.
There we
right,
go.
Blake? When you go in these
Live
difficult Democrat
on
areas,
X
and you
for
go
the
to college
first time
campuses like
ever,
us- by the way, North Carolina,
we
Donald Trump is
are
now projected
watching
to win by 3.5 points.
The election.
Yep.
So their big gamble on North Carolina is widening. Donald Trump is now projected to win Ohio by 9.5 points.
That's better than last time.
Donald Trump
And
projected
he's
to win
now-
Ohio by
so we're
9.5
starting to see as
points.
the data comes in.
Clayton
Bernie
County,
Moreno.
Georgia was
Bernie Moreno, he's up.
84-15.
I know that's
Just in
Bernie
case you're
Moreno
wondering.
win territory by a
Clayton
lot.
County, Georgia is
Let's go.
84-15. That's a very blue one. It's that's a 1-point improvement over where
All
it
right.
was.
Watching mostly
those
Charlie
little
Kirk
mouse.
here.
By the way, we have 172,000 concurrents right now on YouTube. That is the largest ever Charlie Kirk stream. And a special viewer right there, the most important concurrent.
Aww.
Is it me?
Thumbs up. Trump.
I think we know who it is, folks.
Don't say any names.
I think we know.
She said Trump. That's why we do what we do right there.
There's only one.
Why she's
person
in a
who gets-
wheelchair, I don't know.
There's only
but
one person who gets that smile out of Charlie.
that is a separate issue. Members.charliekirk.com. The vibe here is pretty good right now.
Why
I have
do we
to say.
have a wheelchair to begin with?
No, it's because I'll tell you the story later.
Okay.
Pennsylvania, New York Times says Pennsylvania is likely to go 1 point in Trump's direction.
One total point, or
by the way, we won Ohio by 7.5% in 2020. If we win it by 10 this time, that is a 2.5% increase. So.
And that's not going to get figured out.
By the way,
for
so
days.
CNN right now is saying, Jack, if Berks County goes blue, they think Pennsylvania will go to Harris. Do you think that's a fair take?
If Berks goes blue,
Bucks, Berks or Bucks? I think Bucks. Is that what they're saying?
Well, Berks is towards Allentown, and then Bucks is more of that
Wisconsin
Philadelphia
data
area
is dropping. By the way.
bellwether.
Wisconsin data is dropping. Dane County dropped almost nothing. So
Bucks also has way more voters.
Let's go back to the Young Turks. Or not. I don't know if they went offline. I hope they
You
did.
see
Fuck 'em.
the Whisper campaign
Although I
that
do
the
wanna
Washington Post was
watch,
reporting on. They said
the
after that
terrible,
ad went
terrible
out, women were
awesome
putting
takes.
Post-it notes in bathroom stalls saying, Your husband won't know. Your boyfriend won't know. Your vote is a secret. I kind of feel like if I went to the bathroom and I saw a post-it on the wall, I would not consider what it was telling me. But the Washington Post said it
What's
was,
wrong with you? Is it?
you know, that's what women were doing, and if it worked for them, I guess.
This is a reminder, though. I agree with you. That ad drove me
Daily
so
Wire's got an
bonkers.
all-star
but
guest
but
tonight.
it's so perfectly exemplary of the Democrat Party because you know the fundamental political unit is the family. It's not the individual, right? The political unit means it's the family. And the Democrats have been so relentless in their assaults on the family, taking your kids away from you, promoting divorce, discouraging marriage, promoting abortion, all down the line, all the way up to, hey, folks, our best argument for victory is you divide up your marriage,
Right,
and
right.
that will divide up the
being quiet
country, and we
here.
win.
You know, the
I'm
New
just
York
listening
Times,
in,
If you follow the New York Times,
watching,
they
all
run at
the
least 3 articles a week.
the guesswork coming
suggesting
in.
various kinds of sex that
On the
will
Daily Wire,
probably
they're
destroy
saying
or enslave you,
Kamala Harris had
unless you're
60% to
married. If you're
39%
married,
in
they keep saying, you know,
Nebraska,
you don't
with
have to have sex
20%
when you're
of
married. They
precincts
literally publish
reporting.
articles,
Well,
but
you
might
know,
wanna consider
Still
it a
time to
throuple, you know?
switch
If
that.
if
From
you're
what I recall,
childless
Nebraska is
and
not
alone,
very Republican
maybe
friendly.
a decent evolutionary
I don't remember,
strategy is
though.
to
It's
break
been a
up other
while.
people's marriages.
Well,
I'm dead serious about that. Like you
I'm
have
dead
no
serious
idea
about
what
that.
sort
You
of
have no idea, like,
machinations
what
people
sort
are
of
capable
imaginations
of
people are
when what they're
capable
fighting
of.
for is the probability that they will end up in a couple. Like there's no holds barred. And it certainly is a useful strategy. If you're not in a couple and other people are, then
Oh, we
one
got
of your
New
strategies is to do everything
Jersey.
you
Of
can to
course, New
break that up.
Jersey is
Why
going. They're
wouldn't you?
41%
You're gonna what? Are you going to
reporting.
solidify
You got
the
Kamala Harris
situation?
54%,
And you might say,
Donald
well,
Trump
that's counterproductive
44.
in the long run. It's
New
like,
Jersey's
well,
full of
maybe
idiots,
you're not concerned about the long
dummies,
run if you're that desperate.
trash.
Because desperate people
Not
tend not
everyone,
to be
but
concerned
just
with
the
the long run.
majority.
Like, we do have this terrible mystery that conservatives haven't unlocked, which is the absolutely aberrant
They're
pattern
saying
of
Trump has a
attitudes and voting patterns that
53%
characterize
chance. Of course, that
women
doesn't mean
between-
anything.
Single women between the ages
We
of
all
18 and
saw what
34.
happened,
It's like, there's
everybody,
a big problem there.
in
And it's a real
2020
mystery. It can't just
when
be
Trump
passed
had
over
an
because
astronomical
what they're
lead,
doing
and
is
all of a sudden,
radically
3
different
a.m.
than
rolls
what
around.
everyone else is doing, and it's enough to consistently swing the
300
election.
I
Then
can't
we were
remember how
talking
many
about
votes
this last
rolled
night
in.
on your show.
Thousands
this idea
upon
that,
thousands of
you know,
votes,
people like
all
Chelsea
going
Handler and
Biden.
others keep talking
Rolled
about
in
how,
magically
you know, they
somehow.
do drugs and have sex
So,
with themselves all day.
r-
you
it's
know?
not over till
and
it's over,
they're so
but-
genuinely happy. And
We're gonna hope
and-
for the
and
best.
my argument was that they actually are happy. I don't think that
many
they're
hours
lying.
left until this
I
is
think
even
that they
close.
don't
It's
know that
8:30,
there's
almost
an
8:30
entire
now.
realm of human emotion
We're looking
that
at-
happens in marriage, and then
I think
when
the
you have
closest
children,
they would
that
ever
they,
call
that they're
it would
not
be like
even
11
aware of. They
at night,
They live
and
in
that's
a
only if
emotion.
Trump just
And
steamrolls.
the fact that we're obsessed with happiness, even on the psychological side, is an indication of how trivial our culture is. I mean, one of the things that you see quite consistently in psychological research is that children without couples without children are happier than couples with children. It's like, well, you shouldn't have children. It's like, no, you shouldn't use happiness measurements as your index of outcome. Of course, you're less happy because your 3-year-old is fragile. And if you have a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old, it's like, well, you're juggling catastrophes all the time. Well, seriously, you don't have time to be happy. It's like, but happiness is a fleeting hedonic emotion, and it's not an indicator of participation in a process that's going to stabilize your life and the life of your family across decades.
and enrich your life.
It is. It's the permanent adolescence.
Yeah,
of
that's
the,
right.
Of the coming generations. They are. I look at wolves and I look at dogs and the story of how dogs came to be domesticated. They say that dogs are effectively just permanent adolescent wolves. I see that's what's happening to humanity right now with the current trend, telling people not to grow up, play video games, stay home, stay single, live in your own internal world. But I believe that is spiritual suicide.
That's the Peter Pan story.
Yeah,
right. You know, and Peter Pan has Tinkerbell, the porn fairy. Serious, dead serious. I mean, he's king of the Lost Boys, right? Well, that's a form of king. It's not perhaps the kingship that you'd choose, you know, and he forgoes the possibilities of maturity to remain in this childhood fantasy.
The only thing our media is telling
hedonistic.
Our media is telling everybody to keep doing it.
Yeah.
They're telling you you're selfish if you try to live and have a family and experience what you should be doing. And also, I believe your moral duty, which is for those that are religious to be fruitful and multiply, but for the sake of humanity, if you look at it from a more secular point of view, something like Elon Musk, if we do not reproduce, civilization collapses. And they are telling people to just be hedonistic and to be permanent children.
But I kind of disagree with you a bit about this because people who do these things, I've known a lot of them. I worked in Hollywood for quite a while, and I've known a lot of people who live like that. I don't think they're happy. You know, I think they have that kind of surface, brittle, smiley happiness. But you only have to question them talk to them for 10, 20 minutes, and the depth of despair underneath that, it's like thin ice over a black.
Well, that's why the measurements are out. The measurements
Right,
are terribly
that's
out
right.
of whack. It's
Yeah.
like if you're going to do research on something as fundamental as human well-being, you bloody well better make sure your measurements are accurate.
We also need to
They're
establish.
not.
We have to establish the definition of happiness,
Right,
which is like these guys are talking about happiness as though, in the way we talk about it in modern times, which is as some fleeting little emotion or you get tickled or something. But happiness we used to understand as rational activity done with excellence in accordance with
Yeah, right,
virtue.
exactly.
Aristotle wrote a very good book about this. And so we used to believe that actually there was an end to mankind. There was like a purpose for man. There was a purpose for marriage. We could know things by their purpose. That ground has totally shaken underneath us. So when we disagree over what makes us happy, unfortunately the problem is even more fundamental. We don't even agree on what
And
happiness
maybe this is actually why
That's the
I always
measurement
say this in a way that you, because we talk about this from time
Let's
to time, and you
go.
guys disagree with me, but for example, 2023 was the hardest year of my life. I mean, it was genuinely traumatizingly hard, and I still would have told you I was miserable, but I was also happy.
Right.
I was certainly not at my best, but I still would have considered myself a happy person even in my misery, and I think that it may be that I'm just defining happiness differently. I don't think of happiness as
What was
a-
what was it about your life that would have motivated you to
Well,
construe your
I suppose
situation
that what I would
way?
say is that I was fulfilled.
Right. Well, and that's a multidimensional issue, right? I mean, you can tolerate a lot of pain even if your relationships are intact and you're moving towards a purpose that you regard as worthwhile. So one of the things that's worthwhile to understand purely from the perspective of the psychophysiology of happiness is that the positive emotion that's produced by drugs like cocaine, for example, which make you happy, that positive emotion is always experienced in relationship to a goal, right? So that the happiness that people strive towards is only possible psychopharmacologically if you observe yourself moving towards a valued goal. And so that has a number of implications, one of which is no goal, no happiness.
It's election day,
Or
baby.
maybe happiness of
Hopefully
only
everyone got
most
their votes
fleeting
out.
and easily substituted
I'm
kind.
scrolling through
We
Twitter.
also
I'm
know
watching
from
all the
animal research,
things.
for example, that
I'm trying to
it's very
keep track of the
difficult-
heartbeat of
it's very
America
easy
right
to get
now.
Rats that are isolated in a cage addicted to cocaine.
So far, so good.
And you can get them addicted
Everything's looking
rapidly
good.
to the point where they will basically not drink water or eat or engage in sex. They'll just push a button to get cocaine until they die. But if they're living in their wild habitat,
7%
doing like
reporting in
normative rat
Iowa,
things,
huh?
it's almost impossible to get them
57%
addicted
here.
to
They
cocaine.
must have started at
And so-
Democrat. I was
and
definitely
so
gonna go
even
Republican.
at the purely level of pure pharmacological reward,
Illinois.
if you have animals in
If
a
you want
habitat
to know
where
if
they're
hell's
pursuing
going to
their
freeze over, Illinois would vote for
intrinsic
Trump.
biologically
So that's a
determined
given.
goals, then they're participating in processes
Indiana
that make them very
crushing it.
resistant to
All the
alternative
great people
forms
of
of fleeting
Indiana.
happiness. And we've blown
Smart,
that all
smart
apart in
people,
our
good
society.
people,
We don't know how
intelligent
much that's enraging.
people.
I really think it's
out in
enraging young
Indiana,
women in particular.
right next
We
to
have
that
no-
butthole
we
of a state,
absolute- So
Illinois.
we know that, for example,
baby.
half of women who are 30 and under now don't have children. Half of them.
Wow.
Right, that we hit
Maine
that
has
milestone last year in
50-50
the
with
West.
4%
Half of
reporting
them will
in.
never have children. That's the prognostication. 95% of them
50-50.
will
If
regret
Trump
that.
pulled Maine,
so
that'd be
we're already in a situation where we have
I'd have to go up there and
doomed
do some
one
crab
woman in
fishing.
4 to permanent isolation and alienation.
Illinois,
and we
58
have
to 41,
no
of
idea
course,
how angry they are
because
about
that's
that.
Illinois.
But like you can be
I
sure that
moved
they're
away from
angry
the
at a
terrible
level
state
that's
of
so
Illinois,
deep
and
that
it's
you
been
can
the
barely
greatest
comprehend
choice I've
it.
ever
And you're not
made in
even
my
allowed
life.
to talk about it because you're offending them by saying that the childless cat lady
Illinois is a
not in a good position
cesspool.
to judge the future. And this thing about time
Garbage.
is everything, right? I mean, you have kids and it's difficult, but it's a beautiful experience. It's a enriching
Love the
experience. It's
people,
the
hate the
experience that
politics.
turns life from 2 dimensions into 3 dimensions. And at some point, it's incredibly rewarding to have done it. You know, I mean, I can sit and look at my grandchildren without doing anything for hours. I actually said to my wife, we have to go because I'll never accomplish anything ever again because I'm just happy watching
There's a
playing
lot
with
of
Legos. You
time.
know, it's like
There's a lot of time left, you know? Let's go back to Charlie Kirk, see what he's got going. Actually, no. Let's see if anyone's flipping out at the Young Turks. Let's see if the cope is real.
Party instead of the
You always get a good
tend to be
like pulse
Republican light party
on what the
let's
lefties are doing, what they're
trounce around
saying.
the country
You know,
with the
He's-
chain, with
you can
Liz
tell
Cheney
when they
and
start
act like
sweating,
she's
when the veins
uh,
start
better
popping
than sliced
out.
bread, knowing that she
Baby,
voted
baby,
almost
baby.
100%
I want some good,
with
good,
Donald
good,
J.
good,
Trump,
good, good
but you
material
think
here.
that's a beautiful thing to trounce around the country with her, and then talk about being honored to have the endorsement of the warmonger number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, her father, and that's Dick Cheney. The Democratic Party
Spitting facts.
is really angling to the right, center right party
Yeah.
right now.
Is that
So,
good?
look,
That's
guys,
a good thing. You want Dick
right
Cheney,
now,
a fucking
election's still
warmonger, on your
50-50,
side.
But if the Democrats wind
No.
up losing, both progressives and the
See,
MAGA
even-
are going to
even
want to hear
Cuck
what I have
over
to say.
here is,
because it isn't going to be being mad,
basically
at Trump or being
accepting defeat.
sad. And that was a misnomer about 2016.
That's how you know. That's how you know the pulse. Right now, they're not saying, "Oh, when we win, when we win." They're saying, "Well, if she
And
loses."
so here we are again in a 50-50 race with a guy that
It's
I
not
knew
a
to be a
50-50
syphilitic
race.
clown. So great job, Democratic Party. You got us on pins and
He's-
needles. Can you beat
he's
an
already-
utter moron?
he's already bitching.
Who did a coup attempt against America. And you guys are at 50-50. But I'll save that for later in the
Not
night.
50-50.
Nina, when you were talking about the Wisconsin thing, I wanted to go back to that. Can you say that number again about the exit poll in Wisconsin?
Yeah, and Jinko, I'm pulling that up again. I would like your opinion about if Democrats win, though, they're going to think that they did everything right. And that is my biggest fear, that they won't learn any lessons from this. We know that Trump is a neo-fascist, and we know neoliberals are in full control. And if the neoliberals win, Jinky, as you and I know, and others, they're not going to change a thing. But yes, an NBC News exit poll in the state of Wisconsin shows that Trump has doubled his support among black voters in that state. Now, again, this
Fuck
is an
you.
exit poll, but it is what? A revelation of sorts
Yeah.
in terms of how black voters are feeling.
So I want to go back to that number and ask you a question about it. But first, I'll answer your question.
Let's
Look,
go.
Even if you squeak out a victory in the blue wall, I know Democrats, they'll learn no lesson at all. In fact, they'll learn the opposite
they
lesson.
won't.
They'll be like, nailed it. Our answer going forward is more Cheneys. And Kamala Harris will almost certainly put Liz Cheney in the cabinet, and they'll celebrate and think that they're the champions of the world. If you think Donald Trump tried to destroy democracy, and you're in the Democratic leadership, and you barely beat him, that is not like something to go right home about and brag about. And if you lose to him, but that's the thing, Nina, they're never going to learn a lesson. Look, guys, I need you to understand this. The establishment is not interested in learning lessons. They're interested in only one thing, the money, Lebowski, okay? So they're just going to go straight to the donor class anyway. They're never, ever, ever going to learn. You have to beat them in a primary. There is no convincing people who are crack addicts, okay? In this case, the thing that they're addicted to is not drugs, they're addicted to money. Remember, a lot of these consultants get 15%
Shut
of the
up.
ad spend.
All right, he's got enough
So
of
they
my
don't
time.
really care.
It's all cope. It's all cope.
Hovde's running above Trump, which is exactly what I thought would happen. Just by perspective, Ron John took 62% in Waukesha in 2022 and then won Wisconsin by 1 point.
Oh, it'd be so amazing if we could take that Senate seat.
The update, the totals just updated. It's 49-49 right now. The separation's about 1,000 votes
In Wisconsin.
In Wisconsin,
Yeah. Let's see what my modeling says
and
here.
1,300 people.
Right
voted for
now, the
RFK.
New York Times says Donald Trump is the favorite slightly to win Wisconsin. You want to know something crazy? I woke up from a dream last night and I said Donald Trump's going to win Wisconsin by 6,000 votes. I don't know if that's true or not. And people can mocking me, but sometimes that stuff ends up being
This is a very funny fact that just got tweeted out. They have switched to CNN from Fox at the Trump watch party. They want to see the tears.
Well, they went from Fox to CNN.
Yeah, they have switched to CNN.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So they've
Okay.
turned CNN on because
Yeah.
they want to see them freak out.
I will point out something that's happening so far in Wisconsin. Ozaukee County. So Washington County has not reported yet either. That's a red county. But Ozaukee is a lot closer than you want it to be.
For us?
Yeah. So
How much of the vote is in?
It's right now 28% in.
It's still early
It's
though.
90
But do they count earlies first?
Yeah. So
okay,
this
it
is-
should get redder.
Should.
Okay.
Should
got
should, get redder.
So is Dane going to get redder?
I find that
I doubt
can't
it.
figure out what's coming in.
I doubt it because you still have
but hold
the overwhelming population that's there.
And Milwaukee is posting votes, just to be
Plus,
clear.
you have students that vote in person.
Milwaukee is posting votes.
But I will say this: we got the video. We saw the video in Dane County. It was a
ghost town.
Ghost town at UW-Madison.
Looking at the
same
Wisconsin
thing
numbers,
at
I feel like
UPenn
these
in
must
Pennsylvania
be
and
election
Philly.
day ones because they're consistently quite a bit better than where they were. Like
No, they go earlies first, right, Tyler?
Do
In
they-
there-
I
in
mean,
Wisconsin?
Brown County, Green Bay is way ahead
Yeah.
of where it was 2020. I just can't imagine they moved 14 points just because the Lions beat them.
I don't
on
know.
Sunday.
We've been up there. The Brown County chair is an incredible dude.
we have 250 full-time staff in Wisconsin.
It's been
right.
It's been
250.
It's been extremely right tilting since that last election. A lot of upset people up in Brown County and the surrounding area. And that's part of the reason why you saw.
Wow. Can I interrupt you?
Tony Weed went.
Lackawanna County in 2020.
This is Scranton.
Was 54%, 54-55 Biden. Now it's 53-46 Kamala. So she's doing 1 point worse. We're doing 1 point better in Scranton, Pennsylvania, with 80% in, and it should get redder.
The 1% like Justice for Joe vote. Scranton
I
Joe.
mean, it's like, but again, 1% in Lackawanna County, and you run up, you flip Center County, and you flip Bucks, and you do better in Allegheny, and they don't show up in Philly.
You got to keep Bucks.
Okay, per Terry Dietrich, they're counting earlies first. That is the orange. So this is all earlies vote right now.
Early vote, and we're one better than we finished in Lackawanna.
Yes, and we're doing better in Dane with early. Now it might get.
Oh, you mean? Oh, that's Wisconsin.
No.
right?
I'm sorry. Yeah, Wisconsin might get bluer with day ofs because they could have more human beings there.
And they
right?
have same day registration.
Right.
and-
However, we had a lot of same day registration of working class Trump dudes, right, Tyler?
Yeah, we don't-
thousands.
and we're missing tons of rural counties still.
Yeah, nowhere is very high in Wisconsin yet, other than Waukesha is 62% now.
Yeah, you're gonna have. So you're gonna have. If you browse around, you cruise around Wisconsin. You have Marionette County that is been trending more red. You have more that's significantly more that's coming in Brown County. That's fantastic. You have Manitowoc. You have down south, the surrounding places just around Madison. So you've got Sauk County. You've got Waukesha. That's going to have a ton more votes that are going to come in. You have the really important below Milwaukee, Racine, and Kenosha. And Kenosha looks like it's outperforming, and Racine is going to be really interesting, outperforming this 2016 race.
Okay, let's get Cliff Maloney in here. Cliff from phchase.com. In the meantime, become a member, members.charliekirk.com. Or if you want to get in the running for a free hat, subscribe to our podcast, The Charlie Kirk Show. Screenshot proof of subscription, freedom@charliekirk.com. Cliff, do you like what we're seeing out of Pennsylvania right now?
Yes, I do. I want to go over a couple numbers with you guys. Number one, right now Trump has 32% of the mail-in vote when you compare Trump to Harris. That is a significant 10-point increase from where we were in 2020. So let me say that again. In 2020, Trump had 23% of the mail-in vote versus Biden. He is now at 32%. So we're about 9 points better than where we were. When we announced this thing, we said if we get to 33%, we think it's a decisive win. We still think he can win with 30%. But Philadelphia right now, Charlie, that is the missing piece that we have to keep an eye on. Okay, let me give you the basic numbers. Biden got 603,000 total votes in Philadelphia. About 350 of those were in the mail. Right now, with almost all Philadelphia's vote in, let's say about 115,000, they have about 60,000 more votes to come in by mail. Harris only has 100,000 of those votes by mail. So she's down 150,000 mail-in votes. She's got roughly 115,000 votes in a county, this is Philadelphia County, where Joe Biden had 603,000. Joe Biden won the White House, or at least won Pennsylvania, because he ran up the score to 603,000. If they're going to pull off Pennsylvania, there's only one way they're going to do it. They're going to have some explosive number that's off the charts that I quite frankly think is unrealistic and just not really possible, because they still need to find 500,000 votes on Election Day, a couple more mail-in, but on Election Day in Philadelphia County. Everything else across the board, guys, Allegheny County, 100% of their mail-in votes are in. And we're up double digits from where we were 4 years ago. So the big pocket that's left is Philadelphia, some of the collar counties. But right now, I don't know where they're going to find those votes unless they have some crazy night on Election Day in Philadelphia.
Okay, so Jack, I'm sure, do you have some questions for Cliff? But Cliff, is it correct that they did not hit, we don't know the turnout in Philadelphia, but did they hit benchmarks in other counties? In other counties that they needed to hit benchmarks in, did they?
No, I mean, I don't see any county that's a blowaway. I could pull direct numbers for you guys. I don't want to just talk off the cuff, but there's nothing that stands out as some major gain for Harris. In fact, in some of these counties, I mean, once again, we're looking at mail-in. We're now getting some of the Election Day votes, right? So it is a mix now, but most of what we have in is Election Day votes. And there is very few areas that we can point to that show that she's even had any growth. So if you have that as the current situation, and you need to 2.5 times what you're expected to do in Philadelphia, I mean, unless they somehow spent billions and we didn't see it, which we did see what they spent, I don't think it's tracking like any other county. There aren't any major gains in these counties that would point to Philadelphia being some consistent gain.
Just really pause here. Big drop out of Waukesha, 77% in countywide. Trump needs to get above 60, and he's not right now.
Right.
So this is
59-40 right now.
So he has to climb out of that. So
Charlie, we just got a big drop in Montgomery County. Can I break that for you guys?
break the news. Yes.
What's up, Jeff?
2020. This just
MAGA
hit
son.
all of the mail-ins. Barely.
We're rocking it all
almost
night
the
till we get
mail-ins just hit.
an election.
In 2020, Trump had 16% of Montgomery County's mail-in votes. They just hit, and Trump is now at 24%. Those types of marginal gains in those collar counties, Harris had to not only hold that, she had to improve. And so once again, we'll look at Election Day, but that right there is
It's stressful,
Montgomery
but at the same time, it
County,
feels
mail-ins
good,
just
you know?
hit. Trump goes from 16% in 2020 to 24% in 2024. That's a big gain for Donald Trump.
Whoa. So Lackawanna just narrowed, Cliff, to 52-47.
I've also...
It's 5 points, guys.
It is.
Guys,
It
Lackawanna's
is. It might
within
even be
5 points
a
right
long
now.
morning.
I've also been
Holy.
flagging the arrows, the counties that are the
Yes,
shift.
yes.
We have our first 100% in county in Pennsylvania. It's Elk County, and it is a 2-point Republican shift.
That is a great sign, guys. That if that just 2-point movement happens. By the way, Lackawanna, educate our audience. What is a 5-point
It's crazy, man.
Lackawanna margin mean? Cliff?
I
What does
remember
that mean?
4 years ago when
Yeah,
it
let
was
me
this
pull it up
point, I
because I
saw
know we were
Trump
talking
pulling
about
away
it
like
earlier,
crazy.
Charlie. Well, we're trying
I
to
went to bed
understand
thinking,
kind of
oh,
what it
it's
looked
a
like.
shoo-in, it's a
back in the day.
guarantee.
So
And then
yeah, let me find this. Hold on. I have
3
it
a.m.
pulled
rolls
up.
around after I'm
Can we get an
sleeping,
office theme, please?
and all of a
Can we
sudden
get the office music
300,000
going? Can we get the office intro?
votes
Can we
roll
play it,
in.
please? If there's ever a time to play the
Oh,
office
thanks,
intro,
man.
now is the time.
I appreciate you
Now
checking
is the
it
time
out.
to
So
do
we
it.
lost.
We just filmed the
we
newest
lost by
episode.
8
It's going to be out
points in
next week.
2020. So the whole of
Maybe even
Lackawanna,
later
we
this
lost
week.
by
We'll
8
see.
points. And so looking
We'll
at
see how
that now,
crazy
where
it
we're
gets.
pacing, once again, that is a significant gain. And yeah, I'm looking at it now. We're down by that is.
How's
crazy.
life?
I mean,
Isn't
if we
that
see
nuts?
that
This is
consistent
happening live
across
on
the
air.
board,
I watch you sometimes on
we saw that
Facebook
consistently across
to
the
see
board,
if
which we
you're
are seeing.
still
I
cranking
just
out
wanna- I
kids
wanna
and all
really
that, and
hone
still
in
got
on
your dogs.
Allegheny one more time, guys. The Democrats are obsessed with Allegheny and Philadelphia.
Can we play the
Keep it
video
going.
once you guys get it? I want to play we got to play the music. Okay, but let's just say that holds. If we do if we're within 5 points in Lackawanna, by the way, New York Times new estimate, Trump carries Pennsylvania by 1 point. That's their new estimate.
Wow.
It's getting redder
Got it.
as more comes
So-
in.
So keep in mind though,
How about
like
Michigan?
here's the one piece that
Yeah, we had a couple
grain of salt
issues.
for Lackawanna. Scranton is where Joe Biden was from. So
We had,
you do get a little that hometown
For sure.
boost.
And he never did an event for
two
her
of the
there.
guys, their
And
dad
he never
passed
did
away,
anything for her there.
and
They didn't
just with
want
summer
him.
being so
So
busy
he
and
has
stuff,
snubbed her party. He's not
it just
there
kind
yet.
of,
There it is.
Lackawanna County coming in
Lackawanna,
strong.
baby.
it just kind of
Are we gonna
slowed
get a
everything
copyright
down.
strike
Like we
for
never
this?
weren't going to stop,
All right, pull it
but
down.
Yeah, you just have to
Charlie,
comment
let me
on
get
it.
yeah,
you-
we're
You just
not.
have to
We
comment
just
on it.
filmed
As
the
long as
new
you comment.
episode.
We
We have
comment
another
on it. I
episode
love
after
that
that, and then next week we're going to start filming another one.
how
So
much- and
there's
by the
more
way,
in the
Cliff's
works.
going to be in the Lackawanna
If you're-
volunteer
Should be
sheriff's
fun.
department.
Let's say you're someone up there who is like an actual Joe Biden fan. What they did to Joe Biden isn't going to sit very well with you. what they did to him, the way they treated him, the way they've been treating him this entire time, you're going to sit there and go,
He's still
"You know
playing
what?
that,
maybe I'm not going to come out.
Call of
Maybe I
Duty
don't like
1 or
Donald
whatever that
Trump.
game
Maybe
you're
I'm
playing
a Democrat.
for, like,
maybe I've always been a
30
Democrat 'cause
years.
my family's always been Democrat, but you know what? I ain't voting for her after she knifed my boy. I'm not going to do it.
Okay, so guys, again, if we're within 5 points in Lackawanna, let me ask Cliff: is it going to get redder, stay the same, or bluer if there's like 10% left remaining to count?
Well, see, each of these are a little different because a lot of these counties, like look at Allegheny, okay? All the mail-ins
Oh,
hit
that sucks.
100%, and now it's all election day. So then you have to look at what the split would be for that. Some
Yeah.
of the counties, Charlie, have not
Yeah,
presented
Shuki
their
passed
mail-ins,
away in,
and we're
I
starting to see election day.
think it was
so
March.
I hate to not give you a simple
It
answer,
was a
but
tough
out of
day, man.
67
Tough day.
counties, you're
I
going to
definitely
see
feel
it
you.
coming in different paces. But let me give you
Yeah,
one.
he just switched to Fortnite.
drill-down
Nice, dude.
message
That's
on
awesome.
Lackawanna. We
A
just
little
pulled the
late.
numbers
It's a shame you
specific
didn't
to
jump on a
mail-in,
PUBG.
right? Because I want people to
You know,
understand
if you played
the
PUBG,
gains
I'd help
that
you out
Trump
there.
is making because of the work of Turning
I
Point
played it so much
Action,
they made me a
because of the
partner.
work of Early Vote Action and what we're doing
I get like
here in PA with
money
the
and
PA
stuff to play
Chase.
PUBG. It's pretty crazy.
Trump in 2020 in
Not much,
Lackawanna got
but anything
21%
is
of all mail-in
something.
votes. Okay, it was a bloodbath. He's now narrowing in on 33%. Right? Those types of gains, I mean, that to me, a 12-point gain just in the mail-ins, I just don't think Harris had the ability to compete with it. So us competing, it's working.
Cliff, there was this thing that was CNN was running around on talking about Berks County, and they were trying to talk about Berks County as some kind of bellwether, saying that if
I'll be right back.
That if Harris flips or if Harris takes
Yeah,
Berks County,
yeah. I've been
then
a
Trump
PUBG
can't
partner
win
for a couple of years. Like
Pennsylvania.
you can,
and I just said
you can't really
that-
tell, but
that
like
line
that
of thinking
sign
doesn't sit. It doesn't make any
right
sense.
there
to
they
me. It doesn't
sent
make any
me,
sense
and
to
I
me
got
at all,
like
but, wanted
they
to
sent
run
me
it by you to see if
sweatshirts
you
and
can
helmets and
get some kind of
that. There's a chicken right
at
above
least
it.
put
They
some
sent
kind of
a little chicken right
numerical
there.
weight on whatever it is that CNN's getting at.
Yeah, they sent that to me. They
Yeah,
sent me a
well,
bunch of
I'm looking
stuff.
at the numbers now. So Trump won Berks County by 17,000 votes in
Correct.
2020.
Oh,
Right
we have a
now,
mutual
it's
friend, a
neck and
laundry
neck.
company?
I think Trump's down. I'm seeing about 2,000. He's down.
Do you not?
I think
Oh,
that
you don't
they're
work there
trying to
anymore.
find something,
You.
Jack, to get excited about. I mean, what else
Yeah,
are they going to get excited
Who
about?
else do we
it
know that
seems
works
to
there
me
still?
like
There's
that's
someone
just
that still works
copium.
there that we're friends
That's
with.
just straight up copium, where they're saying, "Oh, it's Titan Berks. Maybe she could win." For what? For what? Berks County is in eastern Pennsylvania. It's not in western PA. We're talking
Bill
about the same way
contacted
that
me, like,
Lackawanna is in the northeast.
Oh, it must have been
right?
like
we weren't
6
expecting to
months
see
ago or
big
something, or
swings
8 months
in
ago
the east. We're expecting
on
to see
Instagram.
massive run up in the score in the
I guess he got
west,
divorced
in the
and
counties that border Ohio.
moved far
because
away or
that's where you get the
something.
demographic
He
trend.
said he might
And
be
I've been
rolling
trying
through
to explain
Texas.
to
I was like,
people all
hell
night
yeah,
that
man, stop
Pennsylvania
by.
is kind of like
I'll
three
give you the old
states
Texas
in a way.
welcome.
It's almost like 3 states. 2 states, maybe 3 states, and if you want to go like way in the weeds. But you've got your eastern corridor, your Acela corridor, and then you've
we're
got
not
everything
going to
else.
name names.
And you've got your Allegheny.
I assume we're talking about
got
the same
Allegheny
person
Mountains,
though.
by the way, Appalachia.
I think about him
You've got,
sometimes. I think about the old times, you know.
corridor, and
Even
then
though
west,
Ray,
where it almost operates
Super
like
Ray.
Ohio. So the headwinds from JD Vance, the headwinds that are going through Ohio.
the two crazy
that's
guys
gonna
that used to
blast
work
into
for us,
Western PA, of course, and then
work with
Butler,
us.
PA, with just obviously everything that went happen.
What was his name?
In Butler,
I still tell
the,
stories about the time
Miracle
that
and
dude
everything else. So
dropped a
that's
double
right
stack
there
washer on top of a
situated in
car,
Western PA.
not once,
But Berks
not
is
twice, but 3
Berks is
times.
Eastern. Berks is Trump's best county.
And
in
then use the
Eastern
company
PA.
card.
So with them trying to hang their hat on that, it just I don't buy it.
He used a company card to buy his
look at
girlfriend
Lehigh,
dinner
right next
and
door.
fake
I mean,
that
why
his
would they not
grandpa's
use Lehigh
dying
as
and took a week
example?
off work
You know, she
No,
won
Lehigh
it by
would be a
about
better
the
and
same
didn't
margin.
get fired for it.
Lehigh would be a
It's
better
like,
Wow.
you know,
yeah.
Wow, 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 wow,
if
wow,
you
wow,
found
wow.
something that made sense. But look, guys, I don't
Eric,
think all
was
day
that his
today
name? What's the other one's
we
name?
saw
Froy.
anything, aside from the
Froy
fact
and
that
Eric,
Republican
yeah.
counties had the issues with the scanners.
Man,
I don't really think
those
there
were
was
good
anything
times.
that we saw, whether it was exit polls, whether it was
Those
turnout.
are good times.
They're grasping at straws to find something to try to have some confidence to get their voters to turn out. So I think a lot of this is just talking points that really are baseless, and they're just trying to find something to get excited about.
Yeah, man. Keep jumping
I
from
think-
channel
I
to
think-
channel
New
to
York
see.
Times is projecting Trump with a 1-point lead in Pennsylvania.
And that's gone up. It was
Hey,
That's
Cliff,
gone up.
then
Cliff, do you
0.9.
remember?
Oh,
do you remember
man, if Trump
earlier
wins
when
Pennsylvania,
Bob
it's
Brady's
gonna be
sitting there in
lights out.
Philadelphia saying, saying, "Oh, we got record turnout in Philadelphia. It's record turnout," and people are all texting me saying, "Oh, the record turnout, Philadelphia is bad. It's gonna crush us." And I'm like, Bob Brady says that every single election since he's been alive. All right, that's and let's talk about
what happened.
We could.
What
I don't want to put it out yet. I'm kind of Charlie. I feel about Pennsylvania the way you
Eric,
feel
you
about
dropped a
Arizona
washer
right
on top
now,
of a
but
car when you're pulling it out.
There's going to be a
What
lot of tea that I have to spill on Bob
Eric,
Brady.
you dropped the
and what went
washer off the
down
back of
between Bob
the
Brady
truck.
and the Kamala campaign.
How?
When
How'd you
all of
drop
this
the
shakes
washer
out.
off the back of
When
the
all
truck?
this shakes out, we can tell that story.
Oh, I don't know. What
Well,
happened?
Cliff, I'm guessing you heard pretty similar to what I heard.
We just got breaking. The
Breaking
final
news.
polling places that were kept open
Let's
with
hear it.
long lines in Arizona have finally closed.
Okay, so that means that
so
they
we are
should
done.
upload soon.
So we should have SD cards traveling, making their way.
We're getting into that later. It's a disaster.
Well, look,
We've
let me
got-
just give you one more update on Philadelphia. So I'm looking at the lifetime numbers. And once again, I mean, Harris has 140,000 total votes in Philadelphia County. Joe Biden had 603,000. And
Yeah,
this is
603,000.
including election
I
day
would
votes
say
starting
about
to trickle in.
300,000 of those votes
Okay,
were
so
from dead
obviously
people.
we don't know how many are out there, but
It's weird
this
how
is
the
their last
Democrats
hurrah.
get. It's
Once
it must be
Philadelphia
because
County
it's
comes
right
in,
after October.
unless they have some
You know,
miracle,
when all the
I don't
graveyards
know where
come
the
up to
votes are. I
vote
mean, you
for
guys see
Democrats.
Votes? Am I missing it? Is there some
Crazy.
secret county with a bunch of illegal immigrants that are voting Democrat? I don't see it.
Well, here's the thing. We have eyes in the counting room this time, right, Cliff? We have people with eyes to make sure there's no shenanigans. Blake, you're giving me some
The
motion.
New York Times popular vote estimate right now is 0.1% Kamala. They might flip the popular vote
Wow.
prediction.
So that's this.
If we,
I want
keep
Trump
in
to win the
mind,
popular
they
vote.
probably-
we
this
still
is-
probably
Ain't
won't. But what
frosty.
you're seeing is
We're
it's the fact
locking
that
in.
we won by 13 in
The
Florida.
East Coast is pretty
We're-
good.
The East
Yeah.
Coast is amazing.
Yeah.
We've improved so far. They're not entirely in, but right now we're up 10 points in Queens, 10 points in the Bronx. Those aren't New York's not a state we're going to
Staten
win.
Island is like 90
Sauk
10
County.
Trump,
Trump is up in Sauk County.
right? Sauk County, yeah.
And Biden won it by 1.7%.
With earlies, that means he's probably going to win it. He won it if,
That,
if
that,
I'm
could,
not
that, could,
mistaken.
that could flip the entire state.
But 2016 he did win it, and that was an indicator.
He's up 8
If I'm
points
not mistaken.
in Staten Island.
That was
with
one of the
87%
the surprising counties he won in 2016.
Let's see what the young jerks. I'm still hardcore libertarian, but it's just you gotta.
243 among Puerto Ricans in
Did I vote
Florida.
for Trump
Biden won
last
that group
time?
69 to 31.
No.
So it went from Dem
I
plus
voted
38 to
libertarian
Dem
last
plus 9.
time.
They thought it was a
But
funny
that's
joke.
what
that's-
he was all of
They thought it was a funny joke.
Fast now.
And now we're joined
Sick
by
of the garbage.
I voted
Now we're
libertarian last
joined
time
by the
only
host of
because I
Dr.
lived in
Bill, Dr.
Illinois, and Illinois, Trump wasn't going to win anyways. So I was like, you know, your party has to win like 5% of the vote to get any like extra money and stuff, or an ability to debate. So yeah, I'm still pretty libertarian. But I'm not like fully libertarian because man, some of the I'm not anything. That's what I am. I'm nothing. I'm like George Washington because it's even some of the libertarian party is crazy, man. Like liberals are crazy. There's a lot of crazy conservatives, although they're the most median group, I guess I'd say. Libertarians, I agree with the most, but they have some crazy ideas. Half of them do.
So much risk for you to come out at this point. You've been a huge figure in
So,
media for so many years. What
Yeah,
pushed you over the edge?
yeah. I mean, especially with the whole. I like how no one likes Trump. I like how the establishment despises him. I love how the FBI and the CIA hate Trump, and that just makes me think dude's doing something right.
I said, look, I'm not here to endorse, just to endorse Donald Trump. I don't like everything he says. I don't like everything.
And that's I agree with that too.
And
I think Trump, for me personally, I don't agree with everything he says. I think he's extremely weak on the Second Amendment. He's the one that tried to outlaw bump stocks. I think they just came back. I think you're allowed to have them again now. But I love rifles. I love guns. I think I'm a super hardcore Second Amendment advocate and first, of course, all the amendments.
balance of power to be a bully. Otherwise, you're just in a
Yeah, exactly. I didn't like Chase Oliver. I looked into him, didn't like him. So yeah, Trump is really weak on the Second Amendment, if you ask me. Hopefully this time he gets it right. I think last time Trump won office, he didn't expect to win. I think that's why he had Pence as his. I hated Pence, couldn't stand Pence, and I think that's he just didn't have the right people around him, and that's why he got stabbed in the back. When he tried to run again.
says or does.
I think all the establishment that he accidentally put in there screwed him. And now he's got crazy lefties like Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, like what's her name? The chick from Hawaii.
I hope that doesn't. We don't have to have a big
Tulsi Gabbard. Like all these people on the left are supporting him. It's like he's doing something right. If he can, I mean, that's what we're looking for. Some of the unite the country, and he's doing it. No one, Kamala's not doing it. No one likes her. She didn't even win anything. You know, she stabbed an old man in the back and stole his seat. So it's wild, man. Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard. She's cool, dude. She's I didn't even know she was still active duty. It's wild, man.
She's done some exit polling suggesting that black men, 23%
wild,
vote for President Trump nationally, which is an unheard of number. What do you make of this sort of political realignment?
Well, I think you're saying it exactly right, Ben. I think it is.
But there's so many people right now. I think the only thing Kamala has, the only thing that she can even possibly run on, the only momentum she has at all, is just the abortion, and that's it. That's all she has. She's running on abortion. Oh, women's rights. Well, I personally, again, and this goes for my libertarian stance, I'm neither for or against abortions. I think they should be there for people that want them. It's not up to me to tell you what to do with your life. I think even God says that in the Bible. He says, you know, you're not to judge other people. God is the one that judges people. Of course, I'm completely against late-term abortions. So that's my. I think there needs to be limits. I think that's just how I am. There needs to be limits. It needs to be very soon. You know, I would argue maybe 3 months max. You know, if you can't figure it out after 3 months, then abortion's off the table. But like the lefties, they want like up to 9 months. It's crazy. And they're okay with it, and they like celebrate it. Like I remember seeing videos of these lefties saying, like they're cheering coming out of an abortion clinic, say, I just had an abortion, and they're like happy about it. It's like, man, even if you had an abortion, that was the choice you made, you should feel real shitty about it, like, or at least not good, you know? Maybe use protection next time. You shouldn't feel good and like that's just disgusting. It makes me sick. Yeah, after I've not, you know, I've heard the rumors. I've not seen any proof of it, but some people do support that. Like Waltz, No Balls Waltz from freaking Minnesota. He said he literally is okay with up to 9 months. And that means if it's born while they're doing it, they would still kill it. That's wild to me. Wild to me. Imagine a live baby being born. Because, I mean, there's many cases of babies being born at 7 months and still surviving. And aborting them, you know, we'll say after 8 months, and it comes out alive, you just kill it? Like, how can you have a conscience? I don't know. Like, you and the Lord would have a serious sit-down coming up, you know, when it's your time. And I don't know how you can argue that you did anything good if that's the kind of person you are. If you killed a child, like, it just disgusts me. I don't even want to think about it, honestly. That's effed up. Effed up. So, like I said, I'm okay with the choice. I think that's something you need to sort out with you and your maker. Me personally, I'm not for abortions, but I think it should still be on the table for people that want that.
Though my gut instinct tells me Kamala Harris has never once in her entire life been in the barbershop, and it would seem that the
being kept comfortable while the decision is made. That's crazy. It's crazy. Like, how, as a human being, how can you see that? I feel bad, like when animals are hurt. No, it's good. It's a good topic. I'm glad. I'm glad because I'm from what I recall, you are very much against abortions. I believe, if I remember, you take like the more church's stance of being just absolute an abolitionist against abortions. I don't want to put your words in your mouth, but that's what I remember thinking.
A couple of calls from our desk here because Chris, you've got a couple of calls for us here.
Thank you, Dr. Phil. Mayor TV now calling the state of Missouri, and it's 10 electoral votes for Donald Trump.
Trump just won Missouri.
With 20% of the precincts reporting, and also Delaware. 63 electoral college votes for Kamala Harris.
Yeah, Kamala Harris won Delaware.
Bill, I should also point out that North Carolina, we're getting really close to closing that one out. That one's leaning towards Trump at last report. We're getting really close to closing
Trump almost has North Carolina too. That's wild.
1 minute away. Polls will be closing in Montana, Idaho, Nevada, most of Idaho, Utah, and Nevada.
Yeah, that's great. And guys, if Ben, if we close out North Carolina for Trump soon, that can be a real building block
we've already called
in
it.
the March to 270. You've called North Carolina?
Yeah, we called it already. North Carolina's been called. So as far as we're concerned, we're not talking about North Carolina anymore. It's over. North Carolina is done. But basically, practically speaking, you take North Carolina off the table for Kamala Harris, and she has one path and one path only. That's the Rust Belt state. She has to win all three of them. And right now,
what if she wins all three but loses Virginia?
Well, right now there are some more CNN exit poll numbers again.
Yeah, they're saying the Senate. So that means if there is a choice to be made for Supreme Court, and let's pretend that Trump wins, we would have the vote for the new member of the Supreme Court too. So that's wild. That means Trump would put in 4 people on the Supreme Court. That's literally enough to flop the entire thing, which is, like I said, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. I wish there's a libertarian in there, but what can you do? Let's be realists.
Women are high propensity voters, men are low propensity voters. They've constituted the majority. Women have constituted the majority of people who vote in the last several election cycles. Men showing up en masse to vote.
It's wild that Dr. Phil went full on conservative. So many people are jumping over, man, and that's it's wild.
Like we're being very hard on women. I'm actually I believe that it's a man's responsibility. No, it's a man's responsibility to do things like vote, and we happen to live in this time where men have essentially given up so many of their responsibilities. And
where's he going with
part
this?
Because they feel disenfranchised, although that's hardly an excuse. Men have given up their leadership role in the church, which is one of the reasons that you see the church in America no longer taking the stands for tradition and decency in the way that it historically has. They've given up their responsibility in the household, which is something that.
All right, let's go to the Young Turks. Let's see if they're flipping out yet. I put them on
journalists at the rally
just to listen to
event,
the cope
were shot at, and that kind of irresponsible rhetoric really bothers me because we already know that there's been an uptick in political violence. I mean, he himself has been a target of that political violence. And I just wonder what your thoughts are in regard to his unwillingness to kind of tone it down, take the temperature down, and don't say violent things like that that might actually inspire people to carry out what he's saying.
Sure, yeah. I mean, here's what I'll say about that.
I don't remember who Ross is.
Even on or rather on multiple.
I'd like him to get rid of all the charges on
the same comments, and I've said them.
Snowden.
I don't punches just because somebody's on the same side.
That's what I'd like to see. I'd like to see Trump just completely get rid of any charge on Edward Snowden. Get him back in the United States.
North Korea or China or Russia or Mexico or whatever, right?
And get rid of the Patriot Act.
That kind of rhetoric. Not so much when you're talking to your own people. I just don't. And this is a managerial style for him. That's how he manages is through that particular style. And
it's funny that even on this, the Young Turks, so many Trump supporters on their own channel.
A sports team or managed
wild.
Led people in the military. You know that everybody kind of responds to different things. Some people need a pat on the back. Some people need a knife hand, as we call it, grab by the chin strap or whatever. I just think I'm a lot more comfortable with somebody. We're in a dire situation right now. The country, I think you guys would agree, and all the data supports it. It's not going in the right direction right now. And sometimes you need somebody who's, I can't swear on here. I'm doing my best to not swear. Your producers told me not to, but somebody who's kind of a jerk, I guess. Let's keep it tame. To go out there and do that stuff.
I don't mind a jerk.
It is incumbent upon Republicans to rein him in. Like, hey, sir, what you said's not okay, right?
Yeah.
And I'm perfectly fine with that.
Yeah, like I just want to be clear. I have no problem with someone being a jerk, and I think to some extent you got to bring that jerk side out of you to be an effective leader. But I think that that's incredibly different from speech or rhetoric that seems to invite violent acts.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Shut up. J6. Oh, nothing happened. J6.
A knife fight.
Yep. Yeah, we've got David Schweikert down 5 points or 5,000 votes.
It's gonna be a lot of day of drops. That's for sure. But she did way worse than Biden on that Maricopa drop, just for the record.
I don't remember, Ross. I'll have to look into that.
Let me see here. Jack, go through some stuff, please.
PA is up to 1.5% for Trump.
Yeah.
estimation.
Which county was
Some-
it?
Hold on a sec.
Something just dropped the bumper back up. We're looking at it now. She's back up by about 20,000. I think it was one of the
That's,
Collar
that's not all
counties.
the votes, Tyler. That's not all of Maricopa. It can't be.
No, I'm telling you,
That's a partial drop.
they've got plenty. What
That-
they're doing
yeah,
is
it's
they're
nowhere near
holding
because
back drops
It's
for
no-
her.
it's nowhere near. This is 1.123. That's only half.
That's not a full drop.
That's we're only
because we had 2.5 million in the universe. That you know what I'm saying?
yeah. It's pretty close. We'll have to see.
We had 2.5 million in earlies.
Well, they still this is where we're at with Maricopa County is we know that they're sitting on a significant amount of because we were closer to 60%. We'll pull up the team real quick.
They needed that drop to be really good for them, and it wasn't.
All right, where's Philadelphia? So we got 54.
Now for Kerry Lake, that's a separate issue. Kerry Lake is 7 points behind. Just to be clear, Donald Trump right now is tied with Kamala.
Oh, that's
literally
good.
tied within 10 votes.
Yeah, it's
in
crazy
Arizona.
that even the Libertarian Party is
And Kerry
supporting
Lake's
him
down
over their own
There's a lot
candidate. It's
of-
wild.
So that means that he's basically winning independence by 7.
Yeah, there's a lot of Southeast PA to still come in.
Yeah, we're talking about two different things.
Yeah, I know.
Do we like Southeast PA or not?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. And we got shovel work to do. Pennsylvania, the New York Times margin thinks we're going to win Pennsylvania by 1.9 points. So
It just keeps going up is the thing. It just once
That's
you
not
saw
the
this
full
in
drop.
2016. It was like once the trend.
I hope
started
Kerry
going, it
Lake
just
wins Arizona,
kept
too.
Heading that way, and until we see, like,
I'll send you the link.
I think she got
to
screwed last
have
time.
A chance of turning around, you have to see some drop where you at least see
All
it
right,
tick backwards.
So Lackawanna, 5 points. So fully completed counties in Pennsylvania. Lackawanna, we're seeing a 5-point swing towards Trump. We described that already. That's Scranton. Lycoming County, that's your fracking country. No change, but that's already a big Trump county. Clarion County, 2 points to Trump. Elk County, 2 points to Trump. Wyoming County, 2 points to Trump. Fulton, 2-point swing to Trump. So these are all those arrows that Blake was talking about that we are seeing a lot of this swing. And some of them, like Lycoming, they're just already maxed out. They're just already, like, you're not going to get any more out of there.
All right, we got Brett. Let's get Brett Galashewski in. Galashevsky, sorry. By the way, become a member, members.charliekirk.com, members.charliekirk.com. We have partial drops in Arizona here. Of course they would do it this way. This is so typical. Brett, what are we
Taking a
seeing
look
out of
right now.
Wisconsin? Go county by county, please. I don't know where Brett. We did. Okay.
coming in.
Cliff, can you stay on, please? That'd be great.
Do we have him? Or
Man, I would much rather be Trump than. By the way, they think that Trump's going to Michigan by 1.6, Wisconsin by 0.7. All right, Brett, what's going on in Wisconsin here? Tell me some good news.
Yeah, things are looking good, guys. I just got done taking a look at the Door County numbers. This is a national bellwether county. This is a county that's correctly predicted the presidential candidate going all the way back to Bush Gore in 2000. So when you talk about like a definition of a swing county, that's it. And right now with a little under 60% reporting, it's 51-47 Trump. Another national bellwether that we have in Wisconsin, Sauk, is holding the line too at 51-47. It's a really encouraging sign for a county out west.
Blake, what are you talking about with popular vote here?
So the New York Times, they have a bunch of dials. They have their electoral college estimate, their who wins estimate. They also have a popular vote estimate for the entire country. So going in, I think the forecast was Kamala by about 2, and
Mhm.
that's what she'd need to probably win the election. Win the popular vote by 2 because we have an electoral college advantage. Right now, they have Donald Trump predicted to win the popular vote by 0.3%. He's never done that. We haven't had a Republican win the popular vote since Bush in 2004.
I mean, that's unbelievable.
That would be
Earth-shattering,
incredible,
right?
earth-shattering.
Yes. Jeez, I don't understand.
They got the New York Times predicting.
Okay.
Trump
Brett,
wins.
what other county should we look at? How is Donald Trump doing in the wows?
Chance of winning is leaning Trump. 77% is leaning.
So it depends here.
60% is leaning. 77 is 77 is your hardcore over the edge.
City of Waukesha is done reporting. If the city of Waukesha is done reporting, we're in the home stretch there. It's only going to get redder in Waukesha. Right now in Waukesha, we're looking at 58% for Trump, 39% for Kamala. I think you guys talked about this on the show a second ago. The 60% threshold seems to be the jump rope line. Ron Johnson
Almost time to break out the
62%
champagne.
there in 2022.
2 more
and
hours.
Tim Michaels in the gubernatorial got 58. Dan Kelly got 58 in our last statewide Republican race as well. So just trying to confirm if the entire city of Waukesha has reported yet. That'll make a big difference.
Waukesha, that's near you, Jeff.
By the way,
Get up there. Get out there. Start rattling doors.
What?
Oh, no, I was going to say, Phil Klein over at National Review has said, we're seeing a massive shift in the Florida Puerto Rican vote towards Donald Trump.
That's funny.
While Harris won the demographic 52-43, Biden won the same group 69.
How crazy it is that he went to Trump. I like Vivek. He's going to get a cabinet space, and
higher.
I wonder what he's going to do after that, because he's definitely going to be in the
Biden
cabinet
did
somewhere.
the last time around. So yeah, all of the stuff. about the
Vivek seems like a good
Atlantic
dude.
and
Again,
Tim
he was weak on the
Alberta
second
and
amendment.
Tony Hinchcliffe and
But
Alex Bruzewitz, blah blah blah. No,
I do like
it's-
him.
it's-
I think
it
he's a
was-
smart dude.
It was all a complete media fabrication. And so what I want to look at now is, as a data point, what other media fabrications and media narratives were people chasing that simply were phantoms and mirages. Possibly Iowa is something that could, fall in that category. We're still waiting to see. We're waiting to see a lot of different pieces there. But I mean, my goodness.
Worth taking a moment and seeing exactly where we stand right now. Look at that. There's nothing here that's particularly surprising, but that is actually a very good thing. Lots of states are starting to get called. They're not going in directions that they're not defying wildly what our expectations were. This race was always most likely to come down to what happens in the Rust Belt. And it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen.
The betting markets for the moment have President Trump a heavy favorite. So, Polymarket has President Trump at like an 80% favorite. Again, the numbers continue to move in President Trump's direction. If the theory of the Democrats was that high turnout,
I like how
favored
there's a
the
betting market
Democrats,
for anything.
They were totally wrong.
Yeah,
they
because
were totally wrong.
it was interesting what his name Brent was saying before, the pollster was saying before, that they were right up to a point and then not right. Right?
Yeah.
They were right if it went higher than 2016, and then if it went higher than 2020, it was unknown territory, and it's guys, I guess, showing up.
A friend of mine, a very good financial professional, a very good investor, was pointing out to me last week that he was feeling increasingly good about Trump's chances. Not because of the polls, the polls were all over the place, and you had that crazy Iowa poll that worried us all so much. Not even because of Polymarket or any of the betting markets, but because financial markets seemed to be pricing in a Trump victory. And not only were the rich people putting their money there, but the rich people were putting op-eds in the Washington Post, like Jeff Bezos' op-ed, decision not to endorse. That it seemed as though institutional financial interests, with a lot of information, much more information than any of us, seemed to see a good chance of a Trump victory.
Listen, the minute that Jim Cramer said that it was likely that Harris was going to win, it was over.
Guaranteed.
Right? We knew that
should have dumped all our money.
At that point, you just throw your money into the market against Jim Cramer, because no one has ever gone broke betting against Jim Cramer. The most obvious pick in the entire world. So again, as these results continue to flow in, it's exactly what you probably would have thought at this point in time. The Democrats had put a hell of a lot of faith in North Carolina, in possibly flipping Georgia. Remember, she's already doing worse than Biden. It's just a question of how much worse she does than Biden. Remember, Biden won Georgia. He won Arizona. He won a bunch of states that Trump had won in 2016. Those states are gradually coming off the table for Kamala Harris at this point.
An interesting thought experiment is, would the Democrats be doing better now if they had just kept Biden
This is a great question. It's a serious question, really, because where she is picking up votes is in the suburbs, but where she's lagging is with males. And it turns out, I thought an early indicator in this election that she had a massive problem on her hands was the Teamsters Union. So I remember this. They did a poll of the Teamsters Union members when it was Trump versus Biden. and Biden was leading Trump something like 47-35 or something. And then they did another poll after they flipped out Biden in favor of Kamala Harris. And suddenly, Trump was beating the living hell out of Kamala Harris, beating her like 60-40 among the Teamsters. Why? Because guess what? Every Teamster's a dude. And it turns out that it's not just that it's not they don't want a woman president. They don't want this woman president who seems to scorn men. This entire campaign has been about how much they hate men. I hate to break it to everybody, but if you watch anything about this campaign, it is not just about an appeal to single women. It's about how much they despise men. When they trot out Doug Emhoff and say this guy is an example of masculinity, while he's allegedly beating women and knocking up the nanny, and then meanwhile they're suggesting that you're garbage if you're voting for Donald Trump. Or when they trot out Tim Walz as an example of
Tim Walz as a
the assistant
vice
football
president
coach
was
who
the
can't even
stupidest
properly
choice
use
in
football
history.
terminology, and who can't even control
Come on,
his
Wisconsin.
limbs, who breaks into uncontrollable spasms every so often, and his obnoxious
35%
wife-
reporting
Turn the
for Kamala.
page, Turn the like. Could you have found a more obnoxious group of human beings to set upon the United States? Joe Biden is many things: senile, horrible at his job. Obnoxious. He's actually less obnoxious now that he's senile than he was before he was senile, and he's certainly less obnoxious than this crew.
Yeah, I think Biden probably would be doing better for all the reasons you point out, which means that.
Oh, it's gonna be so fun, dude.
Maybe one of the, maybe the most disastrous political strategic decision made in modern times was for Biden to challenge Trump to a debate before
Except for this.
before the convention. Because if he hadn't done that, then he's still in there.
Yes, but was it Biden who challenged Trump, or was it the Democrat apparatus?
Yeah,
that was
think we better
hedging?
find out or
Yeah.
let people know what we already know.
What's so disturbing to me about this issue of men is the closing pitch that you saw the Democrats make to young men,
Yes.
which was essentially, here's your weed and your porn, go have your
It's
little
disgusting.
pleasure
Yes,
palace.
100%.
And that if that had worked, that would have been the most demoralizing thing, I think, for the future of the next generation. And part of what I am actually pretty optimistic about is that young men seem to really reject that cynical play for their vote. I mean, this is the first generation of young men that we have seen that are more religious than young women. It is
Mhm.
the first that we've seen that are more pro-life than boomer men, than Gen X men. So that alone gives me a lot of hope.
Also, men don't want to be told that their chief priorities are porn and pot. Even if they're potheads and they look at porn every day, they're probably at some level ashamed of that fact. So they don't want that to be their identity.
And even just generationally, there's only so long people can live without meaning. They have really sold us a life without meaning. Our bodies don't mean anything. How can you even say that to someone? Your body has no valence as a spiritual entity. That you're born a man, but you have no manly responsibilities. You're born a woman, but you have no womanly role. I mean, who can live like that?
You're born a woman, and you may not be one. It's beyond that.
It was God's mistake.
But they've done something that's truly amazing with single women, which is that they've, in order to overcome that spiritual emptiness, they've actually treated abortion as a sacrament.
Yes.
Right. It's not like pornography. So for young men, it's deeply insulting because no one thinks pornography is a sacrament. They just know that it's a vice. Everyone knows it's a vice. You like it, you don't like it, it's a vice. Everyone knows it's a vice. Trying to pretend it's not a vice is silly. Everyone knows it. Men feel clear. Abortion also is a vice, but it's been treated as a sacrament. Why? Because what it is a sacrifice you make on behalf of your own individuality. That's the thing that they've sold to a bunch of young women. I think it's a horrifying, I think it's a terrible sales point for every possible reason, but it's a sales point. It is not true for young men. If you run a commercial to young men and you suggest that, young men are going to be stopped from masturbating to pornography, which is they ran a literal commercial along these lines.
Yes.
That there will be a Republican legislator who takes away your phone and stops you. I feel like 80% of the public might be on the side of the guy taking away your phone and stopping you.
Especially the men. The men who are addicted to porn. They would say, thank you. All right, thanks, actually. I'm glad I can't control myself.
Right, and that's not even a case for making things illegal. That's just a case for what people think of the
How
activity.
they
Nobody
view it,
thinks the
yes.
activity is like an affirmative good, like it's a wonderful, wonderful thing. And so for Democrats to paint that as like the essence of the human experience for males, will deprive you of the meaning of being a husband. We'll deprive you of the meaning of being a father. We'll deprive you of the meaning of being a provider. We'll deprive the meaning of being a defender of your home. But you can really jack off a lot. That's the thing that we're training. What man in his heart feels like what a great message.
Speaking of vice, though, the biggest surprise result so far for me tonight, and I say this with special joy as an owner and founder of Mayflower Cigars, which is now competing with the Devil's Lettuce in a lot of markets. that
Not in Florida where it's
not in
illegal.
Florida.
That's
thought-
right.
I thought they were going to vote to legalize the sin spinach throughout the state, and I'm actually floored. That's the only big surprise to me. So
Well, because the voters there can look at where it's been. Like I said before, it's about making your life better. You can look at where it's been legalized, marijuana, or decriminalized all across the country. It has demonstrably made those communities worse.
Yes.
Anyone,
In every way.
anyone who's done any traveling can see this. You can smell it. And I say this as someone who I admit that I was in favor of weed legalization only like 2 or 3 years ago, because I bought a lot of the arguments that, well, it's not much worse than alcohol. I don't particularly like it, but it doesn't. But then they do it, and you go around to these communities, and they're just completely consumed by this stuff. It has obviously made everyone's life worse, especially the people who actually do it.
There's
And
something
so-
else that's happening in Florida too, which is the Republicans who moved there are saying no. We are not opening our you try to get your foot in the door, we will cut off your foot. Like, no. The answer is no. You
this
try to
is
do this.
so new. I want you to know 40 years ago when I began radio, I asked my audience, which has always been largely conservative, would you rather catch your teenage child smoking a cigarette or a joint? Everyone said joint. I said cigarette. And it was one of the only times where I knew 90% of my audience disagreed with me.
Yeah.
But I mean, they still respected me and all that, but they just thought I'd lost my mind on that issue. I was right then, and I am right today.
Yeah.
It is so awful, marijuana. The damage that it does to the human
All right, I
spirit.
don't buy that
The
at all.
cigarette does no damage to the human spirit. 1/3 of cigarette
Oh, all
smokers
right.
will die
That's all.
prematurely, according
Shut
to the
up.
American Lung Association.
Yeah. Ooh, pot bad.
Changed it, but
Well, alcohol's
the way
bad
I tend
too.
to remember the dial is they don't really adjust other
You know what?
states.
It's
based on
America.
how other
It's
states
your
do it. So
freedom of
it's just they're looking
choice.
at the results of
Freedom's
specific
scary.
states.
Deal with it.
So, given how far we've seen Pennsylvania
It-
move, for instance,
pot is no
Pennsylvania's
worse
basically moved,
than alcohol.
I
You
wanna
already tried
say,
prohibition.
about, like,
Next time that
2
happens,
points
it's
over the
gun
course of the
time. You
night, and
know,
it
it's
seems like it could
get
continue
over
to move.
yourself. You fuck.
Minnesota is only Harris plus 3.8 right
Oh,
now.
they
and
bother
is
me.
2% in.
And that's why I don't like it
So,
when
we might
a lot
see
of the
that
churchy
one
people
start
get on
moving into
the.
territory. If we start winning these by enough, Minnesota is in play. It is. They currently have it as the closest one. They think Harris.
All
is still gonna win
drugs are
Virginia by
bad.
5. They've called that one.
Caffeine is
Nothing else
bad.
Too terribly remarkable.
Okay, I have some,
But
I have
it's-
some data to share. So I'm just,
That's
I'm just
you're right
eyeballing
as a
the
human.
votes that they
Is to
have
choose
alleged to have been
choose your
cast.
own adventure.
And we're missing counties. We're missing Gila. We're missing Graham. We're missing Cochise.
I'm not a
which is
big
county.
pothead.
We're missing
I
La
don't
Paz.
smoke
going
the
through all
drugs,
this,
but I
guys.
think it should be a
I'm
choice.
going through all
If
this.
I want to smoke a cigarette, a cigar, or a marijuana cigarette,
Okay, email us freedom@charliekirk.com
I don't
while Tyler
think
goes and
I should go to jail for it.
What I'm noticing here,
So-
what it seems like to me, is the 200,000
Drugs are bad,
votes they
okay?
chose not to report
Yep. Are from what district?
appear to
I do love South
be-
Park. I haven't watched South Park in a couple
appear
years.
to be redder, and here's the reason why.
Because the CDs aren't performing. That's why.
Well, because right
But
now,
I
like,
still
for
love 'em.
example,
Still love 'em.
Yeah, exactly.
I saw
Andy Biggs is,
Book
like,
of
only 11
Mormon when
points
they
out.
did that
Right. So he should be like 20
on stage,
He
and that
should
was
be,
pretty.
like,
That
20
was really
points out.
funny.
Right.
David Schweikert's behind, and we know that the numbers in CD1 were very favorable on Republicans. We were up like
You should
20,000
you should play
votes
some PUBG
for
someday though.
Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
So there's some probably redder areas.
It's
of
an 8-year-old
CD1
game,
that
so
are
maybe
missing
you'd like
pieces
it.
there. I'm gonna pull the entire breakdown.
I played
I'm gonna have our team.
Can we bring Cliff in, please? Cliff, are you there? Can we unmute Cliff, please?
Fortnite
You
a
guys got
handful
me?
of times.
Yeah, Cliff. Donald Trump has a 100,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania. What's going on here? They're saying that the rules are 95% in. So walk me through this.
Yeah, well, first I got to give you credit, Charlie. I don't think we're going to bypass Center County without you taking a bow. Let me actually talk specifically about Center and back up Jack here. Okay, Center County in 2020, the Dems won with 52% of the vote. And right now we are leading. Now there's a lot of votes that come in, but Charlie, you endorsed Therese Holland. And Therese Holland is in a district that everyone said
Nice.
there was no shot she could win. You guys show up and do your event on campus. And right now, it is
I'll definitely walk
50
you
to
through if you ever want to
49.
play.
She's
Like,
down.
get some
But
play
the
time.
fact that this is even close, there's
I'll jump on. I'll play
68%
with
of
anyone.
the vote in right now. And I want to talk to you about 2020 in this same district. So she's down right now 50 to 49.
You should.
In this
Are we
same
friends on
exact
Steam? I
district
can't remember.
2 years ago. 2 years ago, it was a
I don't remember.
56-43 loss for the Republicans. Right now is a 1-point difference. This is a monumental moment. Charlie, I got to keep saying thank you. I'm not trying to kiss your ass too much. That Center County event, we need you to do that in every single swing House district in the country for the next 4 years. I need you to commit to that.
Wait, hold on, guys. I'm sorry. Can you hold right there, Cliff? Ohio result. Is it true that Donald Trump won Ohio by... He won Ohio, guys, by 12 points, and it's still coming in. That's unbelievable. That's a good sign for Pennsylvania, by the way. Very, very good sign. So thank you, Cliff. That's very kind of you. Let's go to any other counties we're looking at.
A
Cliff,
live
what is their
update
path?
for
If they were to win
for
Pennsylvania,
Google,
what
of all
does their path
things.
look like right now?
It shows Trump.
Philadelphia County. I mean, some of these Collar
Killing.
counties, I'm with Jack on this. They're still incomplete. If we look at Bucks County,
It's looking good.
Right now, we've got 43% of the vote, and back in
Oh
2020
yeah, that's right.
we had
It's
48%.
epic.
So they are
I
making
haven't been on
some
that in a long
gains
time.
there. If
I usually
look
like
at
sign on
Philly
every
County,
month and get a free game.
Right now, we're at about 19%. That's trickling up depending on what site you're looking at. And back in 2020, though, we only had about 17 to 18%. So we're making some gains there. If I go to Chester County, okay, back in 2020, we had about 41%. Right now, we're at about 43 to 44%. So, Charlie, the problem they have is there's not anything that they can point to say, listen, there is a chance for a significant amount of votes to make up for where they are, except Philly County. And, Jack, if you want to chime in or disagree, I mean, to me, Philadelphia County, that's their Hail Mary here. That's the only thing they have left that is going to be a significant drop that could really shift this race because everything seems to be moving in Trump's direction in PA when you look statewide.
And it's certainly possible. I mean, we're still seeing only about 50% of the vote in Philadelphia. Kamala Harris currently under 80% in Philly. That's pretty expected, but there's just so much left out that we're still looking at. Bucks only has 35 in, Montgomery County 39 in, Chester County only 11% in Chester County right now, and then Delaware 26. So I mean, it's like, guys, what are you doing down there? And this is why that when you see people holding votes like this is why you get people out there who get very, very upset about their elections.
Donald Trump is up 7 points in Iowa. Ann Seltzer should never be taken seriously. The New York Times says that he's going to win
Did he really?
Iowa by 11.
That's what I have.
By 11.
I have a super PC.
And she said that Kamala was up 3
know
in
how
Iowa.
much
Did you see
You
her?
are,
I have here.
you are a disgrace, Ann Seltzer. You did the bidding of the Democrat Party, try to bail them out on a weekend where obviously their internals were collapsing. Your career is over. That's all I have to say.
Do you remember? Did you watch her Mark Halperin interview? I watched every minute.
No,
of it.
she defended it. It's
I
unbelievable.
watched every minute of it.
Yes.
And she
I got
asked when they
a
showed
4090,
her Ryan Gradusky's
a
tweet,
5900X.
and he said RSD.
Oh, boy, I got a lot of stuff.
What does the R and the D represent on this?
No, I know.
Like America's best pollster, folks. America's best pollster, and she seems nice temperamentally. But I'm sorry, that was just, I mean, your whole career just went up in flames, and your legacy just went up in flames. Your entire legacy, gone, in the blink of an eye.
Can we we should do a tweet about Seltzer. I mean, it's
I
just
like
it's
it.
so pathetic. I mean, it's just
Actually, let me see if anyone's.
Oh, I'm sure.
I spent a
it's
lot of
trending.
money on it. A lot of money.
To me, the
I just got a new
popular
3D printer
vote
too. It's like
actually
I still got to
tilting
build
Trump
it.
is
It's
the
huge.
most remarkable result of
Has
this
she
night.
tweeted
We're up to
anything?
0.8 estimated Trump popular vote win, and that's without anything coming in from California. Where if California remotely reflects what we've seen in New York, New Jersey, we're seeing a big pro-Trump swing in places.
That's good
that
he's still
are
recording.
Basically, safe blue seats or safe blue states.
I should hit him up.
Trump could win by 1%, 2%.
I mean, I'm just going to because look, all the polls are closed. Basically, the New York Times gives Donald Trump an 82% chance of becoming president right now.
82, and it just keeps ticking up a little bit every time
Ticking
there's
up?
a new dump.
PA
Ticking
is
up.
going to
Let's see.
keep going in-
Let's see if I can verify that.
Yeah, how's McCormick doing?
McCormick's expanding his lead.
Members.charliekirk.com. This is a night you don't want to forget. We are signing MAGA hats for you guys. You might be living through history right now, guys. Members.charliekirk.com.
Iowa, very likely Republican.
McCormick's starting to pick up some speed here. And
I don't know if
It's a
Ann says
toss up in
trending, but
Wisconsin.
There's a lot.
Jeff, call
There's
people.
a lot of tweets about her right now.
And I want to point this out too. Mike Rogers isn't that far behind.
Illinois,
Slotkin.
I don't know. It's close.
So you've got Slotkin.
It's close.
You got Slotkin.
All right,
within
it's not
striking
close. Not
distance.
at all.
You got Tammy Baldwin.
Michigan is leaning Republican?
distance,
No
6,000 vote
way.
margin there.
That's wild.
You know, we just barely got initial drops with Carrie Lake and Ruben Gallego on the initial, which we knew it was going to be bad.
Donald Trump takes lead in Arizona.
She's only down 6 points right now, which is really bad for Gallego.
Trump is leading.
Because again, remember,
Yeah,
Trump
no,
was
this is
down 9 points in the last presidential.
Just to be clear, Donald Trump was down with drops at this point. It's,
By
again,
9 points.
And we are up in drops. Donald Trump has the lead right now in Arizona. The lead.
Very
And
likely
they're playing
wins
all sorts of
Georgia.
games over at Merck right now or whatever.
Very likely
I don't
wins
wanna
North
get sued.
Carolina.
That's it.
We're not gonna. Yeah, we're not gonna. say the name of the
0.4%
company.
in
Here's
Virginia.
the deal.
We're not going to do that.
But they do.
Close.
They did withhold. They're missing 200,000 from what they reported yesterday. in Maricopa
Race
County.
call, decision desk. Georgia has been called for Donald J. Trump.
Let's see. I didn't see it.
Let's
Let's
go.
update that.
Good enough for me.
All right, Charlie, back to Arizona. We're still waiting on Cochise.
Very
We're still
likely
waiting on
Republican now.
Apache.
Dude, everyone's texting me as if it's over.
And you know
It is
what?
not over yet.
Yeah,
Everyone-
and you know what? And you know what? Screw these guys. I'm
What's
calling
up?
Iowa. We're calling
the
Iowa
whole-
right now.
What
Trump is president. He's
what'd
not
you
president
build?
yet.
What'd you
No, guys, we still
what
have a
graphics
long
card
way.
did you
We
put in
still
there?
have
What kind of
Nevada, we still have
processor?
Arizona, we still have Michigan. We still have Wisconsin. Pennsylvania is going to take 2 more days.
Crack the Rust Belt. Crack the Rust Belt.
It's going to take 2 more. Like, here's what I actually,
Georgia, the cake is baked, everybody. That is huge. By the way, email me freedom@charliekirk.com. I want to hear from you guys.
Charlie, this might be a good time to let people know what the schedule is going to look like here for the next 3 days.
By the way, the margin for Trump is getting bigger and bigger.
So here's
Every
here's the
update.
schedule. So here's the schedule. Between now and midnight Eastern time, we were expecting Georgia, North Carolina, and potentially
Chance of winning are
Michigan to be called.
83% now, up
We're
from
going to get
77.
partial results from Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona, and initials from Nevada, because Nevada's going to be last to close here. Tomorrow,
You don't
from
remember.
morning.
That's all
in
right.
the early morning time, we probably will have a decision on Wisconsin and for sure Michigan by that point. We probably still will not know Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Nevada.
Guys, McCormick's up 1 in Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
And
that's
if
what
he
he's
wins-
up
yeah,
one,
is that what
baby.
you got?
He's up one.
Yeah, he's up 1.
So Cliff, I got to ask you though, what is her path? Can I say it again? If she were to, is all Philadelphia County? I mean, when are we going to find that out? You know, St. Patrick's
it's
Day.
Philadelphia. It's it's Philadelphia. It's Bucks. It's Chester. It's Montgomery, and it's Delaware County. Until those get above 50 or 70%, I'm with Poso on this. You know, we have to kind of wait and see if there's any type of major shift. But right now, I'd much rather be us than them, right? Philadelphia County. It's not. I'm not saying Philadelphia County is going to decide the race. I'm saying that's their only play. That's their only Hail Mary are these Collar counties and Philadelphia itself. And I don't. I mean, look, we're doing the math here at PHA's headquarters. I don't see the math out there, but I'm not going to celebrate until I see what these election
Donald
day
Trump is
totals
winning
are gonna come
Wisconsin.
to.
Barely.
But right now, when you look at what what Harris
But
is
it's pulling
doing
away.
in Philadelphia, I don't think there's any world where she tracks to the 603,000 number that Biden had in Philadelphia County.
Oh, Trump's
But we don't
closing in
know
on
because the
Virginia.
votes
There's
aren't
no
in.
way.
It's one of the most non-trusted counties in American politics. And so we want to see what they try to do, what they try to report. But there's no way they don't report election day numbers tonight. Jack, am I wrong? I mean, are they not going to report those that were election day? That would be a new low for them.
I mean, they could.
Wow.
It's Bob Brady, man. It's Philadelphia. You can't put anything past these guys. Remember, Barack Obama had a tweet up earlier today saying, we have to trust the process, and this could take several days to count all of these votes, and we really need to pay attention to our
Elon just
election
tweeted game,
officials."
set, match. That's what.
Let's not be
Elon,
arrogant.
Elon is sitting next to Trump. right
I'm
now.
not. I'm not spiking the football till we call this.
And there's no spike in the football. And yes, they can hold back whatever they want to hold back in Philadelphia. And these are huge like I guess the only way they wouldn't be able to do that is if the Royals just come out with a much too convincing of a margin. So we'll see. Right, we'll really see. But I would not put anything. Bad things happen in Philadelphia. Do not put anything past them. So stay. I'm staying frosty.
No, I mean,
I am staying
guys,
so frosty.
we
Call
are
me Jack
not,
Frost.
I'm not here till I get an AP call.
Call me Jack Frost. All right. I am staying frosty, and I'm staying frosty. I will fly back to Pennsylvania right now if I have
So
to.
here's the problem.
I'll go down to the airport and hijack a plane and fly all the way there.
Here's the problem with what we have in Maricopa County right now. And I want to share this problem with everybody because we're going to talk our way through it. Because they decided not to report 200,000 or close to 200,000 ballots. We don't really know which ballots we're looking at. So we're going to have to, so our team in headquarters right here is going to have to figure out, try to decipher out what places we're missing. And that's going to start to tell us where we think we're missing.
Iowa. By the way, the New York Times says Trump's going to win Iowa by 12. Ann Seltzer, the gold standard, said that Iowa was going to be 3 points for Kamala.
Yeah, just a chill 15-point miss in your final flagship.
I've got a breaking inside source has informed me that Ann Seltzer has fled to Canada. She is on her way there right now.
It's not going to work though, because Trump is going to annex
She's
Canada.
attempted. Well, she's going to have to keep going. She's going to have to keep
Wait,
going.
we can make jokes now because the election's over?
I guess. Yeah, we're going to annex Canada. We're going to buy Greenland. We're going to... No one will escape. Nah.
All right.
Messing around.
Arizona continues to come in. The New York Times says 76% chance of us winning Arizona. Trump plus 4.2 is their current projection. Wisconsin, what?
Greg got found. He goes, the Ann Seltzer poll was the political equivalent of an adult dream when the sexy stranger turns out to be a naked mole rat.
Charlie, I want to point.
By the way, what's going on in Lib Twitter right now? Can you give me some highlights?
Well,
have they started melting down? I don't think they're.
If you search "kill myself" by latest, you get a lot of content.
That's it. No one do that.
No one do that. We disavow.
We can't talk about it.
We disavow.
Guys, Blake, we just lost YouTube. We literally just did.
Crap. Sorry about that.
If you're watching on YouTube, we'll put the stream back.
Oh, jeez. That's funny. Let's see what the church is saying.
Okay, so Michael seems to be right for now. The discussion we had this morning when we were talking about what might go, I thought North Carolina was more likely to go to Kamala Harris than Georgia was, based on the polling I saw, etc. Michael thought Georgia was more likely. Right now, Georgia looks tighter than North Carolina, for what it's worth. At the end of the day, it's worth nothing if you don't win the state, right? Unless, of course, you're Donald Trump. If Kamala Harris loses and she was the state of Georgia and she's like Donald Trump, she'd call up Ratzenberger and go, why don't you just find me the votes I need? Who cares? Just find me the votes, right? But Democrats don't cheat like that. So Democrats do other things that are problematic, but they don't cheat like that. Only the world's biggest cheater in the world, that Donald Trump, does that. So I'm getting revved up. Let's go to the blue states. Farron, I'll come to you in a sec. Let's go to Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so Pennsylvania's at 57. They're all toss-ups currently at this point, but he's at 51 to her 48. With Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan are very tight. Wisconsin and Michigan are tighter than Pennsylvania.
So Pennsylvania, he's got a 3-point lead. Again, if he wins Pennsylvania, good night, Irene, this election's over.
Well, that is definitely true. So right now he's up by, I believe, about like 110,000 votes. Chris Wallace is saying that at this point in 2020, he was up by 200,000. That's an interesting factoid. It doesn't necessarily mean that she's going to come back in the way that Biden did.
In 2020, Trump was up by 200,000.
At this point in the night.
Okay. By the way, in that brief time that I had, I read a bunch of stuff. Carville's despondent over the exit polling. On the other hand, Nate Silver switched to Kamala Harris being the favorite.
When?
What in the world? So that apparently happened a little while ago. So that doesn't make any sense. Maybe it was earlier in the day, so I didn't get a sense of the timing. All right. So before we go to, actually, real quick, just read us Michigan and Wisconsin percentage reporting and what the race is.
Wisconsin is at 55% of the vote. He's up by 1 point. So it's 50 to 49.
Okay, that could go either direction.
So super close. Michigan's only at 25% of the vote. He's up by 0.7% of the vote.
Okay, could go either way. All right, Farron, what do you make of all this right now?
We all knew this was going to be a tight race, and I do think it ended up actually being tighter so far than what a lot of people thought. I don't want to say it's reminiscent of 2016, but wow, it feels reminiscent of 2016 with everybody going in maybe with a little too much optimism. I saw a
There
little
comes
bit
the
ago Michael
meltdown.
talking about all
Here
these
it comes. Poor Charlie Kirk. Poor Charlie Kirk. Oh, yeah, I still have it. Do you see it there on the... Oh, yeah. I like it. I recorded the last final round album on it. This is what we used. But then a couple years later, I bought this. And it's been my baby ever since. This is the true Ernie Ball Music Man. And I'm not gonna lie, I do like this one a little bit better. Yeah, I love this one. I'm gonna 3D print a new pickguard for it. I just can't decide what color to use. I was gonna go with like a translucent green. But I haven't decided yet.
Election victory for Donald J. Trump and the Republican Party.
She's
in the
awesome.
Senate
They're
as
both
well.
awesome. I love them
Really
both.
appreciate it, Harmeet.
They weigh almost the exact same.
Thank you.
This
So,
one might
Michigan
be
exit poll,
slightly
Latino voters from
lighter,
CNN.
but only by like
Trump
a couple
60.
ounces.
Harris
Um,
35.
I still got my old OG
What
ones.
the what? I mean, honestly,
Oh,
the
there's something
shifts that
else.
you are seeing.
I
in
saw
these
something
voting
else that
numbers
reminded me of you the other
are
day
into
here.
Identity politics.
It might have been the
If
base, but I
Trump
thought it was
wins
something
with it. I put in proviso on it because again, nothing sure until it's sure.
I don't remember
If
now.
things continue the way they are.
Yeah, I
Donald
got
Trump
really into
put
3D
a stake
printing.
through
Like,
the
check this
heart
out,
of
check this
identity
out.
politics, which is hilarious. Okay, that's insanely hilarious because do you remember that time when the entire left suggested that he was a vicious, brutal racist? He was you remember that? 'Cause that was like today. And you remember that time when they suggested he was a white identitarian?
Yeah.
Right. Everything he did was all about white identitarianism, despite the fact that white identitarians have all disowned him during this election cycle for being too pro-Jew.
This is my
And
newest
now
print.
it turns out that he is forming
Check
the
this out.
single most working-class, blue-collar,
finished painting it
multiracial
the other
Republican
day.
coalition in modern American history.
Well, hold
yeah,
on, Ben.
I'm enjoying it a little bit.
The New York Times now says the needle is saying likely Trump,
It
but
is
then you
freaking
zoom in on
awesome,
exactly
dude.
the point you're talking about.
I love it.
Says 88% chance of victory, but all the libs told me that 88 is secret code for Hitler.
Yeah,
so maybe that's it. Maybe it's hidden deep beneath the New York Times saying Trump will likely be the next president.
Again, so much of this has to come down to how bad the Democrats have been. I can't get over how bad they are. I
Yeah,
can't
man,
get
if you,
over how bad they are at this. Like they picked the candidates they wanted to run against.
Wow.
If you ever want some advice on
Twice.
3D
They did it in
printers?
2016 and then they
I've been
lost
doing it
to
for a
him.
few years now.
They did it
So
Bill
again.
Clinton encouraged Trump to run in 2016.
Yes.
I can give you some
Apparently, Fox
advice.
is
I'll tell
saying
you, it
that
depends
the
on your
Harris
price
campaign is
range.
no longer responding
But
to
I
the
have,
press.
I can tell you,
Man,
go, baby. So that
Any
that is-
budget
that is-
within like 150 bucks to thousands. I can tell you exactly what they get, and you would not go wrong with either one. If you just wanted to dabble in it,
This time I'm going for the
Bad luck for you.
All right.
right now there's a company called Bamboo Labs,
All right. Derelict
and they're like
I'm so sorry to interrupt.
So remember that
they're like
time-
the
sorry, go ahead.
Apple
Well, so okay, so
of
can't go to
in a
identity
good way, not in a bad way. They just make everything so easy, and it's man, they're on sale right now, dirt cheap. If you got the funds. What's Charlie doing? Is he back? I think he's back.
And once again,
Yeah,
he's
he's
got to
back.
get to 600,000 just.
Let me see.
But with all these dips we're talking about, right? Lackawanna, Center County, all these areas where she's losing ground from where Biden was. That 603 number now has to go up. And so we're talking about her needing to get
If
to
you are
650 or
interested, the
700,000
cheapest one they have is called the A1 Mini, and that is a good like starting printer. Because I mean, it can do anything. It's just a little bit smaller. There's this one right here, the A1 Mini. I think it's only like 150 bucks or something, like ridiculous.
And she's got to get to
199.
650 or 700,000.
It's 199 right
She's
now,
currently at
and
307,000
man, is that thing freaking awesome.
Right? She's got to either
So the extra thing here, this is called the AMS Lite. Basically, what it is you can set up to 4 different colored filaments, make on one print. So if you're into like making different colored things, I would do that, but it's kind of a lot. That's like 350 bucks.
Pretty much what we expected.
Definitely worth it. Definitely worth it, but it all depends on your budget. If you don't have a budget, if you like it's a shoestring budget, A1 Mini's the way to go. It's a great starting printer. If you have a little bit more, get it with the AMS. But if you want to get something like
how many times did you go to Penn State?
good,
Just once,
like
but we did 5
that
times
can,
throughout
it's a
the
little
year.
bit bigger.
Okay, so 5 turning
I would
events, and then
highly
you and
recommend
we were
the
there in Penn State.
One of the most epic.
So there's Bamboo Labs is a little weird. If you ever look into them, they have a printer called the P1S, the X1, and the P1P.
So you've got crossover.
I have the X1 and the P1P. I've both. And basically, the X1 has a different internals and a cage around it, so it can print anything, and it's more durable. Not that there's anything wrong with the other two; they're very awesome. But this one you can print more materials with. Do you need to? No. You'll probably never need an X1. I just had the money. I sold a house, so my real estate business was doing well. I was like, screw it, I'm doing it. Between the P1S and the P1P,
New York Times just ticked up Michigan at 2.5.
So
we are.
all right, where were we? So these are identical printers. The only difference is this one comes with a housing. It's basically $100 more for a full cage around it, which means you can print with other things. The internals aren't as good as this one, but it doesn't need to be. If you only use like regular standard filament, which you probably almost always will, that's all you need. You just need the P1S, and in fact, you can print the siding for it if you buy the P1P. So it all depends on your budget. I would recommend the P1S more just because it comes with everything. But I have this one. It's bare bones. It works perfectly. It's awesome. It works just as good as my X1. But if you don't have that much money, just get the A1. Just dip your toes into it. You can always sell it, and you'll almost make back exactly like $199. It's usually $300. You could sell it for $150 all day, every day on Facebook Marketplace. So, just a thought. I love 3D printing. If you ever look up an Orange Storm Giga, that's my newest printer I just got. I haven't shown it to you here. This is my newest printer. It's huge. It's gigantic. So that's my newest toy. I still need to put it together, but I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be like a weekend project, I think.
We're missing 67,000 votes in CD1, Scottsdale, and everything else.
Yep.
Where we know.
Oh,
that
Trump
David
ticked up
Schweikert
to
was the- or the
87%
Republicans
chance to
were up
win
like
now.
30,000 votes.
87.
We're missing
Wisconsin, he's
51,000
leading Wisconsin by
votes in
1.5
CD4,
vote,
where,
1.5 points.
Where Kelly Cooper was up like 5,000 votes.
2 points
on
in Michigan.
Washington. Like unbelievable.
Wow.
We're missing 108,000 votes in CD5. You guys know where CD5's at?
Where?
Can I nationalize this for a second?
Yeah.
Because we got a lot of people. So if you guys have any questions about other races, please email us freedom@charliekirk.com. I want because
we'll go through some of these congressional races.
I do. I
Yeah.
just want to be clear. A couple things though. Donald Trump leads with an estimated 20% in Muskegon County, a county that Biden won by 0.6%, and that Whitmer won by 8%, which is amazing. Also, the Montana Senate race we have our eyes on. And if you guys want to become a member, I will sign you a hat tonight. It will be signed on the night you never want to forget. Members.charliekirk.com.
Date 'em.
Members.charliekirk.com. Truly.
By the
So-
way, Arizona just ticked up slightly on New York Times. CD5, by the way, is Andy Biggs, which is a rock ribbed ruby red
We're
district.
missing 100,000 votes from them.
105,000. Don't cut.
Yeah,
Don't sell yourself.
105,000 votes by our estimation.
Honestly, but every single 1,000 votes in a CD5 that are going to break what 65% Trump.
Yeah. Or 70.
I mean, and
Yeah.
Kerry's going to get the lion's
And
share
that's
of
going to
those.
help Gary.
Yeah, exactly.
I
So-
just got a just got a funny one to share with everyone. White House official texts me that Joe Biden went to bed around 9:30.
No way. That's not even a joke.
And I literally, you can look at my texts right here, Andrew. There you go.
That's funny.
And look, I just got one in. Biden stopped watching around 9:30. Orders to wake him up if winner is determined tonight.
Yeah, do that second part.
So wait, this is sick. This is sick stuff, though. The fact that Maricopa County withheld. Here's what I believe is going on here. Okay, Maricopa County withheld results because the results are not in yet from Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The
That's
entire
sick.
the
That's
entire
sick.
the entire face of this race changes once Arizona comes in and once Nevada comes in.
The smart people see what we see in Arizona, which is it's very good. Does someone have the Montana Senate race by any chance?
Arizona, good people, smart
Let me-
people.
let me read that message. That
Yeah, it's
that-
worth reading.
But I mean, you saw it. You saw it come in. All right, I'm sitting here. Per Biden White House official, U.S. Secret Service is preparing to mobilize additional resources to Florida in the coming hours.
He's it's only 5% in. He's up.
Trump is
56 to
leading
43.
Where Mar-a-Lago is.
pretty big.
So that thing's over. That's gonna be over.
Charlie,
Everybody-
let me give
Yeah.
one quick PA thing that I think is a good insight. So if people are wondering, obviously the Democrats are all in on Allegheny, Philadelphia County. When
Yeah, we
look
just
at
got
the
new
state,
numbers in.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Kerry Lake was
Go ahead.
Yeah, 62%
winning,
of PA is in.
but Arizona's still
If you're
counting.
telling me
So
there's more, I'll dive in on those. 63% of Philly is in, but 87% of Allegheny is in. And so when I look at that, more
Trying
of
to look and
Philadelphia
see.
and Allegheny are in than the rest of the state, and Trump still holds nearly a 3% lead statewide. So obviously we got to keep track of those numbers. But for the fact that those are their
I don't want to.
strongholds, they're above the current state.
I don't want to.
We've still got a lot of Republican votes out there that are going to be counted.
Guys, Rogers just took the lead.
In
5,000
Michigan?
votes.
Are you serious?
Roger, it's only 25% in.
Hey Blake, can you pull that? The operative word from Harris headquarters is
3,000
silence.
votes.
Silence.
The operative word from the Harris headquarters is silence.
By the way, New York Times has not called Virginia for what it's worth.
Decision desk projects Bernie Moreno.
I don't see anything on Kerry Lake.
Decision desk projects
Let's
Bernie
go.
Moreno.
Bernie.
There you go. That's a flip.
So
That is a flip.
here's where we stand on the Senate, guys. We have a really solid.
Last I
shot
saw, she was
right
winning.
now
That's
in
all I know.
Pennsylvania and Michigan.
And
So you got McCormick.
if the Republicans are leading right now, 49.7 to 49.5, very close, very close. But obviously, if the Democrat or the Republicans are winning, I would assume she's still in the lead. It'd be hard pressed to say she isn't. It'd be wild.
Heading in a really great direction because
it's crazy.
They're running out of blue votes. They're running out of blue votes, and the rest of the state, there's still places that are red that have not even reported across Michigan. And so they're going to play games, I'm sure, but they're running out of time because we're going to know Michigan by tomorrow morning.
Wow, Trump is
Tomorrow
crushing in
morning,
Michigan.
We're here. By the time we leave here tonight, we may know Michigan.
He's up by
Wisconsin
4%.
Looks really bad for the
Only
Democrats.
28% in, but that's
You've got Eric Hovde. Oh, he just took the lead.
Wow.
Eric Hovde just went 7,000 up.
now Minnesota's a toss up.
Oh,
It
Madison's
was
out of
50
votes.
Oh my God. It was leaning.
I thought we had Brett on the line.
Wow. It was leaning
Yeah, we're
Democrat.
bringing him back.
We got
guys, we might watch the blue wall fall. We might. I mean,
well, and this is a crash down, Charlie. This is literally a Humpty Dumpty fell off the wall and the wall came down.
Yeah. By the way, New York Times says Wisconsin 67% chance of going Trump. By the way, this is happening gradually and suddenly. I want you all right now in the audience to remember what you're eating, what you're doing, what you're seeing. You might just be witnessing history. Right
Just went up 69%.
Yeah, you might. It's happening gradually, then suddenly, guys. They're running out of votes, and we have a lot of votes left.
Ruben Gallego
Wow.
is only at 52% of the vote right now.
That is not good for him.
With
Did they change the
with
percent?
50% reported right now.
80%, 87%
Green
chance.
Party candidate has already racked up 30,000 votes.
Brett is still on the Zoom. If we can get both of them, both Cliff and Brett. By the way, become a
It's
member
like
today,
Trump is looking like he might get
members.charliekirk.com. I'm
300.
signing hats for all of
So
you.
he's going to win the
We
pop.
right now
He could
have
win the popular vote
177,000 people on the stream. Not bad for a
and the electoral college.
So right now, yeah.
Oh,
geez,
I want him to win
Wisconsin's
the popular vote too, so badly.
That's a strong turnout.
Oh
right
my
now for
God,
Donald
it's going to be
Trump.
so
And,
good.
Charlie, let me ask you
check out
guys:
the map.
the Senate race there, in Wisconsin.
It's
I mean,
huge.
and obviously
It's huge.
we're all optimistic.
Cruz won
Yeah, I mean,
re-election
tell me about
easily.
that. The fact that that's competitive, Brett, congratulations. But I mean, how much is that a shift from what we were seeing?
Wow.
It's massive.
Hey, Brett, welcome back. Brett is our what is his title? Wisconsin.
Well, he's the enterprise
He is
director.
the enterprise director for all of our national field program. And
But he's also Mr. Wisconsin.
He's Mr.
With a
Wisconsin.
name like
Brett Galashevsky.
Yeah, Brett Galashevsky. That's about as Polish as it gets. By the way, can we just quickly?
Excuse me.
Can we get by the way, this what you just said, and we should get up on screen.
Exactly. Can we throw up 176 right now? Everybody, look at this map. This is the counties that have shifted red.
That's unbelievable.
Look at that. Look at that
Oh my God.
sea
Look at-
of red.
Tyler, look at that map.
Look at this, Tyler. That is a
Where's it at?
that is a
Oh, I see it.
political realignment in our midst.
That is a once in a generation reputation.
That is a
of the-
bad news
of the
bears
American
for the-
Democrat. That is everything we saw on campuses, everything that we sensed, all that pulse. Again, I'm not saying Trump's going to win yet, but Cliff, Brett, fill me in. What's the path for them? What needs to happen here? I mean, they're running out of votes in Wisconsin, Brett. I'm looking at Dane County. I'm looking at Milwaukee. It's something to look at here, but Trump is up 40,000 votes. Brett, am I missing something in the great state of Wisconsin?
No, this is super incredible to see. I was a little worried about 10 minutes ago because it looked like Waukesha County was almost done counting, and they are. Waukesha County is essentially done here, and Trump's at 58.6, and Hovde's at 59.4. You have to hit that 60% threshold, and we might not get there in Waukesha County. However, we are racking the score up in Washington County, another critical part of the WOW counties. Trump's at 70% with a little under half of the precincts reporting. And then in Dane County, we're holding the line here, guys. The goal was 23%. Both Trump and Hovde are at 24. I'm shocked to see this, but I think the real story right now is going to be Kenosha County. We have an opportunity
Kenosha,
to
let's go.
offset that Waukesha underperformance in Kenosha County, something that might be the difference maker. Trump's up by 8 right now with a little over 75% reporting. That's a county he won by 3 in 2020, and that is essentially a Chicago suburb. So that is really telling, guys, Kenosha County.
Cliff, Allegheny County, my data people say that Allegheny 91% and Harris 60-39 was Biden 59-39. So we have to cross that stream. Are you worried about that? Are there good votes for us remaining? Is that a big deal? What's going on there?
Yeah, I mean, I think Allegheny County right now, I mean, based on what we did, this is one of our major targets, right? We know the Dems. I mean, look, you have to look at what they poured into it too. And they had tons. They probably had about 60 staffers on the ground just focusing on Allegheny County. But the fact that 87% is in, Charlie, they don't have the votes out there, right? Sure, the margin might not be where we wanted it to be. And depending on what comes in, I think we could still improve. But I just don't think they have enough votes out there in Allegheny County for us to think that it's going to be some shift when they're currently down by over 100,000 votes.
Andrew, can you read that from the New York Times? In the meantime, members.charliekirk.com. New York Times now says Arizona is a 78% chance of winning. Trump by 4.5. The slow data here. We'll get to that rant later, but can you read the New York Times, please?
So, Cliff, this relates to Pennsylvania, so listen up. This is from Katie Gluick from the New York Times. Democrats bet big on abortion rights as a major motivator, and for many voters it was. But for some voters in states where abortion access is currently protected, the issue felt less urgent, according to a number of lawmakers and voters she spoke with while reporting in Michigan and Pennsylvania.
That means Trump played it right.
He played it right.
That means Trump played it right.
He played it right.
Guys,
Yeah,
I don't
and
want to
look, I
celebrate
think-
too preemptively, but this is unbelievable.
If that's true. If that's
I
true,
think their
Trump played it
biggest
right.
biggest mistake is thinking that black men in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh were going to be excited about the abortion issue as this number one issue. And I think Trump's messaging on the economy, it just worked. I mean, listen, we had 25 black PA chasers. And at first I was hesitant to talk about this, but the results that they got at the door, I mean, Charlie, I've mentioned this on your show before. They hate Kamala Harris. It doesn't connect. She's not authentic. And they connect with Donald Trump for a lot of different reasons. But I'll tell you, the biggest one is he puts more food on the table and more food in your bank account, or more money in your bank account. That's it, right? People try to overthink this. And Harris went all in on this idea that he's a threat to democracy and that Trump is this monster and that he's going to take away your right to an abortion. These black guys don't give a crap about that. And I just think, I mean, look, they didn't have to have increases of 20%. But if we increase this 5 or 10%, that's why you're seeing this lack of enthusiasm.
I got to interrupt you guys. Guys, I mean, Andrew, am I looking at what you're looking at?
It just ticked up as soon as I went to it. Here, hold on. Production team, put this graphic. This is a big reveal of an update from the New York Times tracker. Trump is projected currently, now this could move, to win the popular vote by 1.1%.
Guys, you know what that means? Do you know what that means for America?
That's a mandate.
We're going to make it great again.
No, if that materialized, that's a mandate for mass deportations. That's a mandate for.
We're going to Mars. We're going to Mars, and they're going back.
89% chance.
Back.
I'm going to tell you what else.
Think of the things that Trump said on this campaign trail, and he's winning the popular vote.
Guys, I have better
Nate
news.
Cohn. Hold on, Nate Cohn. For the first time tonight, we consider Trump likely to win the presidency. He has an advantage in each of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. To win, Harris would need to sweep all three. There's still a lot of vote left, but in the voting so far, Trump is narrowly but discernibly ahead.
Can I tell you?
Are they trying to let down their audience slowly? Is that what
I don't know. It's like a call without a call.
Have you heard the line, "The cat is on the roof"?
I have not.
So the cat is on the roof is like this. It's like and this is the Scott Adams thing, so I'll just say it. It's when you have to deliver someone bad news, you break it to them slowly. So let's say you're watching somebody's house and you accidentally kill their cat. Well, it's a hypothetical. So you would
be careful.
That's a bad analogy.
It's hypothetical. It's hypothetical. So you would call them up, and at first you would say
All right, Young Turks, give me something, please.
Stupid. Just a big nothing burger.
He's starting to stress.
Look, I don't think Kamala Harris should have come on this show. She can't handle this show. She can't handle anything but talking points. But
He's
Tim Walz, what are
coping.
you doing? We had all these we got all excited about Tim Walz. He's a populist guy. He's a guy who's proven that he can get bills passed. Got great bills passed in Minnesota.
Yeah.
And you
No
don't even
balls
wanna go on
Walz.
the
What a
largest
great guy.
progressive Show because they were
No
too
balls Walz is a
busy kissing Liz
douchebag.
Cheney's ass. They ran a
Oh,
terrible
put
campaign.
tampons in boys' rooms.
So,
I was Tiananmen Square when the riots when the fight went down. You weren't anywhere, you fucking loser.
and I
You
want
fucking
everybody to
liar.
realize Ring of Fire,
Tim
excellent
Walz,
show,
trash
not
garbage.
only really smart.
You were not there, buddy.
progressive, economically
Buddy boy.
populist, just the same
Liar.
way, in
Stolen
so many
valor.
ways that
Liar.
TYT is,
I was the coach.
but
I mean,
also
the assistant
really
coach.
honest.
Oops. I'm
And-
just a
and I
knucklehead.
appreciate that about you, Farron. So thank you for joining us. Really great
Oh,
having you here.
he's tapping
Thanks
out.
for
He's
having me. I
"Oh,
appreciate
hey,
it."
Thanks.
Yeah,
Looks like it's over for
absolutely.
us.
Everybody
So,
check out Ring of Fire. All right, guys, as we go to the break, I'll just read some names, come back and read some more names. Wolfpack 56, Diva, Donnie, Danbert, No Bacon,
let's go.
DZ829, Hot Husband, Guru Plays Drum. The reason I'm reading those are the beautiful people who either became a member or donated through TYT.com. I'll read more later because I want to shout out to all the people who actually believe in honest programming and trying to make a little bit of a difference in the world. I love this community. This community cares about what's real, not just partisanship, not just the political parties, but wants to do some good in the world and wants to hear the truth. That's why I love you guys. TYT.com, get all the results as we go along. Vote in the polls, keep voting in the live chat poll, and also, guys, just so you know, 20% off today only on the site for monthly membership. So check that out if you can. We'll be right back.
They're coping already. I love it. Oh, I love it. Oh boy, yeah, we're not gonna listen to your stupid commercial.
Lead or so in that arena. In Michigan, about 29% of the
He
vote
is
has
sweating
been counted.
so
President
much.
Trump
I
has currently
hate
about a
I
70,000
hate
vote
Cenk
lead
Uygur so
in
much.
that arena. So
he is
again,
such a
Donald
douchebag.
Trump is looking quite good right now. By the way, I just want to say the reason that I'm pushing back just against the break with the Republican is because I want to be more specific about our definitions. If what you're saying is we should continue punching the left in the face, I totally agree. If what you're saying is that what we need to do is abandon the right wing on abortion, or abandon the right wing on gay marriage, or abandon free markets, or do any of that's the break that we're looking for, like, or abandon a realist foreign policy that doesn't agree with neocon, but also doesn't agree with isolationism. Like, I just need more specific definition of what you mean in order to achieve the thing.
What I believe is that we can't achieve any of those things until the press is crushed.
So that I agree. I agree with that.
Okay.
So we don't agree. We don't disagree.
Yeah.
We don't disagree.
So
I'm not going to let us keep talking about this. There's an election happening. That's what people want us to talk about.
Yes, I agree.
And this conversation isn't helping the situation.
I don't know about
I want to go check in with our own Cassie Akiva, who is in Pennsylvania right now, where Donald Trump is starting to eke out a lead. And Cassie, one of the things that's on my mind right now is what impact, in the end, is Israel's war actually going to have on this election? And here's what I mean. Pennsylvania has an incredibly popular Democratic governor who is Jewish. Kamala Harris, instead of choosing a governor who almost certainly would have carried the state that she has to have in order to achieve victory, didn't choose him only because of the war happening in the Middle East. Is that going to end up being decisive in this campaign?
The answer is yes. In case Cassie,
I think the answer.
That was a setup if ever I heard it.
Yeah, I mean.
Hi guys.
Hey.
Hey, Cassie, I just asked you an amazing question, but Ben answered it. So now I'm going to ask you a different question, which is, it's a vibe election. What is the vibe at McCormick HQ right now?
The vibe is really good right now. We have the band coming out to play. Every time Pennsylvania is on the television, the whole crowd goes bananas. There's an open bar here. People are having a really good time. The turnout is looking really, really good right now. The only thing I want to caution is that Dave McCormick has 80,000 fewer votes than Donald Trump right now, which is a little odd, but they're still feeling good. They just came out to the stage and said they're feeling good, and they said they're going to give us another update at 11:30.
Can I actually say that even the fact that McCormick is trailing Donald Trump in Pennsylvania by 80,000 votes reinforces the idea that Israel's war may cost Kamala the election, because it is largely secular Jews in Pennsylvania who had a wake-up call on 10/7 to realize that they needed a pro-Israel American president, but still don't want to break with their ideological left-wing.
In miniature in Florida, and that kind of extreme, sort of extremist, right-wing, fascist type government in Florida, does that make it a more attractive place?
This is gonna be great.
He's broken her mind.
Broke her brain.
Her brain is just gone. It's just gone now.
Wait, this is their warm-up act, right?
Yeah, this isn't even like
it's going to be like screaming and
this
gnashing.
isn't this. This is early. This is early.
Now this is not a
All right,
little meltdown.
let's play
clip.
cut 178.
178. It's good.
And again, I think this is becoming a bit of a theme we're seeing in multiple states now, the Hispanic vote. Why did Trump make some progress? It was small, but it was there in Philadelphia in 2020. It was because he improved with Hispanic voters in Hispanic areas of the city. With 2/3 of the vote in Philadelphia now, it's 77-21. Well, that looks terrible, but compare that to 2020, and look at that. Trump is running 3.5 points better in Philadelphia than he did in 2020. Harris now 4 points off the Biden number. There is more mail to come, more vote by mail to come in Philadelphia.
More
that will
cheap
be a
by
boost
mail to
Harris,
come,
but
guys.
there's
Don't
also
worry.
more same-day vote to come, and you can see Trump is running
Cheap
above
by
his
mail.
2020 levels there. So where this lands, the Trump campaign's goal in Philadelphia, is basically get that Biden number under 80%. So far, they're on course to do that. There's the wild card of the mail there that adds a lot of volatility.
Yeah, there's always
to
that
this.
wild
But
card.
again, you're starting
The
to, as
Democrat
these
cheap
counties
by mail
fill in, you're
system.
starting to see some patterns, and patterns you're not just seeing in one state, you're seeing them in multiple states right now.
Cliff, can you react to that? But first, I want to say Cameron, Nadia, Twan, Shia, Sherry, Katie, Alan, Chambly, Mary, Colby, Danny, Mike, Lisa, Chris, Tom, Tyler, John, Kate, Chad, Brent, Beck, Dwight, Andrew, Jen, and Mara, members.charliekirk.com. Cliff, walk us through can we get the map on live, please, in Pennsylvania up so Cliff can walk us through it?
Yeah, I want to start by saying this, guys. We're seeing the mail-in start to get finalized. And right now, Donald Trump has just absolutely increased his mail-in portion. He's at 34% of all mail-in votes in Pennsylvania. He was under 23% against Biden in 2020. He is just tremendously gaining. I'm very proud of that. Very proud of the work. 34% is the current margin. One other big thing, Charlie, in Pennsylvania, I have to talk about Cambria County. That's where I went to college. It's a 30%, sometimes a 40% county in terms of Donald Trump being a red county. Let's talk about the raw votes. Donald Trump won Cambria County by roughly 26,000 votes in 2020. And today they had a major malfunction with the scanning machines.
I bet they
and
did.
So a lot of those votes are not in. We're getting a couple in right now, but the reality is that'll be a huge gain, probably in the tune of another 20,000 for Trump in Cambria County that has not really come in. It's just trickled in right now. Back to what Kornacki said, of course that's what we saw in Philadelphia, right? We knew that Harris had to increase or at least maintain what Biden had, but really based on the other numbers around the state, she had to have significant gains in counties like Philadelphia County. And so I think this whole idea, that Tony Hinchcliffe and all this was going to backfire. I mean, people are people. It's a joke. And I'll sit here and defend it. I know some people might disagree. The polls are closed, so I can say this very openly. But normal people laugh at that stuff. And so I just think they get so in their elitist mindset, and it's backfiring with normal working class people that just want to be able to keep more of the money they make and put food on the table. That's what you saw in Philadelphia County. And so we got to see how many of the Democrats are able to turn out when that hits. But
We've proven ourselves over 22 years. And here, even in this election, I said, let's do a populist revolt before we find out who won. And remember, I did that when I thought Kamala Harris was a little bit more likely to win than Donald Trump. And so go sign the populist pledge at tyt.com. You'll see 6 super popular policies that all of America wants and none of our crooked, corrupt politicians ever pass. So
This guy's just constantly trying to sell himself, huh?
It by 3 at this point, and they had a 2.3% increase in turnout over 2022. When we look at Lycoming County, somebody in PA is probably going to fact check me on mispronouncing that. This is a county that was plus 41 for Trump. He's performing there, but their turnout's even higher at 3.5% increased turnout over their 2020 numbers. Then you have places like Butler, which is an ex-Bourbon county in Pennsylvania, and this was plus 33 for Trump 4 years ago. It's plus 32 now, but there's a 3% turnout change. So you start to see all these places across Pennsylvania where Donald Trump is netting out more votes in the areas where he already performed well. He's netting out more votes in these ex-Bourbon counties, which was the entire Harris strategy, was to go into these ex-Bourbon counties and shrink the Trump margins. And they're not changing at all. They're actually improving for him.
So, Brent, when you're looking, forward at the rest of the evening, I think the big question we all have is when the hell do they call these things so we can all go home? But but as this trots out, it.
Oh, inching closer and closer to the finish line. Look at that. God bless America. Trump's winning the popular vote nationwide. Wow. He's going to get the Electoral College and the popular vote. Beautiful.
Said that it looks like it's insurmountable at this point.
Well, as John said, he is a straight shooter. You know, when I talked with him, he told me that, you know, his job is to call balls and strikes, not to put his finger on the scale. You know, his reputation speaks for himself on that issue. I will tell you that we've all been here, the producer I work with, Brandon Bauer, we've been really practicing our math skills, trying to figure out, you know, whether or not there are enough votes for Harris to make up the deficit, which at one point was about 150,000 votes. We're seeing those votes come in from the different county, and it's not clear, as Raffensperger has pointed out, that there are enough votes, even if she were to continue sort of the break that she has had in some of those counties and some of those vote-rich counties like Fulton, Cobb, Gwinnett, where there's still a little bit of vote outstanding to make up that deficit. I'll tell you, I've also talked with both campaigns. You know, the Trump campaign is celebrating tonight. They're already looking forward to being able to say that this is a state that they won. They point out that they did very, very well in the rural counties. You know, we had a setup here, rural versus urban, and they clearly performed well in the rural counties.
That's
some of those counties
always.
we saw up to 70%.
Conservatives are always in the rural counties. That's why there's an electoral college, because you don't want three cities ruling the nation.
It wasn't that Harris did so much terribly. Then Biden performed
And now
years
they can't
ago.
even complain.
What you do see is that in the
Trump
rural
is winning the
rural
popular vote
showed up
and the electoral college, and it's not even
wonder,
close.
Steve, if part of that is the
It's
encouragement to
wild.
vote early, the
It's
combination
what
of
I didn't think
early
is going the
voting
popular.
and
I
voting
thought it was going to be closer than 2020,
them rack up the vote.
but
the Republican Party in
yeah,
Georgia, when you look at
it's
sort of
it's amazing right
county by
now.
county, I
It's
think
so
the point is
beautiful.
well made, that they
It
were
is
really
so
able
good to see.
increase the margins. And I was saying with Rick Klein earlier, Donald Trump has outperformed himself in many cases, even what he did in 2016.
Yeah. I think in 2016, it's not so much that Trump won; it's that no one voted for Hillary, and so he just kind of walked it.
What we were going to see today was that when the pre-vote came out, that
I think
Harris would
this
have a
year,
significant lead over
people are
Clinton
just
and
tired of losing money. We're tired of sending money to different countries. We're tired of the price of food going up to astronomical levels, gas prices going up insane. Like, you have less money. You're paying more money out of your pocket, even if you're making more money. If you're lucky enough that you're in a position that you're making more money than you were 4 years ago, which many people aren't, you're still losing more money just on the price of food, the price of bills. It's crazy.
And a lot of that is because a lot of this election happened in the pre-vote. That's when most of this was decided.
Steve-O in Atlanta. Steve-O Zanzami, thanks so much. Ryan,
Oh
what do you
man,
think
I
of
love how ABC is just like they're acting like they don't care.
If you're the Harris
Yeah.
campaign, on one
Oh,
hand.
it's
On the
not
other
where you
hand,
want to be if you're Harris.
the Trump campaign
I mean, she still has a
planning on
chance.
winning Georgia and North Carolina.
You know, we're not ready to call it yet. You know, when you fall asleep, maybe a couple trucks will pull up with a couple million votes, and they'll just magically get counted at 3 a.m. after a water pipe breaks.
It doesn't look like they will.
No, they can't get lucky unless it's not called getting lucky. It's called you fucking
What's
cheating.
interesting about all this tonight is that one
It ain't gonna
little
happen.
change in the law from 2020 to 2024. These states are counting a lot of these early votes right now. I mean, Georgia started counting this morning. North Carolina started counting at 5 o'clock.
That seems like
Wisconsin, 7,
this
Michigan,
morning.
7,
That seems like it should be illegal.
Pennsylvania, 7. One note, and Rick hit it earlier. Which is
Mail-in voting.
important
Keep in
about
mind,
Wisconsin.
everyone.
The last I checked,
Jimmy
Donald Trump
Carter
has a lead
had
of about
a bunch of people go in to see the easiest way to cheat in voting. It was mail-in votes. He said, if you want to cheat, that's how you do it, mail-in votes.
31,000 ballots that still need to be counted in Milwaukee. So the Republicans in
Mail-in
Wisconsin
cheater
are
votes.
saying
Almost always lean Democrat, and by almost always I mean always. Isn't that weird?
24,000 vote lead before those 31,000 votes get counted. So this is going to be
The
very,
cope
very
is so
close.
strong.
And
love
if
it.
you look at Racine and Kenosha County down in the southeast corner, you'll
I love it.
see that those two counties together, if you go up one north in Racine, there's only 23% in. But that's a huge, those are some huge numbers.
There
where
are some
they
big
need to
numbers.
be.
They are some
Let's just
giant
drill down on that,
numbers.
Ryan.
It's
So,
over. Racine representing. Let's go, Wisconsin. Let's go. Give yourself a pat on the back for getting your butt out there and voting,
People believe, and I was
doing
just
your
talking to
civic
Governor
duty
Walker,
as an American.
on text about this, and he agrees that Donald Trump needs to have about a 21,000 vote lead before those 31,000 absentee ballots get counted or entered into
90%
the
chance
system
of victory.
in
It just ticked up
Milwaukee that are
again.
still sitting out there. So it's, he's got a 41,000, Trump's got a 41,000 vote lead right now. There's more to come, and there's more blue votes to come in as well.
No, there's not.
So
Don't lie.
a long way to go, but rather be Donald Trump here than Kamala Harris
in Wisconsin. Say that again. Dom.
In Wisconsin.
Kamala Harris. Look, you know the state better than I know it, but I also know how difficult it is to get all of the votes counted in Milwaukee. And also,
Get the
Dane, I
fuck
mean,
out of
Dane
here.
had
Florida got it all counted. Florida's done already. And now, oh, yeah. Oh, it's hard to count votes in one city. Fuck you, you liar. Piece of shit.
Some of the young people in line. So I still believe the verdict is still out. We may not know Milwaukee, the final verdict until sometime tomorrow morning.
False. It's over.
You could be right.
Well, you owe me a beer.
I don't think you're going to be right, but you could be. I'm not saying
I'll
it's
take
over.
Milwaukee best.
I mean, I'd rather be where we're at.
Spotted cow. But Dane County, they've already counted 94% of the vote. And she seems to have fallen short. That's a
John, these are razor thin margin.
Yeah,
I
for
mean,
sure.
come on, let's
Razor thin?
by a blowout. I mean,
No, that is a blowout.
Let's look at the map. that
God,
shows the
you
outstanding
coping
vote
piece of garbage.
Yeah,
by party here.
Yeah, I mean that's Milwaukee. That's exactly what Ryan's just talking about. It's a huge amount of vote that is Milwaukee. That's why 43,000 is not necessarily a safe lead. Madison, a little bit of a smaller dot, but there's some red spots on the map as well. You go out to the west to St. Croix. I mean, we don't really have any vote there to speak of at all. So there's still Republican votes too, but Ryan's is right. I mean, as with all three of these Midwestern cities, we're not really going to know until we have a complete portrait of what's going on.
We're not really going to know until the trucks pull up tonight at 3 a.m. when you fall asleep and start dumping in votes from all the dead people. The people have died in the last 20 years. That's when we'll have a better idea.
If you go up to Michigan, we don't have a lot in Detroit, only about 15,000. That's another 750,000 votes in Detroit, Dearborn, in Wayne County, and as we just talked about, Milwaukee. But those are the
92%.
that's what makes
That is a
any lead right
bullshit.
now potentially elusive.
Bullshit.
North Carolina and Georgia does look different right now, David. It's
92% where they vote, where they count 5 votes.
You start to see those.
There was literally thousands of votes counted and 90% bullshit.
If you actually get
Bullshit.
into it, you realize, Fulton County, that's 93,000 or 93% of the vote in, only 41,000 left. So where you get the enough votes to shrink the margin becomes difficult to see at this hour. Mecklenburg, Charlotte already came in as well, and we're starting to see Trump, really romp on the score. I mean, this is obviously not a meaningful number at the end of the night, but as of now, he's winning the popular vote by 5,600,000 votes.
Let's go.
California, there's a lot of votes out there, but that's not a result that a lot of people saw coming, that it would even be close on the popular vote side. I think it's a function of all that rural run-up and how close he has kept it in all these other states.
Extraordinary night unfolding. Rick Klein over at the big board. Rick, thanks. We do have some calls at this hour. ABC News can now project that Oregon, that Vice President Kamala Harris will pick up the 8 electoral votes from Oregon. She has won the state of Oregon. She's also won the state of Washington tonight. The 12
Surprise,
electoral votes
surprise.
from Washington will go to Kamala Harris. And we
The
have a race to
sewer of
follow in
America.
California tonight in the Senate race. Congressman Adam Schiff, 12-term congressman in California.
Surprise,
East
surprise.
Republican, Steve Garvey. Obviously, that was an open seat after Dianne Feinstein, the late Dianne Feinstein. Let's get right to Kana Whitworth in California covering this race. Kana, what can you tell
Shocked.
us?
California continues to dig itself into the ocean.
This will now be the first time in 3 decades that California will be represented by 2 male senators, and it is certainly an exciting night here for Democrats in California. We are at the Democratic Party where they do actually expect Adam Schiff to address the crowd here.
Just remember everyone, all the people that love and support P. Diddy, the child rapist P. Diddy, that support Kamala Harris. It's almost all of them. That's not like a weird thing. It's actually par for course.
Negatively, that actually bodes well for him and his campaign. He's also been spending a tremendous amount of his own political capital helping.
Let's get back to someone good.
We've talked about a lot, right, Brett, about Door County and what everything looks like up there.
The cope is so
People
good.
around the Bay are
91% chance.
Let's play some tape here.
It ticked up.
I want to see some of this. Let's first start with 182.
But here's what I want to say right now. I just want to bring this up to show the stakes for the Harris campaign right now as the count in North Carolina gets higher and in Georgia gets higher. The importance if Donald Trump, this is a hypothetical, but if Donald Trump holds these two, and he won that one both times, 2016 and 2020. He won this in 2016. He lost it by 11,000 votes in 2020. So not at all inconceivable in history and when you look at the numbers tonight. Excuse me. If that happens, Harris cannot lose that. Why can she not lose that? Because 251 plus 19 makes Donald Trump president of the United States.
Let's continue to go through this.
Yeah, that's how math works.
Yeah, that's. Thank you, John King. Let's play cut 183.
Oh man,
is still large,
so good.
Is still loud,
The
but
cope-
a little bit
the
more
cope.
subdued. And the word that I keep hearing, it must be some new phrase that has entered the lexicon, is the idea that people here are nauseously optimistic, not just cautiously optimistic, but nauseously optimistic.
Okay. Can I share a note I got from a reporter? I've got all these reporters hitting me up like vibe check. How you guys feeling? And he said, how you guys feeling? And I said, feeling good. I mean, is it ecstatic over there? This reporter asked. This is a reporter from the Atlantic. LOL. We'll see. Says, I'm at the Philly Dems party. It's bleak.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, the New York Times right now has Donald Trump with a 90% chance of winning the presidency.
91.
And by the way, this is not Hillary Clinton stuff. This is after a lot of data.
91%.
91% chance.
So do you remember when Bob Brady, let me go back to the timestamp, when Bob Brady at, I think it was about 2 p.m. Eastern, came out and said, and it was a Young Turks guy or a former Young Turks guy, David Schuster says, voter turnout is extremely high, said Philadelphia Democrat Party Chairman Bob Brady, the former congressman. I've been doing elections for 50 years, and I've been chairman for 40.
Sorry, we have some breaking stuff. Keep going.
And now it's the highest we've ever seen at this point. Yeah, that's what you get if you trust a Philadelphia Democrat. He was lying.
Become a member, members.charliekirk.com right now to get a signed hat. Cliff, what do you have? You have some modeling for us? It's breaking news. Cliff Maloney modeling out of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so what we did, I had my data guys pull all of the collar counties. Jack, I want you to check my math on this. And we just said, okay, based on the percentage it is in, we looked at 2020 and we tried to map out. I told you guys, Philadelphia County, there's about 172,000 outstanding ballots, right? Which once again is not enough to get to that 603 number that Biden did. But let's break down each to the collar county. So in Bucks County, right now, I'm not going to predict that we're going to win it, but it is neck and neck. I mean, we're down out of 205,000 votes cast in Bucks County. We're down by like 1,000 votes. And so if we keep seeing trends, we're probably going to win, or at least it's going to be a 50-50 wash in Bucks County. So I'm going to look at the fact that there's 182,000 votes that we think are left in Bucks, but we're going to call that a wash. Let's go to Montgomery County. Okay, 61% is in. Dems are winning that about 2-1. And so in Montgomery County, we expect that we have about 200,000 votes left to cast. So we'll see where that comes in. But, you know, there's going to be some room there, but there's about 200,000. I'm just telling you guys what's left if you're the Democrats at HQ trying to figure it out. Then we go to Chester County. Okay, in Chester County, half of it's in, and right now it's about 60,000 to 90,000 Dems are winning, and in Chester County we have about 161,000. So there are some numbers there. Okay, and then you go to Delco where they're doing very strong, but there's about 72% in. But in Delco they're winning right now 138,000 to 90,000. And we think there's about 88,000 votes left. I know that's a lot of numbers. What I'm telling you guys is when we look at all of the outstanding ballots, Bucks is a wash. The others, maybe they pick up between 50 to 100 or 100 and change in each of them. That's where they have their base. The rest of this is going to be all of the red counties throughout PA that we're going to see trickle in for the rest of the million votes in the state. And so, I mean, this is still a tight race. I'm not going to say it's over. But they're going to have to outperform on election day with the rest of these votes because most of the mail-ins are in. But I'm just sharing with you guys, there's no county with 500,000 votes left. There's no county with 400,000 votes left.
Right.
Okay, every
Hold on,
county that they're looking at.
Is it like 2020 where they just discover more stuff, guys? Or that's not that, like, we have final
Charlie,
outstanding
we're
vote
talking
totals.
about them like you're talking about hundreds of thousands of votes would have to just appear materialize that haven't been in the early count already.
So
and that's just not a thing.
So Cliff, why do we have no votes out of Cameron County?
Cambria?
Cameron.
Oh, let me pull that 1 second.
It might be just a reporting error, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm seeing that as well.
Right. And Erie,
Yeah,
by the way, should flip.
Check Cameron County.
No, wait.
Cameron.
Oh, no, that's last year.
By the way,
While Cliff pulls that up, quick footnote about Wisconsin. We had a constitutional amendment on the ballot that would change the language of a statute that says instead of every United States citizen can vote in the state of Wisconsin, that it'll be changed to only United States citizens can vote in the state of Wisconsin. That passed 70-30, about 1 million votes to 500,000 votes. So quick footnote about Wisconsin. That was a statewide referendum.
According to MSNBC, they say expect a big drop of absentee ballots in Pennsylvania. That's what they're saying.
At 11:55. That's MSNBC. We just got a note that they reported that at 11:55.
So Cliff, what could that be?
I have no idea. I mean, we're seeing the requests. We know how many ballots were requested. We know how many were returned. So at this point, I mean, I hate to say this, guys, but this is what I've been waiting for to kind of analyze what is it they are going to try to do at the last minute. But we have all the data. And the thing that really is wild to me is, once again, I mean, you can't return a mail-in ballot if you haven't requested it. And our request deadline was October 29th. So I don't know where they're getting this. Maybe this is their Hail Mary effort. I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist, but
let's just stay factual. I mean, that's their reporting, right? So we'll see what happens there. So email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Become a member, members.charliekirk.com. That's members.charliekirk.com. A lot of libs are freaking out right now, guys. Like a lot.
Should be Eric Hovde has a great mustache.
We are signing a lot of books right now. So Allegheny, 95% in. 95% in. It's 59-40 Harris. Was 59.4 39 Biden. So we actually did a point better, Cliff, in Allegheny. Philadelphia is 77-22 with 77% in. That is a way over performance in Philly, right, Jack? That's way better than 2020. That's
incredibly. So and she underperformed. Biden, I think, had like 80. Biden broke 80. She didn't even break 80. Biden had in 2020. He had, with this just massive number, the 600,000 number, he had 81% to Trump having 17.9. So Trump had about 18. Biden broke 81. We're now seeing that Trump is at 21. So up 3 points in a county that we were told that he wasn't even competitive in, and she couldn't even break 80. So she couldn't break the plane of 80. And the big story, though, so, okay, 117. And then last time. So, okay, Trump is running at about even. He's about 15,000 votes down from where he was in 2020 in the county of Philadelphia. But look at the tail of the tape when it comes to Kamala Harris. And again, there's only 70% in at this point, but she has a deficit of 200,000 votes still from where Biden was in 2020.
Yeah,
Those
she's
votes.
still running ahead. She's just behind where Biden was.
She's ahead. She's ahead of Trump, but she's way behind where Biden was.
Not by the margin she needs.
Just people did not come out for her in Philadelphia.
Well, and I
period.
think we should play this clip actually from Nicole Wallace, which I think is it's just too good. We good with
Yeah,
this?
go to it, please.
184. She can't understand young men at all, and maybe their concerns. 184.
You go to the polls with the country that you have, and the country we have lives in two totally separated information ecosystems. Whatever happens, we'll have to really understand the information consumption that young men have and why they think that the economy will be better under Donald Trump when it never was.
Because it never was.
She can't understand it. It's just amazing to me.
Arizona now has Trump at a 77% chance of winning Arizona, New York Times. And that's without any new data, Tyler.
Yeah, Maricopa is still at 54%.
By the way, not only that, we have no data from Cochise. Like Cochise hasn't even reported.
Cochise hasn't reported.
And we're at 930.
Apache, of course, hasn't reported.
And La Paz.
La Paz hasn't reported.
Cochise is a sizable county, by the way.
Cochise is good for us.
I'll be right back.
La Paz should be good for us. We're gonna go through Arizona.
And
I just got off the phone with some very, very good people. We've got a long way to go, guys. Everyone needs to buckle up. Arizona has they haven't even started releasing the results yet. I pulled off this for a second. They haven't even started tabulating the results here from today. This is how slow these people work. It's already 9:35. Polls have been closed for 2.5 hours. They can't stick one SD card into a machine and start giving us results from Maricopa County. This is not how it used to work, by the way. How it used to work in Maricopa County, it was within about an hour, you start getting results from all across the county. This is not, and they pulled this the last two elections. The last two elections, it's been slow roll. All of a sudden, it's 10:30, 11 o'clock. They start announcing results from the election day. We're probably going to see that again today. 11 o'clock, we're going to start seeing things. I wouldn't be surprised in Maricopa County if President Trump and J.D. Vance, from today's results and what they decided to release today, are going to put them ahead, which is good. But we have probably 200,000, and the vast majority of those 200,000 votes that they did not count were a big chunk of what put Republicans ahead this last week.
in early voting, yeah.
In early voting in Maricopa County. So, and remember, in Maricopa County, we were only up like 150,000-ish votes. I don't have the number right in front of me.
Well, right now, yeah. Right now, Trump's up 3,000 votes right now.
I actually believe
2,500.
I'm breaking down. In Maricopa County, I mean. So in Maricopa County, I actually think I ran the numbers. I'm with the team. I've got Matthew and Ben on. We're going to see a lot of Matthew and Ben the next 3 days, probably if it's really close. But I think that there's probably a good chance that we're a strong 60-40 minimum, probably maybe ahead of that, like 62-38 of the votes that they decided not to release, because 105,000 of those are from Andy Biggs' district.
Yeah.
So half of them right off the bat, are majority Republican.
Well, it was 105 outstanding, right? And that's going to be 65%. So he's going to win 68,000 of those.
And Kerry Lake's going to win almost all of those too, because you're not voting for Andy Biggs and not Kerry Lake. Hey, just so you know, and there's no world in which Kerry Lake doesn't get all Andy Biggs' votes. Okay, so like that's going to happen. There may be some separation from President Trump and some of our people, but there will not be separation from this congressional votes.
New York Times says that we have an 80% chance of winning now Arizona. It's just, I don't know where they're getting these. Like, there's no data.
Oh, because Stephen Richards on the phone with them, probably telling them, like, reading them off numbers.
Allegedly. I mean, we don't have any new numbers. We have a whole count. Well, how is it that Cochise has not reported anything? Can you explain that to me?
Well,
nothing.
Who knows?
It's 937 and one of our reddest counties.
Well, Cochise, do you want to know the latest with Cochise? I mean, Cochise was part of the whole thing where they got attacked by Chris Mays. But I can't talk. I'm not going to talk that much about Chris Mays. But you've got Chris Mays, an attorney general who is politicking from the attorney general's office. Happened to know that firsthand, and so you have people all across the state who are completely freaking out. In Apache County, by the way, she just went after that the county attorney that's there in Apache County. Guy is a conservative Democrat There's only Democrats in Apache County, but he's a conservative Democrat. She went after him. She went after the guys in that part of Arizona.
Yep.
She's gone after everyone that's a political enemy. So you've now got all these people scared to just do their basic job, which is report results.
Jeez, it's just crazy. Yeah. By the way, that was Mar-a-Lago wondering why is Arizona not reporting any votes. Yeah. And I'm like, good question. You know.
Oh, really?
I mean, we're up 3,000 votes. It's just we have entire counties that haven't reported that are all good for us. La Paz is good for. I mean, Apache sucks.
Did you share with them the Maricopa missing votes?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I said, and they were like, "Why are we not?" It's just chill. We're good. Fine.
It's missing votes. We're going to be good. We're going to go up. We're on a trajectory, I think, right now on the math that we're doing to be probably at least up 5 for Trump, which that's putting Kerry Lake right in the ballpark of yeah, it's gonna be the heat. Now we're gonna have to cure ballots, and God bless Brett Galashevsky, who was just on the phone. Do you see how close this race is with Eric Hovde? What was our team doing all day?
He's up by 36,000 votes.
I know. Our team all day long was curing thousands and thousands of votes. Thousands and thousands of votes. It could come down to that. It could.
Yeah, well, I only be sitting down when I'm doing the show, and that's a convenience factor. But I did change the chair because it used to be like that old foam chair that you have at your grandparents' house, where it feels like another butt up against your butt. So now it's actually it's a nice firm polymer, so you don't get that. It's like when you sit on someone else's desk.
No,
in
I agree.
school and
I
it's
don't
warm,
like,
like
even
someone
though I'm
pre-warmed
old
it. I don't have
now,
that anymore.
I don't like old people chairs, even though I'm kind of old now. It's weird to be 50, but I remember like grandma's like, it feels creepy. Like, it must be like this when you're like a junior high student and Tim Walz is your gay counselor. Must be what it's like to sit on his lap.
Allegedly. Also,
probably right.
It's really
Alleged
weird.
my ass.
It's
Anyway.
really weird when old people have carpeting up and around the toilets. You
Yeah.
had some information there, Gerald.
All right, so just some information. So we got some PA updates that we can have Ginger Snap come in and give us some.
Okay.
Kamala Harris is way underperforming in some very important places.
Okay.
In tell her get on her knees. And then I just wanted to give you this update too on Florida. So in 2020, Trump won Florida by 372,000. Right now, it's projected at over 1.5 million.
1.5 million.
He's going to win it by this time around.
Stop it, Nick.
What do you mean,
Nick? Stop it, Nick.
Guys, you and your trend horse shit. I'm sorry.
Right, just okay.
It's not
All
good.
right, Nick needs a
By
snippers.
the way,
No, there's been no good news tonight that Nick hasn't said.
By the way, real quick, hey, real quick,
We're gonna lose Florida.
real quick, Crowder.
Gerald, you can't quit. Gerald, you cannot quit.
Hey, no making out with Nick.
It's good.
Stop it. Stop it.
Don't hurt me.
Hey, Steven, something big here.
Man.
Steven,
Yeah,
something.
Don't make me take my shirt off.
You mean aside from an Aryan beating up a Sicilian, which the optics are not great? Yes. What is it, Alex?
Sicilian.
Listen, you guys are doing great on the numbers as well. I know you love Owen Schroyer, former political prisoner. He's in our big map room looking at some of the numbers. I want to get his, just for a minute or so, his take and analysis. I know you got a bunch of experts there. Let's put our brains together right now. But let's just go to Owen for a second to simulcast. I want him to give us a quick report. He says big developments. Owen.
Here's the deal. Where's the best place for people to find you? I just want to say, where's the best place for people to find you? Because we didn't get your plug in yet. Sorry, we have Joe Lewis in the studio. And
No,
everyone's
well, I'm going to steal your dog. If InfoWars gets shut down, find me at Real Alex Jones on X. Find me at alexjones.network. And also follow our backup channel at AJN for Alex Jones Network, AJN Live. And that'll be a big deal because, when I got deplatformed, even great fans had trouble finding me. We're still on a lot of talk radio stations. We've got the uplinks at the new studio and stuff, but it's a lot smaller. We intend to expand, hopefully, move out of Austin, maybe up north by you guys. Who knows?
you know what, Alex, too. Also, I don't know if you noticed, we just announced this tonight. You know, Rumble Premium has been an ad-free service that's been around for a while. Mug Club now is Rumble Premium. Rumble Premium is Mug Club, where Mug Club proved that we could build out a network, but there are already more people like Donald Trump Jr. on Rumble Premium. They have some gamers there. They have
I've been talking to the owner. I've been talking to the head of Rumble, with you guys as well. We're going to be working a lot more with Rumble regardless. I just got to know what's going to happen with InfoWars, but we're finally here. It'll be gone next Tuesday. And bad guys are probably going to buy it. So I've just been faithful to the crew here, but I'm ready to branch out and hopefully have the crew with me. But that's going on.
Right. And you could always just you could just change it to like Info Floors, and that could be under Rumble Premium is my point, right? There's a million things that you could do. Oh no, we lost his feet.
Gone or just dark?
Oh, there.
No, I'm here. And if people want to support me because it takes money to fight this, the AlexJonesStore.com.
Yes, AlexJonesStore.com. I think because he wants to feed us some info from Owen Schroyer real quick. And the Alex Jones. Sorry, say it again, Alex. I'm sorry.
TheAlexJonesStore.com. Get some T-shirts, get some CMOS. Keep us on the air. I'm not kidding. You'll love the CMOS. But seriously, Owen is on it. I know you guys have your own war room. I want to hear your take on his analysis. So here's Owen Schroyer. Owen, come in here.
All right, everybody take a deep breath. Everybody just relax for a second. We got election happening right now. The numbers in Pennsylvania and Georgia, in my view, I've crunched them. There's no path to victory. 82% in Pennsylvania. Harris would have to get 65% of the vote the rest of the way. It's just not there. The rural counties are competing with Philadelphia. She's not going to get 65% the rest of the way. And I just don't see why they just don't call it now. I'm telling you, Trump needs to come out and declare victory right now. Harris has not been getting 65% of the returns since 8 p.m. It's not happening. Trump is going to win Pennsylvania aside from shenanigans. Same thing happening in Georgia. Pull up Georgia. Harris at this point down. Look, Biden won Georgia by 12,000 votes. Trump won Georgia by less than 100,000 in 2016. These are better returns than both of those elections. There is no way Harris can come back from over 100,000 votes down, except ridiculous shenanigans, with 91% in. Think about that. What is she going to get, 75% of the last 10% vote? Not going to happen, not in a fair election. So we zoom back out. What does this mean? This means with Pennsylvania and Georgia and Nebraska, that's 270. That's a victory for Donald Trump. He needs to come out in 15 minutes and declare victory. I'll let him declare it. I won't be the one to declare victory, but that's what we see here on this map.
All right, Owen, stay there. I want to go back. Hold on, because we're breaking in with Stephen here. Stephen, I want to get your take, because you guys are looking at the numbers. You've got experts there as well. Owen, stay there. Don't go. What is your take on what Owen just said?
Okay, well, 1 second, because we were just having some issues there. I wanted to bring it up.
We've talked about that before.
Well, so you know, we have called Georgia. So Owen is right on that. We've called Georgia pretty definitively. We're very confident in Georgia. We do have Lane the Brain in here with some updates in Pennsylvania, and I think there's some agreement. And then you have a little bit more context. to some of those numbers. And I don't know if there's disagreement.
No, there's
Getting
no
hot
disagreement
now.
at
Another
all.
15
really.
minutes. There should be more news. Bear with us. On the No Faxiest News Network.
Right.
So the only thing left for Trump to do is win one of those upper Midwest states, Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania.
So let's bring up there, Noodles, the election integrity map, because we have called Georgia so people can see that. Oh, is it DDoS
it's
again?
Still DDoS.
It's
yeah.
DDoS. We've been DDoS attacked because, Alex, we've been providing this analysis and these numbers.
Okay, but he just said that, according to him, he has Pennsylvania.
Well, I know, according to what he just said.
So we cannot say that yet.
Yeah.
We are not really willing to say
All
that
right.
Pennsylvania, we are not willing to say that. But to reflect on what he said with those trends, how he said she needs 65% of the vote. If you want to pull up what our analysts just put together, that graph, this will kind of help show what Owen was talking about.
Okay.
Because it reflects exactly what our numbers are saying.
Great. So there you go. So Alex, we actually have a
Excellent.
graph that I don't know if you guys can see it on your program. You may not be able to.
Pull it back down.
But we've had some graphs here that we're actually able to present to people as far as what percentage of the vote needs to be won in the future. So let's bring up that. You want to bring up that graph? We're going.
I'll get it to him right now.
But everything that Owen just said checks out.
Gotcha.
And
I
that's
should've
why we
played
actually
before.
called Georgia
right there.
not that long ago. Let's bring this up. You have it there?
Pennsylvania. Yeah, we've got it. So we
Okay, so Pennsylvania. So I don't know if you can see this, Alex.
We can.
But laying the brain, describe this because we've been showing this throughout the night. Describe it for some new viewers, people coming in from Alex's show who may not be familiar with this metric that you've shown.
Correct. So this is essentially reflecting the sentiment that they were just talking about. If you look at the red bar, so the farthest to the right is actually the most recent information that we have. And it says 54.2.
And by information, I mean the most recent vote dump.
Yes, correct. So the most recent vote dump, Donald Trump collected 54.2% of that.
Right.
And what that tells us is of the outstanding vote remaining, he only needs to win 45,
right?
Which, means Kamala Harris would need to win a much, about 55% of that vote.
Right.
So our percentages are a little different, but the trend is exactly the same.
And you are pretty, again, we're not making the call, but pretty confident that it's very unlikely with the votes that are remaining in Pennsylvania that she would be reaching those margins.
Correct. And the reason that we feel a little confident in Pennsylvania, not in calling it, but in the direction it's going, is if there's two bellwether counties, essentially that you want to look at, which are Erie County and Northampton County. And in the last vote dump, Donald Trump closed the gap in Erie County by about 7%, and he's only trailing by 3.6 now. So he keeps making that up. But Northampton County is the one you want to look at because he actually lost that by 0.7% in 2020 to Joe Biden. But right now,
Hold on, we're looking on the map for Northampton.
can you give me a
Fucking Rain Man over here just reading them at a million
looking
miles.
for it, but I have.
Give me a Dramamine.
Google it.
So what we do see in Northampton is that Trump is leading by a substantial amount. He's leading by 5.4% right now at last check. He lost that county.
Wow.
And
now I'm excited.
And there's only
Back
been
up the
91%,
baby.
in the last 150 years that county hasn't predicted the winner of the state. I
So
think 2004, 2000, and 1968.
So it's not just the
Nick's got it,
fact,
Chubby.
Alex, to go back to that, it's not just the fact that he's doing better
Oh,
than
stupid
2020, but it's the fact
Minnesota.
that actually, in combination with that, is a bellwether
Leaning
county that's
back
indicative of someone winning
to
the country.
dirty
at large.
old
That is correct. For the
Democrats.
state, it's pretty significant. Seems all metrics that we have right now that he should win the state, but that microcosm within the state suggests strongly that he would win the country. And this is, by the way, given the fact that we've already called Georgia.
Right. And then even if you move past Pennsylvania, if you can pull up the New York Times thing that we sent you, they're starting to even not have much room to win.
I was going to say they were noticing it. They were leaning Trump.
Oh, really?
About an hour ago.
Yes.
It was the first time they had said it in this entire cycle.
So they're leaning him in popular
Not only
vote
Pennsylvania,
also,
Yeah.
but they also have him up in PA, Wisconsin, and Michigan. They give him over a 65% chance in all of those states to win.
Yep.
And if he wins any of those states,
Poly Market's at 97% for Trump now.
Yeah, hold on. I wanted to do a poly market check-in after.
Sorry.
Alex, hold on, everyone, guys, there's too much. Hold on 1 second. Alex, are you still there? Did you hear the announcement? So Owen was right on the money, and we have access to, again, some metrics here behind the scenes that kind of exclusive here that we can
Secret metrics.
parse out.
Good old Crowder with his secret metrics.
Well, that's super news.
And so did Owen. He's right on the money.
So it looks like, I mean, in the old days, when somebody won, they would declare so they wouldn't do shenanigans. I think Trump needs to declare here in the next few hours.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that if he wins Pennsylvania, he absolutely should declare. We're not fully, and if you guys are, that's great. We're not fully.
No, we're not
confident in
saying we're
calling
100% right.
Pennsylvania.
We're just saying it looks like it to us.
Yeah, it certainly looks
It
that
looks
way.
like it to me too. I think, Alex, my only hesitation would be I don't want to give people like, oh, Donald Trump is cheating again. You got to like, I just don't want that. I want it.
They'll try and go with those optics.
Let it become a little bit more obvious. I agree with you though to like put a stop to any of the potential steal or anything that is going on to kind of head that off. But I just want it to be a little bit more
One
clear.
final thing.
Very
So,
close.
Alex, I know we're going to have to. Can we have our team cross-reference these counties that are particularly, important right now, and look at the Jewish voting population?
Yeah.
Because looking at the trends that we already have. No, I'm just saying.
No, we can look at those. We can look at
That
those
would
in
help.
PA.
In other words, we can look at those in PA, but that might help us make a prediction a little bit earlier if we see those numbers still continue to track.
And to that point, we were able, when we did call North Carolina, it was about
A judge came in today and actually defended and granted that said that it was a completely legal the way they had it set up to do. It's just such a repudiation of so many things. It really is.
Become a member, members.charliekirk.com. Let's keep this momentum going.
We got to play 188.
All right.
This is too good.
Members.charliekirk.com. Play cut 188.
about this on this set numerous times, is that you have a state where you've got a 6-week abortion or a 12-week abortion. I think there's
She has a 9 head.
but it's a state where women lost their reproductive rights, where there was a very heavy push to get women to focus on not putting in place,
Get 'em wet, Shaggy.
electing, putting back into the White House the person who was responsible for taking those rights away and restoring them. But
I
that
know what you
message
want,
obviously
Scoop.
was not enough.
You want a
to
ham
get enough
sandwich.
white women to vote for Vice President Harris, a fellow woman. This will be the second opportunity that white women in this country have to change the way that they interact with the patriarchy. And, you know, God bless
Fucking
Shannon Watts, who's tried
patriarchy,
to have
man.
that
Am
conversation.
I right?
But if people aren't
Am I right or am I
receptive to
right?
it,
The
and
patriarchy.
if people vote more,
I'm telling you.
you know, party line or more on race than on gender,
She has a 12
and
head.
on protecting their gender, there's really not much more that you can do but tell people what the risks are and leave it to them to do the right thing.
And for the record, TikTok was 1.7 billion views since Mark, just on our account.
I've told Charlie this before. I think the single biggest
Let's do
thing
a
outside of Elon buying
cynic
Twitter
check.
that happened this year.
See if the cope is
Cook,
in.
who's supposed to be the pro from Dover. What do you think about my friend Cohen? He said, tell him not to buy a house.
Looks like you're in a house.
Yeah, it looks like you're in a house.
All right, Congressman Steve Cohen, thank you, brother. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
No problem. Now, that was honest, whether you like it or not, right?
You're effed. I might not stay.
I mean,
Yeah.
And we went off a cliff. Okay.
No, but you know, you challenged him in the right way, and to his credit, when you named Jamie Raskin, he's like, yeah, you got a point there, right? I mean,
Yeah, that's good.
But that's what, you know, they're the institutionalists, and they're people that can see outside
Good
the
old
institution.
Chink.
And
Chink
I
Uyghurs.
think that these people who think
Fat
that Trump
idiot
is going to win
dummy.
tonight, who are in Congress, are just despondent over it. And despondent over it. It's a schleppy job. This guy's got to fly from Memphis every week. He's got to go up there, be in the minority, get berated, not have any good committees, not have any committee power. So these nights are stunning for us, and they're stunning for the people who care about this and don't want to see Donald Trump go back, and hopefully he won't. But the people that work there every day, they're stunned too, because it impacts the way they have to operate, you know, and
Yeah.
they're going to have to think in different ways.
I think that was a super telling interview. I think we're going to go back and talk about that interview a lot. I think that maybe even the national press might talk about
He's not crying
that interview
enough.
because I thought it was so
Cry
telling,
more,
but I wanna
noob.
save that.
Cry more, noob. Back to Daily Wire. Let's see what they got for us.
On the ballot. I mean, we're getting dangerously close to actually being able to call Wisconsin. And if we call Wisconsin, we are essentially calling the race.
Yes.
Yeah, we also have to assume that a lot of the results that are going to come in are from cities not favorable to Donald Trump. This is just what historically happens. I really hope this is blowout territory so that there's not issues related to, well, what votes were they trying to go find and shove into the count. This is one of the reasons you should be like Florida and report the vote within 2 hours, and then there's no question as to how the election played out. But it's getting really, really
This is
hard
for Peanut, everybody.
to
This is
see
justice for
where
Peanut.
Kamala Harris can pull out any of these 3 Rust Belt states at this point.
Well, I also have a piece of breaking news. The Republicans have flipped, wait for it, the governor's mansion in, wait for it, Puerto Rico.
Yeah, I saw that.
It won. We actually won that, yeah. So yeah, this is great. So Brent, thank you so much. This has been wildly enjoyable. And next time we check in, I hope it will be just as enjoyable or even more so. I'll be eating a different candy. So try to think up a joke about those candies and how we will connect, for example, M&Ms to the situation in Pennsylvania.
All right, time to hit the Google.
All righty, folks. This visit to our
Trump's winning by
election HQ has
100,000
been brought to you
votes
by
in
friends
Wisconsin.
Over at Lumen. Go check out Lumen
Michigan,
right now.
even more.
It is a great
Almost-
device, and I will need it a lot after eating this entire bowl of
Almost
of,
200,000
Jelly Bellies
votes.
in celebration.
Wow.
One hates to get cocky because we have seen stranger things happen, but this is looking more and more like Donald Trump is going to be the 47th president of the United
Well,
States.
so let's get pessimistic for a moment, just out of curiosity. I mean, her number of confirmed victories is increasing.
Yes.
Trump's still nicely ahead. If you had to be pessimistic and things, how could things still go dreadfully wrong, or is that out of the realm of
The only way that
possibility
they go
at the
dreadfully
moment?
wrong is if she suddenly, like massive vote dumps in Philly, Detroit, and Madison, Wisconsin, Philly, Detroit, Milwaukee. It's the big cities. And I said this early on, actually. So I'm all credit to me because I said it early on in the night. But I said in North Carolina that if she did not win North Carolina, it was the entire election was going to come down to giant voter turnout in 3 big cities.
Yeah.
I did say that, like, within the first 20 minutes of this broadcast. I'm just going to point that out. I was going to point out so far, the only thing I've gotten wrong is New Hampshire. Just going to say it.
You went all in on New Hampshire, though.
You went all in. I do have to say that Arizona is very close with 55% of the vote in, which that's still early, but it's essentially a toss-up, 49-49 for the 2 candidates. So if you're going to get pessimistic, could we end up losing Arizona and sort of unraveling our map a little bit?
Not going to happen. We're going to win Arizona. Arizona is solidly in red territory. According to the New York Times, Arizona is a high likelihood, a very, very high likelihood of a Donald Trump win at this point. Again, it would be kind of shocking were he to lose. They have him up by a projected almost 4%.
It's at least safe to say we're going to have a winner. I mean, this probably will not drag on for days.
No, I think that there's a very good shot that we will have a winner in the next 2 hours. I mean, if it continues at this rate, I think there's going to be a temptation by some networks to start calling some of those Rust Belt states. If people want to be super cautious, you're probably talking about late morning, tomorrow morning, or early afternoon. But by tomorrow night, President Trump, I think, will be pretty obvious.
If they call one of these Rust Belt states,
it's over.
They've called the election.
Yes, because Arizona is definitely going to go in Trump's category.
And then we
All
can
he
smoke
needed
our
was
cigars.
North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and one of the Rust
So
Belt.
now the Democrats are going to have to complain that the problem is the popular vote.
And there are but
You gotta get rid of the popular
I thought you were
and
just
the
going to stop
electoral college.
that the problem is the people.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to go back to that point, but that is what it's going to be.
No.
Get ready for it.
No.
They are going to rage against the dying of the light, and it's going to be worse for them. They're going to have to go deep into the crevasse of fail before they start to emerge like in something like reasonable order.
So what do you expect will happen now? Let's assume the best for a moment, so to speak, that the Republicans control the presidency and the Senate and the House. And that means you have these really quite radical people, Musk and Kennedy in particular, now taking up dominant positions in the White House. They're threatening the big pharma industry, so that's a major threat. They're threatening big agriculture. Legacy media is like stone dead. The education establishment is in serious trouble. The military-industrial complex is unlikely to be happy. Like, what do you guys foresee happening? That's a lot. Well, and that says nothing about the CIA and the FBI, let's say. Like, it doesn't seem to be realistic to presume that such people are going to just take this sort of thing lying down.
No.
And that says nothing about
11
the
o'clock.
leftist radicals who are quite nicely organized after all the pro-Hamas protests. Like,
So
what do you see happening?
Back
here?
up the
There will be
91%.
resistance inside each of these agencies. It's why the attempt to move a lot of these employees to so-called
Matt,
Schedule
it's
F is
amazing
gonna make a
how
huge
Pennsylvania
difference.
hit
This is something that the
84%
Trump
and just
administration is
stopped.
going to try and do. They're going to take the permanent
And Georgia
political
hit
class. They're gonna say
95%,
they're not
just stopped.
fireable under the
So what are they
under the,
waiting
you know,
for?
articles
Everyone-
of the
Florida fucking
Constitution.
counted
The
it all.
president does have unitary executive
Yeah.
authority
The-
to fire all of these
Florida
people.
counted all their
Schedule
votes.
F
Texas
being
counted all their
Schedule-
votes.
So right now,
You know,
by union
Louisiana,
contract and by
Arkansas. I
regulation,
mean,
if you are
Texas has a
considered
much bigger
non-political
population than
appointee to the executive branch,
fucking
there's a
Georgia
procedure
and
that you have to go through in order to be
Pennsylvania.
eligible for your job. If you are
Yeah, we counted
redesignated
all of
as a
our
Schedule
votes.
F
It's over.
employee, that
It's
means you're
done. It's
effectively an
finished.
at-will employee of the executive branch. The
Why
President of the
can't
United
they
States
do
can
it?
summarily
Florida,
fire you.
much bigger
So that's gonna
population
go forward
than
pretty
Georgia.
quickly.
Why can
Again, I
they
think that
count
there are
all their
certain areas-
votes
it'll
in a
be
matter of
interesting to
hours?
see what RFK Jr. is actually given.
And
So I think RFK
Georgia
Jr.
can't.
ends up in charge of like ag and
Why?
HHS.
Pennsylvania
and FDA.
can't.
I think
They
they
just
probably
can't.
ends up
It's like
as,
they're
like,
waiting
Department of
to count
Agriculture
the
guy,
the
like Secretary
fucking
of Ag,
dump trucks that
maybe
show
him in
up.
charge of
They're
FDA.
counting on another
But I
3
think
a.m.
that,
dump truck.
Again, it's not as though you have.
I'd give them HHS.
They don't know. They don't
Yeah,
understand
I mean,
peanuts on our
the other
side
problem
this
with
time.
HHS is that's really more
We
about
got
the
squirrel
application of
power. We got
Obamacare and
raccoon
Medicaid
power.
than it is about like the health things that he cares about. He cares more about FDA kind of stuff.
And
like
Harambe,
vaccines or
he
like
looks
food
down.
and water. Right, like that's more FDA type stuff. Maybe EPA. But I think that
You got
EPA would be a
Michigan.
problem for him
Are we
because
going to
Trump
keep
is
Rachel Levine in place? Is my question.
Yeah.
Doctor.
only if she admits,
Admiral doctor.
only if Donald
130,000
Trump will
votes
bring
up
him
in
on the carpet
Michigan.
and force him to admit he's a man, and then say,
Then he could stay.
then he can stay.
100,000
For
votes
those
up
of
in
you who haven't
Wisconsin.
noticed.
Yeah, exactly. So
They flipped
it'll be
Minnesota, of
interesting to
course.
see also because here's the Congress
not
is still a
shocking.
body in the government.
I was
The
actually
president
shocked that
doesn't
he's
get to make
leaning
all the rules,
Republican
and neither
for
is anybody in the
2
executive
hours.
branch agencies. So if RFK decides to get like super radical about things in a way that Congress doesn't like, Congress can take power
Arizona's
back
still close.
from the executive
I don't like
branch,
that.
or these things can get challenged in court. I think the biggest holdup to Trump in terms of whatever his agenda is is going to be
like
the court.
the fine print here. It
Right,
says most
there will
voters
be a lot of
cast
legal
ballots by
cases that are
mail.
filed against
and-
all of this, and then it'll get
How?
held up. And the Supreme
How
Court
do
is not gonna
most
take all those
voters
cases. A lot of this stuff is gonna
send
get held
ballots
up.
by
Listen,
mail? That
it's
should be
very
so
hard to do
fucking
radical
illegal.
change
It's
inside the United
insane.
States government. And I think
Most
that's
voters
overall a
cast
very,
ballots
very
by
good
mail,
thing.
and
It does
counting
mean
typically
that there are a
takes
lot of barriers
days.
to entry in terms of
Officials
the
in
stuff
Maricopa
that
County
Trump
said
is
full
going to
tabulation
try to
could
get
take
done. Like
10
when
to
they say that
13
Elon
days.
Musk is gonna come
How
and
the
cut
fuck is that
trillions and spend-
possible?
No, he's not. I mean,
13
that's
days.
not. That's actually not possible.
It's not possible to cut two.
This is also why,
Unless you're
if we
trying to
have
cheat.
Congress
That's the
and a
only way it
presidency,
takes 13 days.
You have to ruthlessly
by mail-in ballots if you're trying to
move your
cheat.
agenda forward and start stacking wins and stack them quickly, because we know that that's the situation Trump had in 2016. The
I
first
wanted
2
Trump to
years,
take
and,
California.
the fact is, not a lot was achieved with all that power for 2 years. And
hypothetically knows more about what he's doing this time.
You would hope
Be
so.
prepared.
0% of the votes are in for Hawaii, and they already called it for.
Traditionally, Republicans have always worried that. Well, if we
0%
advance
of
our
votes in
agenda
for
too
Hawaii.
quickly and too
It's called for
ruthlessly, then
Kamala
the other
Harris.
side will be
They're calling
mad.
it.
And then when they're
That's
in power,
hilarious.
think of all the terrible things they'll
But this
do.
is actually
And-
what Project 2025 was about, was Heritage attempting to lay out a roadmap
Yeah, I mean these.
for how to effectuate
We need to
policy
win
rapidly in the
Arizona,
first 100
Georgia,
days.
and Pennsylvania.
And Donald Trump, as a matter
Is that
of
enough
political
there?
expediency,
What's he at right now?
That's why Trump, as soon as he wins,
He's
he
at
can say, never
230,
mind,
so
I
he
am doing
needs
Project
Well, actually,
2025.
40 more
2025 made a
electoral college
tremendous,
points to win.
mistake in not
40
issuing
more.
some kind of small
So
Bible of what it said.
16
because it was
here.
so long that the
19
say
there.
anything they wanted about it.
So
Nobody knew what it was.
Pennsylvania,
Revealing the
Georgia,
infield fly
and
rule.
anything
Yeah,
else.
But I will give you a little
So Pennsylvania,
insider,
Georgia,
I think I might be
and
the person
Michigan,
to
we
break
win.
the story.
Pennsylvania,
When Trump
Georgia,
shut
and
down
Wisconsin,
Project
we win.
2025,
Pennsylvania,
that was fair
Georgia,
enough.
and
Is our
Arizona,
radical
we win.
agenda, Project
So
2026. baby. That one makes 2025.
there's no
look like
way.
child's
There's no
By the
way
way, I
he
mean,
gets
it is
skunked
worth
on
noting here
all
that,
three.
that undoubtedly,
There's no way.
Clarence Thomas will end up retiring from the bench under President Trump in this next term, and that is because he's 76 years old. There's a good shot that Samuel Alito, who is 74, will also end up retiring from the bench, and new justices will be appointed in their place, which will enshrine, in fact, a conservative majority on the court for years to come.
Wow.
Because that was a scary thing. I mean, Clarence Thomas is the best justice on the Supreme Court. He's still obviously very much with it in mind. He's also 76 years old, and he's not going to play the Ruth Bader Ginsburg game where you end up, God forbid, going under a Democrat and then
Let's not
suddenly
knock
the
Sam
entire-
Alito, though. I mean, I'm kind of actually partial to
Sam's
Sam
great.
Alito. Both,
Justice Alito's fantastic. I mean, again.
so
but
both those guys, though, are a little bit
long in the
of a
tooth. Long in the
certain
tooth.
age,
Yeah.
little long in the
By
tooth.
the time that Donald Trump leaves office in this next term, Samuel Alito will be 78 years old.
Yep.
Right. That you're starting to get into the territory where you really want to think at 77 about whether you want to be the person who ends up, moving into a Democratic administration. I think one.
That it is it's a pathetic spectacle.
No, and they'll
that
argue it all
we
day
vote
long.
early. You could have early canvassed, and we've been sitting the same numbers for an hour and a half.
No, you know what? No, they say this system's so good because we get all the ballots in early, and then guess what happens? Stephen Richard can't process them in time. I mean, it's just like these same
so
people
hard.
that bait you into saying this system's so great. He couldn't even get past last Tuesday. He has a full week of ballots he's sitting on. It is unreasonable for the citizens of the state to have to sit here and wait for somebody that says they can do something to not be able to get it done. It is ridiculous. We should be on a Florida system all day long.
It's just
All right, she's getting some more in Philly now.
All right, they've called Washington, but
hey, we
Trump-
expanded. We got new votes in Arizona. We're now up 9,000 votes. Because La Paz reported.
Trump is catching.
Jack, she called the Delco poured in. That's what that was. We're analyzing.
Was that
those numbers
Delco?
now.
Is
Yeah,
that Delco
Delco
dropping
came in.
in?
My home county. Don't hold me accountable to that.
Yeah, I
Those
know.
guys are out of line.
Trump is behind 10,000 votes in Maine, and only 26% has been counted. Still,
Yeah, just wait for Portland. Let's play. Is this tonight, Young Turks? Let's play cut 189.
Iowa called for Trump, so there goes that nonsense. I'm gonna I'm getting revved up here on a significant rant. So, because Kamala Harris is not winning, and the people who thought that Kamala Harris was going to win a landslide are totally wrong.
Who in their honest mind thought Kamala Harris was going to win in a landslide?
Can we replay that? Was that
Like who would?
Was there
Only
like a
the
massive fart? Let's play cut
stupidest,
189.
dumbest, basement dwelling liberal thought she'd win in a landslide. You would literally have to stay in a basement, never listen to the news outside of CNN and fucking the Young
Kamala
Turks,
Harris is not winning, And the people who thought that Kamala Harris was
and
gonna
just
win
not
a
listen to
landslide.
any kind of news. Never talk to anyone else but your two friends who are living there with you in the basement to ever even think she's going to like landslide it.
35 in Yuma.
I get wanting to have hope. I understand that, even though there's very little hope. I get it.
Democrat area,
But to think she's going to get a landslide,
significantly, which
like
is
you have
great.
to be so delusional.
You know,
Like your
now
brain has to
we
be
chased
broken.
Really well in
We
Yuma.
chased a lot of votes in Yuma.
Like a lot.
Our team, and I want to give Anthony Kern a lot of credit. He's been down there, living down there with the team, who's a state senator. He ran for Congress against Abe Hamadeh. Good
man.
dude. Good dude. He was on the good old elector slate with me last time around. Good guy. He chased thousands of votes, and that's what you're seeing with that part of that initial drop. So that's only going to get. I think that's only going to get a little bit better.
It's not going to get any closer, but right now with 90% of the vote in, we're only losing New Jersey by 4.
I know it's 4. It could get closer, Blake. Don't be.
The New York Times estimate is it'll widen to about 6, but that means we'll lose New Jersey by less than half. We're gonna win Florida by.
All right, I want to name some of these members here that I'm signing books to, and then I want to get to the watch party. Oh, by the way,
which is really, really funny.
New York 9. Where is that?
New Jersey 9. New Jersey 9.
New Jersey 9. Okay.
Yeah. So these are wow. These are truly hilarious results.
How good is Joe Biden feeling right now?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
I mean,
that's where I want the camera. That's where I want the camera. Like,
It's a mixed evening.
Joe Biden's
you can imagine.
sleeping 100%.
I don't think it's
Joe
mixed
Biden
for
is
him.
not
I think
awake
it's
right
You
now.
think
Oh
it's
my
just?
God.
You think it's just?
Joe
positive?
Biden's been sleeping
If
for
you
the
got
last 6
knifed in the
hours.
back by someone that you brought up, you know, and they
there's
pushed you to the side.
There's still that knife wound.
Yeah, and you're still out. Yeah.
no, but
true.
but
I
here's the
get
thing.
your point.
He's got to
though.
feel a little relieved because it could be him getting his ass kicked right now on national
Yeah.
TV.
Yeah.
And that's a really bad way to go. The better way to go is to be knifed in the back and then claim that you were wrong the rest of your life, which is like that's a really great way to go.
And then
right
you
now,
can say for the rest of your life that, see, this is why you shouldn't have done that.
I mean,
He could say for the next like 8 days.
InfoWars calls it. As a headline, Fox News. Hey, InfoWars calls it. Trump wins 2024 election. Public waiting for the 47th.
I feel like
president of the States to
Alex
declare
Jones
victory.
is
There's
like
your headline.
the Bizarro
Harrison
World
comments on
Chorb.
this.
Yeah, there's some very interesting numbers coming out. Fox News reporting that AP VoteCast, and this is just statistically very unique, 23% of black men nationwide voted for Trump this year. Staggering numbers there. He is still projected to win the popular vote with the odds of him winning the whole thing up over 90% according to most. Latino voters went for Trump 60% in Michigan.
Wow.
Donald Trump just won Anson County, North Carolina. That county is 40% black. Trump becomes just the second Republican to win this county since the 1870s. So first to win that county since Reconstruction. So, I mean, really, this has been a landslide for all intents and purposes. I mean, maybe it doesn't look like that in the electoral map, but he has increased his share of practically every demographic across the board. And I mean, it's over 90%. It's been over 90% likelihood of Trump winning for the last hour at least. Apparently, the RNC just forced Center County, Pennsylvania officials to stop counting ballots throughout the night as they plan to keep counting, or they plan to stop counting. So this the thought is that they will not be able to pull off the late-night mail-in ballot dumps that they used to cheat in 2020, showing that the RNC being proactive and being on the ball has stopped them once again from having another vector for fraud. Trump has exceeded his 2020 share of the Hispanic vote.
I know.
By
They're tabulating how many votes they need right now.
So it just shows you that, calling him racist over and over for years on end, not the successful election-winning strategy that they thought it would.
I'm
be.
waiting
So
for it. I'm just waiting for it. This is exactly how it was 4 years ago.
Secure elections anywhere.
And now I'm just waiting for the shoe to drop.
The elections, getting
the
rid of
cheat.
mail-in
Where's
votes
the cheat
and
coming
these
from?
things. He has increased his share of the electorate massively. It's only in the places where we knew they were going to cheat and where they talked about cheating, where they talked about organizing together secretaries of state and others to rig this thing.
And
Pennsylvania.
Harrison, we talked about this, had to be decisive, so they couldn't play those games. And again, at a certain point, if 90% of people voted for a candidate, let's say if the fraud went on for 50 years and finally 90% voted, no one would be able to cover that up. So he's getting up into this of the electorate, people that actually vote, because that 23% of black men voted of the voters, or 23% of total black men? Because if that was 23% of voters, then that would be more like half of the black men. What's the number on that?
It just says VoteCast projects Trump winning a staggering 23% of black men nationwide. So that must be votes cast. 23% of votes cast, I think, is what that's saying.
All right, well, that's still better than the past. There is a political realignment. I know you
massively.
guys have a clip of Ratburger just about 15 minutes ago, who really helped steal it in Georgia 4 years ago. But we've got that clip from your end. Play it from your studio.
That guy just looks like a fucking weasel, doesn't he?
All right, let's stop there. The crew wanted to play it from the other studio, which I didn't want to do. We have the clip over here. We'll play that clip. But I'm going to take this big announcement right now, and we're going to put it out on X. The last 10, 15 minutes we just talked about, that is so important. Candace Horback is our guest. We're going to get Roger Stone, General Flynn, and so many others popping in here tonight. And also, we have an X Spaces going. We're going to get in there and be taking your comments there, and phone calls coming up. It's not 100% there yet, but I'd say it's 99.5%. And so let's not quite get too excited yet, but it looks like it's in the bag, ladies and gentlemen. This is absolutely incredible, and we need to understand that Trump needs to declare victory very, very soon so they don't freeze off those states and deliver whatever amount of votes they need. So you guys go ahead and let's play a special report here. Let's go ahead and play
I like
one
Alex
of,
Jones
John
because
Bounds,
he says that
new reports,
the thoughts
that is
that
really,
rattle around
really
in your head.
important.
He doesn't have
There's a
that
lot of them he put
filter.
out today, so you guys just pick one of those and play that, and we'll be right back.
China's Global Civilization Initiative as the third major global initiative presented.
Around if you Cliff here. I've done so. Let me tell you what my Republican data person says. She says both sides returned 86% of mail-in ballots. Technically, if every single Democrat returned theirs and Republicans didn't return in a single one, then they could win. But I think that's borderline on absurdity. Cliff, walk us through the worst case scenario. Do we know actually how many votes are outstanding, or are we going to get like, oh, there's 40,000 votes, so there's 30? I mean, do we have the full picture of votes outstanding in Pennsylvania before the champagne starts rolling?
Yeah, I think, listen, when we look at requests and we look at returns, Harris started the night up 400,000 in terms of returns when you look at just the mail-in ballots. But Charlie, listen, I'm ready to project something. Okay, we've run
Let's
the
hear it.
numbers. If projections
Crunch
hold,
'em.
right now 91% of Delco is in. 86% of Chester County is in. 73% of Montgomery
So look at the New York
County
Times, the left-leaning New York Times.
County, which we're now
90% chance to win.
and 86% of Philadelphia.
Wisconsin with
Charlie,
77%
I'm gonna
counted.
announce this on the Charlie Kirk show.
Still about 100,000. Still up by 100,000.
Donald Trump
Leaning right. It's not even close. It's just leaning.
will have enough votes to win
Michigan.
The White House. Those are the projections.
Over
we're
100,000
seeing,
votes
and I think that's
up
gonna
for the
play out.
Republicans.
Okay, so let's go worst case. I want you to now go a little doomer. What if what play out like a 10% decrease?
A
20%?
big
Show
increase
me
in
a
Arizona.
path. I want you to do the Kamala. I want you to do the Kamala thing.
Give me 10 seconds. I'll pull up the date and tell you.
Fair
worst
enough.
case
Let's play.
scenario, what they
Let's
can
play
do.
CNN.
I mean,
let's play CNN.
Let's go
One second.
CNN.
Play cut 191 while Cliff crunches some numbers. I
This is
want the
clip
worst case
191 from
scenario.
Charlie Kirk.
But look, the headwinds of
Where
the
is he?
economy, the inflation that people are feeling, the difficulty in everyday
No.
their everyday lives.
There we go.
She could not outrun
She
that
couldn't.
Biden economy.
Yeah, and the economy, Chris, that is what people are feeling every single day.
Excuse wagon
CNN.
begins.
Speaking in past tense.
So this is from Pennsylvania. Trump was ahead by 225,000. Now he's ahead by 175,000. Was that the big drop? Was that the big one that we were waiting for? The margin will shrink some as Philly and suburbs come in. Yes, it's white knuckle time, but stay calm. So what am I missing here, guys? What is the best path for her?
Yeah, let me say this, Charlie. If you're really worried and you're looking at what are their options, okay? If we're not talking election day, if we're talking about mail-in votes, here's the status, okay? In Pennsylvania, you have to request a mail-in ballot to vote by mail. And so 1.2 million Democrats requested a mail-in ballot, but only just over 1 million returned them. And so if you're looking for votes that could be out there, things that could be like, hey, these ballots just showed up, that would be where I'd look, because there's roughly 200,000. To be specific, it's about 163,000 Democrats that requested a mail-in ballot and never sent it back. I don't know where you find votes outside of that, right? But if you were
so,
like,
but
listen,
what are the mechanics? Are they allowed to still be dropped off? Do they have to be received by now? Where,
they had to have been received at their county office by 8 p.m. on election night.
period,
with
not
chain of custody.
postmarked. Done. Okay, so
8 p.m. election night.
So it's not none of that is what Matthew McConaughey would say is the what is that in the Wolf of Wall Street, the not hocus pocus, but the yeah, exactly.
The
You know, exactly.
Fugazi.
Yeah, the Fugazi, right? Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So we're talking about. Do we have? Exactly? Do we have accurate? I'm only grilling you, Cliff, here because this is the stakes of the entire civilization. Do we have accurate vote totals of what they have remaining? This has always been the issue. We prognosticate our numbers.
He's right.
We
this is what happened 4 years ago.
Oh my goodness!
It was
Matt,
a
right,
walk.
Tyler?
I went to bed.
We didn't think of the 80,000.
Right around
We
midnight.
didn't think of the 90,000.
4 years ago.
Cliff, do we know Allegheny and
I woke
all
up
these counties? Do we know what they
and all
have
of a sudden,
left in their inventory
like
to
200,000
count?
votes materialized.
We know what they have left in terms of mail-in ballot returns. What we don't know is how many people actually voted on election day. But Charlie, here's where I have a little bit of hope. Okay, in 2020, the gotcha numbers, the hey, we didn't know you had those, were a lot more of the mail-in ballot returns. Okay, because the requests were through the roof. Let me share this with you to give you concrete data from 2020 compared to today.
Okay,
In
let's hear.
2020, the Democrats had 1.6 million requests when it came to mail-in ballots, and that's how they ran up the score to have 1.4 million returns. Well, this year, when you look at it,
It's a lot.
excuse me,
That's
I'm
a lot
sorry.
of cheating.
Yeah, when you look at the numbers this year, they're down significantly. They don't have mail-in ballots really to mess with. And honestly, in Pennsylvania history, we get election day votes typically on election day, right? The delay
think
has
so?
been those that were mail-in ballots, and if there were issues with them, if there was a delay in receiving them. But we've tightened up those rules. Two big rule changes to understand in PA. One, the Supreme Court of PA says you have to date your ballot, you have to sign it, you have to have a secrecy sleep. And number two, they really solidified the idea that it had to be received by 8 p.m. at the county office if you have a mail-in vote. And so when I look at these numbers, there's really only one loophole here. And that could be if for some reason they don't report election day votes and then somehow later they come about, which to be honest, I think people would question, they'd have an issue with. So if you're asking me
Would
where
they,
the
though?
missing votes
Would they?
are, it's just
They
counting the
certainly
final
didn't
60
4 years
or
ago.
70,000 mail-in votes in Pennsylvania County, or excuse me, Philadelphia County. Yeah, and then trying to understand where does election day land. That's the question we all need to demand an answer to tonight. Election day votes should be tabulated and calculated and reported on election day. That is their last hope here to try to come up with some spike in the numbers.
Okay, so that was very thorough. Brett, we have you. Is there a similar situation in Wisconsin? Wisconsin's a little bit cleaner, right? It's a little bit clearer of a picture. Am I correct?
Yeah, a little bit clearer of a picture. I mean, we're over 90% reported now in Kenosha County, and you're seeing that's going to be a 5-point win for Trump. Both Brown and Milwaukee have stopped counting. The absentee ballot drop will be after midnight. Brown
How many?
County is
How many? Hold on. How many?
Okay, so Brown County is still expecting another 76,000 ballots to be counted. Milwaukee County still over 200,000. A little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel with Milwaukee. So our modeling shows like worst case scenario right now would put Trump in Milwaukee at 29.8%, which is, again, exactly the amount that Ron Johnson lost Milwaukee by in 2022, and he won statewide. So that's worst case scenario so far. If those 200,000 plus ballots come back not in our favor, we're just waiting here. In about another half hour or so, we should start to see those numbers come out of Brown and Milwaukee.
Okay, so just to be clear, Milwaukee still has 200,000 mail or absentee, right?
Absentee to count.
Is that it? Is that a final number?
That's it.
Is that a,
That's it.
Okay, so
That is the final
let's just Donald Trump right now is 150,000 votes. No, 100,000 votes right now. 104,000 votes. So 200,000 ballots, and we lose those 66-33. what is that delta for Kamala? How much votes would she net then?
6633. Say that again.
Yeah, it would be what? 120.
Yeah,
120 to 80, right? No, that's not right.
It would be 70. What is it?
It's been a long day. What's 66% of 200?
71. So no, 740.
By the way, is male makeup worse or better?
It's 68.5, I think.
So let's just do this.
68.5.
200 times 0.67.
Six-
Okay,
134.
She would get 134,
Yeah.
and we would get 70.
right.
She would net
That's right.
60.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say she nets 60 out of Milwaukee County. Where else does she have votes, and do we still have counties left that are good for us that can? So
Well, one county hasn't even reported
one sec.
yet.
So that's 60,000 votes for her. Let's just say worst case scenario. Okay, that would get her within 40,000 votes, and is Dane done?
Dane only has less than 10 precincts to go. So
What was that other
99%
county you said? Rock County or something?
No, Brown. So Brown County, Green Bay,
Where
still
is
has
that? Oh,
75,000
Green Bay.
ballots that need to dump.
But that's a good county for us.
That's a really good county for us. That's a
Oh,
county that
okay.
Ron Johnson. Yeah, that's a county that Ron Johnson won by 9
So
in 20.
yeah, I got it. So she nets. Let's just say she gets 60,000 votes out of that net.
Yep.
So then our lead goes down to 40,000. But we could potentially get another 20,000, 15,000 votes out of Brown, right?
Yep.
We could get another 10,000 votes from the rurals, right? I mean, I'm seeing Sawyer County hasn't totally reported. Washburn, Barron, Monroe, Richland, Portage still has votes left, but that's a swing county. Am I right? I mean, where else does she have votes to get from? Even if, if Brett, if she wins 75% of those remaining ballots, 75%, she still doesn't make up the delta.
No, I know. And I'm looking at the game changer for me. I think when I look back at this is going to be Kenosha County. I mean, one of the storylines was going to be what the Illinois spillover was going to see. I mean, especially after COVID, this was going to be the first big election, the first presidential election after you saw that mass exodus of liberal voters from Illinois up to Wisconsin. I mean, the last stop on the Metro train line is Kenosha. Trump's going to win there by 5, and that's a county he won by 3
wild.
in 2020. So things are looking really good. I'm shocked.
No, I want you to put on the Kamala Harris hat for a second, okay? Where could she possibly get votes? Again, Wisconsin is not as crooked as Pennsylvania. It's way more transparent. It's just a different culture. It's not New Jersey spillover. So where else are there votes if Milwaukee County? Are you sure that's not 280,000 in Milwaukee? You sure it's not like 260,000? Like that's signed, sealed, delivered, legit.
Yeah. So Milwaukee County had 244,000 absentee ballots sent out. 233,000 of them were returned. So that number is hard at 233,000. Yeah, I'm looking at Racine County. I think I had mentioned that earlier. Slow counting there. Trump's at 62% in Racine County.
That's good.
That's good. I mean, that's a county that Ron Johnson won 54% of. So, I mean, there could possibly be in the city of Racine.
That's
some
wild
votes
that
still
Racine.
left on the table
I
for
thought they're all
Kamala.
liberals.
Okay,
That's
so
wild.
But Racine is our county though, unless it's male. But
It is
right?
usually. You're seeing Trump like really overperform in Racine County in
Yeah,
comparison
got
to
it.
what Republican
Okay,
candidate usually
but
would.
but at the same time, there's still votes left in Waukesha for us. There's still votes left in Dodge for us, right? There's still votes left in Washington.
Waukesha's done. Waukesha's.
It says
over
92% in the New York Times. So, okay. I'll take your word for it. How about Washington still has 30% of its votes left, right?
Yep.
That's a great county for us. Fond du Lac still has some votes left.
Fond du
Sheboygan
Lac.
still has some votes left. What I'm getting at is, 5,000 here, 4,000, right? I mean, we still have probably 50,000 net votes across the state.
Hey,
Am I right?
Brett, can we ask the question from our data guys too on the Yokava votes there for Wisconsin?
I don't think it's going to be nearly enough.
We need to get that number. They have the data for the number, so let's pull that. Let's ask them about that. We're close enough.
No,
where this
Getting
is
close. Getting close.
No, we're close enough though, where this could think this. I mean,
That
this
guy's
is
kind of nerd. I
the-
don't really like
The
him.
piecemeal thing that they do.
I know. I understand.
So,
but
we need to get that number for Wisconsin. And
Jump on New York
I know they
Times.
were playing it-
93%
Votes
chance.
left, by the way. Grant
Wow,
County.
that's the highest it's been all
like
night.
A lot of our
It's been dipping up and
Juneau-
up and down,
Juneau
up and
has-
down.
is only 66%.
From
And Dane is
89
done.
to
Like,
93.
their strong county is done.
Yeah. I mean, she lost 7% at UW Madison. I mean, that's that'll end up being the fatal flaw there, that she didn't prioritize UW-Madison. You seem to get a feeling that we were gaining some rare Republican momentum
Oh
there.
man, if we get
President
Wisconsin and
Trump was in
Michigan, it's
Dane
over.
County about a month ago. That was the first time that a Republican
so
presidential candidate stepped foot in Dane County on the campaign trail since
So we need
Bob
40
Dole in
points.
'96.
If
So,
we
I mean,
get-
they saw a path through Dane County.
Yeah, so just going doing math at home. Even if
It's just
Pennsylvania goes
paranoia from 4
Pennsylvania,
years ago.
which
That's
Cliff's
all
not
it
gonna
is.
let happen, right, Cliff?
So let's
We're
say
not
we
gonna
get
let that
Arizona,
happen.
which they absolutely
Okay.
should. That's
But even
11
if
points. So now we
Pennsylvania,
need
Pennsylvania-
29.
That is true.
But because Wisconsin's
Georgia
a much straighter arrow,
is
it's just a
16.
much straighter edge. It's just a different way of doing things. Okay, it's just a different, honestly, worldview and morality. No offense.
So it's
to Cliff and
26. If we
Jack,
get-
it's just a different.
If we get Georgia,
just a
we don't even
straighter
need
edge,
Pennsylvania. If we
okay?
get
And by the way,
Michigan,
we cleaned up a
Wisconsin,
lot of
Arizona, and
2020 stuff,
Georgia,
that's all I'm
which
gonna say. Right,
all
guys,
are
we
leaning
cleaned up a
hard
lot of it.
Republican right now,
It's
it's over.
It's a lot
We don't
straighter
even
edge. We're
need
gonna talk
Pennsylvania, which they might win anyway,
but
easily
with Donald
win.
Trump with a 105,000 vote
Wow.
advantage in
Wow.
Wisconsin right now, with tons of our counties remaining. And okay, you said Racine, she'll close the gap. Any other places where she can catch up with late arriving mail?
There's a couple. There's a couple that I'm just noticing here too. So you've got
Eau Claire's done.
That you've got.
Claire's done. Yep.
You've got some potential grab in St. Croix for her. I'm just looking at the numbers from 2020 in Polk County. We might be tapped out of Republican votes there. We're doing really well. So what concerns me in Polk County is 2020 we won 16,000 votes to 9,000 votes. Right now we're winning 14,000 votes to 7,000 votes. So it looks like it's going to split pretty good there, but there could be some there. We have Douglas County hasn't reported yet. It's not a ton of votes, but it's 25,000 votes there. Somewhere in that ballpark, right, Brett? And then and then so you start patching this thing together. So that hasn't reported yet. Ashland hasn't completely reported yet. And you said Door County's done, right?
Yeah, Door is done. Want to point out, you mentioned Polk County. You saw a massive turnout because Wisconsin has same-day voter registration.
Yep.
It's
We
more
use
than
it to our
possible.
advantage.
Yeah, we use it to our advantage. A county like Polk County, you saw tons of wards exceed 100%. Turtle Lake, a heavy Republican
gonna speak soon.
municipality in Polk County,
Yeah.
126% turnout, heavy Republican.
Wow.
We just flipped Erie County. Let me get Cliff back in. By the way, guys, can we
We
get
got
ready
Erie?
to take Trump when he speaks?
There it
Trump will
is.
probably declare victory tonight, and that's not
Yeah,
preemptive.
Trump is on his way.
If you're at 90% at New York Times at 12:30,
so we'd like to see, baby.
yeah, again, it's.
I can't wait for that.
Okay, so let's.
That's what we're here
Let me
for.
just say one thing.
We're here for the Trump.
What was that? Okay, let's
acknowledgement
make
of
sure we can pull Trump
winning
we
the
just flipped Erie County.
championship.
What did I tell you, Cliff? I told you, Cliff. Don't sleep on my Erie people.
Listen, Erie has been a top target. You were right, Charlie. You were right. Right now, Donald Trump, 67,000. Kamala Harris, 65,000, 50-48. I mean, I don't think it goes in the other direction whatsoever. We're looking at the numbers. There's a key state Senate race there, 2 state House races we have to flip to take back the state House. A bellwether county. Donald Trump is now leading in Erie County. Huge moment, everybody. Remember where you're at. I think this is the moment. I don't think things go
You keep
back.
saying
folks.
that.
We've got a 2, almost 3-point lead in Pennsylvania, and we're waiting on these numbers to come in. Listen, even the Collar counties right now. I mean, if you guys look at this and we pull up the
They're all at
numbers,
about 80%, except
I mean,
Bucks.
we got 11% left in Philly, 18% left in Montgomery. I mean, it's time. We're getting to that point. They don't have votes left to try to come up with some comeback.
It's
Very
gonna
good news
try-
for Donald Trump.
It is going to come down. It's not. It's going to come down to Philadelphia in a sense, but it's actually going to come down to the collar counties. It's going to be was she able to pull out of the collar counties what she couldn't get out of Philadelphia? We've been talking about it all day. This is the tightening, but you're seeing these positive aspects that would, like Erie County, like Center County, like Bucks County, which, I mean, just testament to the work of so many people there. And Scott.
You'll see with your own eyes. If Kamala Harris loses, they'll concede. They won't pretend that there was some sort of election fraud. They
Look how
won't say
broken
that
he
they-
is. You fucking
They
loser.
won't put together a list of fake
He's
electors.
broken.
They won't bum rush the Capitol. They won't do any of that stuff. But oh my God, if Kamala Harris comes back at this point and wins, when the Trump people are absolutely convinced that they're going to win, and the odds are with them, oh, the Trump people would be furious.
I mean, they are.
This guy's
celebrating right now.
delusional.
Oh, of course they are, and I don't blame them. I don't blame them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looks good for them. They should, in that way, celebrate. The House, I'm looking at these House races. The House is looking pretty good. A lot of these toss-up
Look at them all
elections are
swallow
going
their
to
fucking
Democrats
pride and
furiously.
pretend.
When you look at the top of the ticket, the two that Congressman Cohen was talking to us about
losers.
in Pennsylvania are not where he wants them to be. Jared Golden in Maine is down by just like not even 1,000 votes, and it looks like there's going to be a flip in. It doesn't look like there's going to be a flip in Iowa. The Republican is up by just about 800 votes there. So some of these are going to be pretty tight, as we expected. Mike Garcia in California, 54% of the vote in, is up by just.
You loser.
That you check out Helix Sleep
Oh.
Mattress. A year ago,
No thanks. Back to Alex.
If you're going to be delivering the perfect number of votes like you did in 2020, we're going to arrest you. Even if he's bluffing, I don't even care. Just bluff it. Just do something to stop them from
Yeah,
stealing this. 'cause
isn't that
this is
crazy?
outrageous. This deal is over. It's just like 2020.
Isn't that
We've
funny?
won. It's time to declare victory.
And by the way, Trump did flip Erie County in Pennsylvania. So
it's done.
Yeah, it is pretty much done. I mean, 86% reporting. He's up by 200,000. Is that right? 200,000.
I mean,
Yeah, a
look,
little
all
bit
right. So
under.
if we want to, I mean, Harrison, if we want to kind of, let's put the negativity aside. I mean, now we're looking at this. Trump could win Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona is looking pretty good right now. I mean, Arizona, whatever. Somehow the vote in Arizona goes perfectly 50-50. I mean, it's almost impossible, but yet here we are. But I mean, if you get Michigan, Wisconsin, and then either Arizona or a Nevada, you're looking at a decisive victory, and Trump is currently on pace to win the popular vote.
Which is just amazing. And if you go to, I think Jack Posobiec tweeted it out. I retweeted
It's amazing,
it.
man.
The
You got
map
all
that shows
these
which
huge
direction the vote
states
moved, whether it moved red
that can get
or
all their
blue
votes counted,
and
and
how
the
far.
the
And I
most
mean, the
corrupt
entire
fuckers in the
country
world,
shifted red
like they
significantly.
don't stop it.
So,
I don't understand
mean,
it.
It's not possible that
Like
he didn't
you
win
know
at
they're
this
cheating.
point,
Like you
and
know they're
everybody
lining
I
up a
see on
cheat.
X is
That's the
basically saying
only
the same thing.
possible
He needs to
reason.
announce why
They're
he's
counting
not
the votes that they
announcing. I mean,
need,
people are
and they're trying to line it
very
up. Like,
eager to
okay,
get
how
this
many
over
how many
with.
ballots do we need? And they got like a
And,
fucking truck full
I
of them.
understand why they're doing it. He's got to be careful of those spin it back like he declared too early. But it's a sweet spot. He needs to do it within 1 hour. I predict at it's 11:35 here. Let's go with Eastern time. It's 12:35 Eastern. I predict
Midnight.
Let me think here.
Trump's going to come out at midnight.
I am projecting, which is about a 95% prediction. I am predicting that at 1:27, Trump comes out on the stage. 1:27. You guys want to call a number? Make a bet here?
So he's saying 12:27.
I think
He's
he
going
comes
Eastern.
out at, I think we're 25 minutes away.
I was going to say pretty much the same thing, that it's going to be
I agree.
exactly
Midnight.
1. Leave it to 12 p.m. Or 12
It's gonna be
a.m.
midnight,
Central Time.
if not
Apparently,
sooner.
Kamala Harris has announced she will not be speaking at her party tonight. So
It's a Hillary Clinton phenomenon.
it's a Hillary Clinton maneuver here. Campaign official says large crowds have already begun to leave. So they're already clearing out of Howard University, where she was supposed to give her victory.
That's it. It's the final side. Wow. Tell us where that's being reported. Oh, my God. Just like Hillary, first time ever in modern history
CBS.
that a
He's
loser,
getting the bubbly out.
a loser, well, Hillary did it in 2016, got drunk, reportedly, by her own people, and threw fits and had to be restrained by the Secret Service. And so now, I'm sorry, report that slowly. I'm interrupting. Harris Smith.
Speaking of
CBS
which.
reporting she will not speak to the deck of the Titanic. Yeah! Woo, baby!
That's what it says. Large crowds clearing out. That's Howard University. It's probably, I think that's the feed we've been seeing. So maybe we can watch as they clear out. I mean,
this will be a day long remembered. Oh my God! Now the real war starts.
Now we're looking at a situation, if these things play out and we avoid any shenanigans, Republicans are going to have a decisive majority in the Senate with new leadership, a good enough majority in the House to control its fate. I hope Byron Donalds is the speaker, by the way. Hopefully with better leadership than Mike Johnson, who might be worse than McCarthy. This is a remake. I mean, I don't want to get ahead of it, but if I'm looking at the positives now,
let's get
it's not, I mean,
ready.
it's like, this is like 50% of everything we've been fighting for. I mean,
Time
we
to get the bubbly.
finally have a political movement that can save this country politically. We finally have end roads, a beachhead in the White House, in the Senate, and in the House that we can save our country politically. And we've got Elon Musk joining the team. We've got RFK Jr. joining the team. We have people who want to limit the government down to nothing. We have people that want to get rid of the federal bureaucracy. We have RFK Jr. that wants to make America healthy again. I don't have the relief yet, but I mean, we are looking over the edge. We are looking over the edge of everything we've been fighting for. And if we get this decisive victory tonight and the rest of these states go our way, Alex, it's what we've been fighting for. It's the political movement. It's finally the InfoWars vision. It's finally the vision of a bright, prosperous, free future, common sense. And we're looking right at it. We can almost touch it. We can almost smell it. We can almost taste it.
As of 4 minutes ago, NBC News declares Trump the winner in Georgia. Okay, so they have finally called Georgia for Trump. NBC News at least has. So, NBC has called for Trump for Georgia. Georgia for Trump, rather. Very, very interesting.
And I guess that would tell me Pennsylvania is right around the corner. Guys, give me Pennsylvania on the big board, as it looks like the Trump headquarters is about to explode. Give me Pennsylvania on the big board, please. Let's see here. Well, we've had a bit of a stall. Look, these numbers are insurmountable. It's not possible. Even with the late night ballot dump, I don't think they can bring this back to where it needs to be. And even if Harris gets, I mean, she would need 65, maybe 70% of the remaining votes to win it. I mean, it's
I mean, I bet
we'll wait and see what the next ballot dump
fucking
does
truck probably
before they
called
bring in
and
all
said,
of
"Oh,
their
we broke
Harris
down the side of the
ballots
road." She's
tomorrow
like,
morning or tomorrow afternoon or
So
you know,
what?
next month.
"You're not going to be able to get all my votes in."
If Trump gets
No, sorry, man.
If Trump
They're
gets
blocking
to
the way.
3.3 with above 90%, then it's impossible. If Trump hits 3.4, I mean, the only way that they could do it at that point would be the most obvious steal that you've ever seen, even worse than 2020. So, and that'll be it. I don't know if Trump is waiting for Pennsylvania to be declared before he gives his speech, but if it's just like Georgia, we've been calling it all night, it's only inevitable. And then we'll be watching the Senate races, because let's be clear here, let's not sleep on these Senate races either. Let's not celebrate. I mean, we will celebrate Trump's victory, but then let's keep our eye on these Senate races, because they might pull some shenanigans in these Senate races to try to keep that Republican majority as slim as possible. Even though right now, I mean, we're looking at it, I would say at least +1, probably +2 or 3 even, depending on how things end up going in Wisconsin and Michigan, which are both trending on a Republican victory for the presidency.
That is some good news, Mr.
And
Collin.
the Senate. Carrie Lake just, for whatever reason, can't win an election in Arizona. It's really unfortunate. It looks like she's not going to be able to beat the Lego. And then there's just not enough information in Nevada right now. But again, when you look at what's going on in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania, current trends have the Republicans winning those 3 states at the presidential level and at the Senate level. Now, these are tight. But if the Republicans do that, they will have at least a 3-seat majority and the mandate and new leadership in the Senate. This is beautiful. This is really beautiful. And I hope that we're watching these campaigns. I hope that these Republican Senate candidates are watching these numbers very closely.
NBC's like, yeah, we can't cheat this. It's just impossible.
But everything is where it should be right now. Everything's
I
looking
should be looking
good.
at that.
Guys,
I
what do we
should
have in
see,
Nevada?
be watching how
There's still
disappointed
just,
they
like,
are.
no numbers coming in here.
Let's see.
I don't know what's going on with that. Okay, well, we'll try to figure out.
No, I don't care about this stupid crap.
Pre-COVID, Trump unemployment was higher in every battleground state but Nevada. But voters they don't give you credit for things that happen. They are concerned about the plenty of things that they legitimately feel about their own economic position.
Much to great frustration inside the Biden White House. Almost from day one, they would complain to you behind the scenes that they felt like they were never getting credit for the advancements in the economy that were happening even underneath him. They would scream from the rooftops, and he would do press conferences, or he would go to battleground states and talk about housing.
We're not getting any respect for all
there
the
was nothing they could
jobs
do
we took away
to
by forcing you to take a shot that didn't help with anything and killed a lot of old people. Oh, we didn't get the
Harris
credit.
campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond. He's about to address the crowd at Howard University.
Kamala left.
I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank
This is
you
what I'm
for
doing.
believing in the promise of America.
We do. Show enough.
We still have votes to count. We still have states
We
that
do.
have not been called yet.
All right. A couple of them
We will continue
that are leaning
overnight
Trump hard.
to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken.
And they're all speaking Trump
so
right
you
now.
won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation.
Why would she leave?
So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep
Why would she leave?
And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Well, that's weird. Why would she
And there
leave?
you have the co-chair of the Harris campaign saying it's okay, everybody can go home. We're not going to have a decision tonight, and the vice president is not coming out to address. But we'll speak to the crowd tomorrow.
That is not going to land in a comforting way with Harris supporters, I think. And Nancy said it. We've all been talking about it, how extremely reminiscent this feels to 2016. And the campaign manager, John Podesta, coming out to those microphones. I was in that room addressing the crowd saying, you will hear from her, but you're not going to hear from her tonight. And then we ended up hearing from her the next day.
And also saying too, Cecilia, we still have hope. There's still a path. It's a big sense of,
But he did not say
case of
that.
deja vu.
He didn't say we still have a path.
No,
he said with their votes still being counted.
Yeah, he said the
but
votes
he
are
didn't say
still
we
being.
still have a path.
But he said the votes are still being counted, and that leads you to believe that there is that there still is hope. He didn't say, look, there's no chance. He said the votes are still being counted. So, there's a big case of deja vu, I think, for many people tonight.
What a shot this is, though, to see these supporters at her alma mater at Howard University, and many D.C. residents there in that neighborhood walking off of that campus right now, wondering when they will know the results of this election.
I know that
I think
as
we
watch
already know the
crowd
results.
Disperse and wait for word
Oh.
from the Harris campaign
You think?
about what
You think?
is next.
You think Trump's
We
crowd's going
enter this
home?
late morning period where votes
I
are
don't
just
think
still
so.
being counted in Pennsylvania.
I don't
it
think
could
so. I
take
think
a couple of days. Michigan, it could take a day. I want to bring in David Becker on
any
that
minute now, Trump's
because
going to come
David,
out. Yeah,
you spent so
I
much
100%
time
agree.
speaking with state election officials about the vote count. What can you tell us about timing?
So right
So
now, I think,
right now,
Philadelphia
we're
in
trying to find the
particular, and
votes
some of
to
the
skew
Pennsylvania
this.
counties are still looking to probably finish up a lot of those mail ballots. They had to start processing today, probably looking into tomorrow or Thursday. But depending upon the margin, we might get to the point where there's enough for us to call it. Michigan, I think they're mainly focusing on Wayne County right now in the city of Detroit. I think there's some that are still to be reported. I have an update on Arizona in particular.
I don't know if you
just talked to
noticed,
a Maricopa County election official, and there's about
Bubbly's out.
650,000
We're getting ready to
ballots
pop
that they
it.
have not reported out yet. They haven't tabulated yet. plus the
Not
mail
opening it
ballots
yet.
that were delivered today, and they're not
We're just
sure
gonna
of
wait.
that number yet. So there's a significant number of Arizona ballots out, and I think that's going to go well into tomorrow, perhaps
I'm
even
sure it
Thursday
will.
until we get those. And that's always
Into
what happens in Arizona
Thursday.
because
This
they allow
fucking-
so many, and there's a culture of delivering those mail ballots on the day of the election, which doesn't allow them to pre-process. They have to do that right away and get it in the next couple days.
What a cheat.
So that means we're
What a
looking at
cheat.
maybe Thursday if it comes down to Arizona.
I'd say about Thursday. I
How?
mean, if the path for Harris
How is
right
that
now,
even
as slim
possible?
as it might be, is Pennsylvania, Michigan, and then possibly Arizona or the long shot of Wisconsin. Arizona's going to take probably a day or two. Pennsylvania might take about that long too. And remember, that's still significantly earlier, especially given the margins than what we saw in 2020.
I remember it took all the way
What-
until Saturday.
what a
Much more
cheat.
to discuss. You're watching CBS News America Decides
Yeah.
election
You notice
2024.
how these lefty ones. This is NBC, which is supposed to be national news, and they're coping so hard, pretending she has a chance. What a joke, man! What a joke. That's why everyone hates national news except for lefties. Bunch of jokers, man. That's wild.
To them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings, nor lose.
Wild.
Counting votes
Oh my gosh,
miraculously.
there was no one there when he spoke.
New York Times, 77% chance of winning Wisconsin. Tell me what's going on here.
Big smiles over here. We just went from 82% reported in Portage County to 86% reported in Portage County, then up to 90% reported in Portage County.
90% in
Trump
Pennsylvania
is
now.
at 49.8%. Why is this important? Well, this is where UW.
They
Stevens
finally
Point
gave
is.
Georgia
It's
to
a major college town that's smack dab in the middle of Wisconsin.
Trump,
And
obviously.
if we stay the course on this, keep in mind Trump's winning by 1 point with 90% reporting. This would be the first time that a Republican presidential candidate will win Portage County since, you guys ready for this? 1956.
And that's a college town, isn't it, that we targeted, Brett?
Hey,
Major college town that we had ballot chasers in, that we had TPA chase the vote ballot chasers in.
We haven't updated the map, but they've called Maine for Trump.
Maine 2.
Maine 2.
Yeah. So let's give him that one electoral vote.
Let's. I mean, we might as well, right? When we're here.
Charlie, New York Times is now predicting, they're not calling Pennsylvania. They're using that funny word, but they're now predicting Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. Very big moment.
Your math is math. Trust the data, right?
88% in Trump's lead. Did Trump's lead just expand in Pennsylvania?
It looks like.
Yeah, 165,000.
No, I had it 100, but it was down to 162 because I've been tracking this pretty closely.
Do we want to color Pennsylvania red on the map?
No.
No.
All right,
No.
then we'll turn it back.
Absolutely not.
I'm not there yet.
It
I'll
looks.
I'll tell you
jinx
when.
it.
I'll make the call. It's not there.
Yeah, he's at, no. He's at
the,
157 right now.
I want to thank our members. Daisy, send me some of the names. Members.charliekirk.com. We are signing. By the way, you'll be able to have this hat for the rest of your life, and you'll say, "I got a hat signed by Charlie Kirk and the team."
Why is there nothing
the
for
night
Nevada?
The blue wall fell.
Counting usually takes days, but new
And,
technology and rules
I'm
could
not
speed
making
up
any
reporting.
proclamations, but
Postmarked ballots are allowed to arrive up to 4 days after
Fox
the
News is called
election.
George for Trump. I'm sorry, I can't say that without laughing. It's like
Wow.
thanks. That was so
Okay.
9:30. Okay,
All right, that's crazy.
It's like
Some
Charlie,
crazy
you were
stuff
right about
there out
Bucks
of
County.
Nevada.
It's getting redder, right?
50-48.
Yeah, I was right.
Yeah.
So
It's getting redder.
we're actually netting votes out of some of the callers.
So we're netting votes there.
Cliff, you hear that? We're netting votes out of the callers.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
And he's
Delco's
running-
almost done.
He's
Delco's
running
almost done. I
away,
mean, what?
running away with it in Lancaster. And York still has a ton out. York still has about 60,000 to come in. And York, Charlie, York is a huge
That's the reason
red
I'm
area.
confident. Huge red area. York has tons of votes that come in. We're getting very close, guys.
Yeah, it's the walls are closing in, as they say.
We
And Cambria
The walls
hasn't
of
gone up in
Jericho.
like 2 hours.
Our team just got back to me from the
Yeah.
report from Maricopa
It's
County.
increasing in Pennsylvania.
No, this last week.
I'm watching it right now.
The data that
92%, 2% just
we
reported in.
chased, guess how many ballots we've
Yeah,
chased
it went
that
up
can
even
go
more.
to date?
Total?
It's done.
175,000.
Pennsylvania is almost
just a
guaranteed.
little
I mean,
above that,
they're
180,000.
they
I mean,
can't.
it's unbelievable.
It would. They'd
And we're
have
gonna
to.
see that manifest
They would
once,
have to
you know, at
vote.
Christmas.
The next
Well, you
votes
would
coming
basi-
in from Pennsylvania would
basically-
literally have to be
I mean, just to put this in
95%
perspective, with the
Kamala
numbers that we have
to
now,
5% Trump.
The numbers would look
It's
like about
mathematically
probably
impossible.
-1 to 1.
Of course, I said that 4 years ago.
If it wasn't for our team,
Trump now has a
chasing the votes,
95%
it would look
chance
so-
to
it
win,
would look like
according to
2020
the
when
New
we
York
felt like there
Times.
was no hope,
Let's play cut 197, please.
and there's hope.
His
Good
lead
evening,
went up in
Howard.
Wisconsin.
Good evening, HU.
No, we already saw this. I'm ahead,
I want to say good
Mr.
evening to
Charlie
all
Kirk.
of
I'm printing the news
Harris
before you,
campaign,
bud.
The campaign family, thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing
I don't want to hear
in
this
the
crap again.
promise of America. We
This one's
still
got
have
cope.
votes to count.
Nope.
And yet that is in Wayne County. We're going to want to understand that might be 50 to 100,000 votes. If we see in those precincts that there is a
Maine.
strong turnout,
Two.
that would
Maine
just
has.
add to the
Oh, is this
potential
Michigan?
trouble
This is
for
Michigan.
But we don't have. We can't go inside that narrowly.
We
to those
can't go.
precincts.
We can't go inside that. I mean, I will show you that in Georgia, just as an example, we did that in Fulton. And if the same idea plays out, right? Here's inside of Atlanta. This is where the shift. You even see some red areas. This is not what you saw in 2020. So even that 2 to 3 point
They had
shift. And
sections
we've
of
seen that
Atlanta
on
voting for
search
Trump.
engine
Let's
earlier
go.
In Pennsylvania, we had seen that kind of a shift too. All the stuff that in the pre-election polling we were talking about the potential for a few points more among minority voters shifting.
This is
and
wild.
We're seeing that, and it may play out. In
I thought it was going to be
Detroit as
closer,
well.
honestly.
All right, Anthony.
I thought it was
Salvanto,
going to be
as we go
closer.
into these numbers, and when we come back, we'll spend some more time trying to figure out what is happening in these remaining battleground states where the votes
It's cute
are
how they
still
left them
coming
white,
in,
isn't
and
it?
a sense of where they may
They're
be
trying to-
headed. That's coming up.
Oh, let's get over where they may be headed. We don't know. We have absolutely no idea. Guys, we have no idea where these votes are going. A truck could show up and just dump a whole bunch of votes to the exact number Harris needed to win. I mean, we just don't know that, you know? We just don't know.
She does not appear soon.
Wow.
Well,
yeah,
world's smallest.
This is all. You know what this is? This is all the trans crap. All the males playing women's sports.
Perhaps the only person here
this
who's not
is
an employee of the Daily Wire,
teaching
maybe
crazy
it
shit in
makes sense coming
schools.
from me to say, I actually
This
think
is
that
killing
anti-racist
people's pets.
could have
God bless you,
significantly
Peanut.
altered this election.
This is
It's
all the
possible that
craziness.
what you did in that movie.
10 million
was
illegals jumping the border,
to
killing
reveal what
Americans
people
with
think. I
no
mean, you guys were talking
consequence.
earlier about
That's what this is.
when
Those
Trump
are the
says
three
these
biggest
crazy
things.
things,
Then you
kind
got the
of
economy. People are
gradually learning he doesn't
not.
really mean them, and
They're
when the
not
left
working
says
as much.
crazy
They're not
things,
getting
they
paid
are
as much.
Really, just
They're
coming
paying
right out with it.
in some cases
this race
2
stuff
times as
that
much
they've
as
been
they paid
pushing since Trump was
for
in office,
groceries.
the
I know
first
my bills used to be I'd pay like
so
$60.
noxious to
Not
the
only
American
inflation is up,
sensibility.
but the prices of food are
It
up. So
just
it's just
reminded
crazy. Your
people
dollar
of that.
buys
It's kind of
less
faded
and food
since
costs more.
2020.
It's a double whammy.
It sort of lost.
It's
the
so
immediacy
crazy.
of that when it was such
And
a
I think you're
fervent
right.
issue.
People are just
And
fed up
bringing
with
that
this
back to the
stupid
fore,
Democrat
reminding
bullshit.
people that this is still what the
Mortgages.
Democrat Party
They
believes.
said
They still think
when
this
Trump was in
country is
office,
fundamentally
you could buy a
flawed
house
in
with 75, making
conception, and
75K a year.
particularly along
Now,
this
and
issue, which is
this
very
is
sensitive
obviously
for Americans,
average,
I
which
think
includes
that
California,
might have
gross.
swung
But you have to make $125,000
we
a
can talk
year
serious things, but I
to
need
buy
to
a
experience
house.
the pain of those
It's
who
crazy.
failed this evening. And thus,
That
joining us now
affected
from
me,
Harris
man.
headquarters
People were
in
not buying
Washington,
houses
D.C.
like they
is
were.
Spencer Lindquist.
Like I didn't even
Spencer,
renew my real estate license
how's
yet.
the mood been there in Washington, D.C.?
It just costs
Yes,
too
with a
much, and
smile.
people are not buying houses. People like Ian are good. They can still sell houses. 'Cause they have a,
just a moment ago,
you know, they have a path. I don't. I was too new.
You're not seeing that as much anymore because most people are already gone. Just a moment ago, the co-chair of the Kamala Harris campaign.
I already broke this news.
The co-chair
I
of the
broke this
campaign
15
came out and
minutes
said that
ago.
Harris isn't
I'm
gonna
ahead
be
of the Daily
speaking
Wire
tonight.
too.
He said that there's
No Fexi's News
still some
Network.
votes
Never
left to be
forget.
counted. Of course, we're getting
Do I
pretty
still
high
have
up
that?
there in a lot of these states with the reporting numbers. He said that she won't be speaking until tomorrow night. So there's already a lot of people in North Carolina.
There we are. Oh, I gotta get broadcast still. It's the No Fexiest News Network. I didn't finish setting it up.
Music, and I will say there was a moment between the news broadcasting and between the music where there was.
I was gonna set it all
moment
up before, but I just ran out of
for a
time.
second Where there was a gap between those two programs, and I turned and looked at the crowd. Dead silence. It was completely silent. So we went in, we talked to a few people,
All right,
and
one
everybody
more,
was just
one
on
more
pins
twist.
and needles. You know, the people who are walking out, I think I was probably 0 for 8 or maybe 0 for 10 on trying to get people to talk with me because
Slowly but
the
surely.
people who were leaving were in a very somber mood. You could just see it on their
Just
face
like
and their
the,
body language. And inside, they really weren't feeling much.
The clock that
So
strikes
Spencer,
midnight.
I
was
hope
on,
that you're staying in a safe
what is it
area of
called?
the city
The
because I
Watchmen.
assume that we can expect riots in the near future. Obviously, Washington, D.C. was boarded up in preparation for Trump supporters rioting in a city where there are literally no Trump supporters. Has there been any? Are they just so depressed that they don't even have the spirit to do that which
please
most
be
motivates
depressed.
them and burn down buildings?
This is what they get, man. They cooked their dinner. And now they got to
we'll
eat
see.
it.
We did see some buildings
You
being
know what their
boarded up
dinner was?
earlier.
Is
that was
poo-poo.
yesterday. And we saw that
Cold,
really in downtown in the
white,
areas surrounding
furry
the White House.
feces
So
that
we're yet
dogs
to see
pooped out
exactly
3 days
what's
ago.
going down in
That's
the
what this
downtown
is
area.
for the Democrats to eat.
But of course, as the night goes on and as we see exactly these results roll in, that might change. There might be some
Hopefully
action
everything
downtown.
just
So if there
goes
is, of
back
course,
to
we'll be
normal.
covering it.
Well, Spencer, I
there's-
look forward to seeing you next.
I
dodging
pray that
brickbats,
there's-
as well as horrifying.
I pray
fires
that this
over in
crazy stuff
Washington,
just
DC.
dies down.
Daily Wire's footprint
All right,
at
Trump
the
gets
Harris
his next
headquarters
4
was made
years.
possible by PDS Debt.
Please,
Got a custom
God,
plan to
let
become
nothing
PDS
happen to him.
to become
I
debt-free
like
right
JD
now
Vance a
at
lot, and I think he'll run the country
PDSdebt.com/Daily
well. I think
Wire. Oh, this
should
has
the
become
worst
such an
happen, because
enjoyable evening.
here's
That's
what
really
we got to
just-
talk
just-
about now. Trump's almost guaranteed. I don't want to go crazy. It's looking really good that he's going to win this, and there's in this campaign alone, there's been 2 attempts on him. Right? Is this going to be the thing that sets all the crazies off now? You know, like that's my worry. Like he should hide in a bunker until he's president or something. I don't know. I don't know how you do that because you don't want to be a coward either. But it's wild, man. It's wild. 2 attempts on him already. Like, are all the crazies going to come out of the woodwork now? That's the question. Or will they be too depressed?
Stop the censorship and end the Fed.
Oh my
Right
God!
there.
I mean, this is more than we could
They
have
already
ever
popped the
hoped
line.
for. I mean, could you ever imagine such a thing happening? Just
I'm
10
waiting
years
for
ago? I
the-
mean, this
I'm
is
waiting for
People
the
don't
speech.
realize what's going to happen. That are all crying about this. They have no idea how good their life's going to get.
You're
from this
right.
point
And like
on.
I said,
And
one
all
thing
we
that gives
have
me
to do
hope
we
is
have to
JD
not
Vance
let up.
seems
We
like a
have to
pretty
realize,
legit guy.
Oh, we had this one chance.
So
and we
even
won,
if
and we
something
took
bad
it,
does
we
happen, which
grabbed
I
it,
hope to God
we
it
grabbed
doesn't.
Victory.
I'm just proud of
And we need to
Americans
do
and
it.
others not being bullied to these psycho demons.
Yeah.
You've been messing with us. How do you like it back? You think your intimidation works on us? It makes us fight you 10 times harder.
Yeah, all these people in the media that have lied to us continuously,
Alex
they should
Jones.
never work again in that field. They should be gone because that's all they do is lie.
Yeah, they're lucky. It's just like when we won the Revolutionary War, it's like just go back to Britain.
Yeah.
just get out of here. And look, this is a beachhead. This is what tonight we'll celebrate victory. We celebrate victory for a whole week. Why not? But this is when we hit the ground running. This is when we need to do the things that Trump promised to do: the deportations, the reforming
Build
of
the wall,
election.
get 'em
I
out.
mean, everything has to start right now. This is the beachhead. This
Total
is where
offensive.
the work begins. It's not over right now. This is just the beginning. It's about to get extremely dangerous. 76 days of hell, 79 days of hell, however many it is.
Yeah, and get Owen back in here. We were hugging and stuff on
Yeah.
camera. I'm gonna give you a hug, Rob.
All right, bro.
I love you, brother. So much for gone through. Hey, I knew we were gonna win in Pennsylvania with that crowd.
Yeah, yeah.
Brother,
No,
over.
this is beautiful. I mean, you totally knew it, and
It's
you,
a little too preemptive for me. A little too preemptive. I want to see
Local
Trump come
time.
out.
And we do not have even full early votes yet.
8, 9, 10, 11. It's been 4 hours. 4 hours we got
Since
nothing.
polls closed, and we have nothing.
They've done nothing. And in fact, they've done more than nothing, Charlie.
They've actively held back
They've
votes at this point.
actively held
No, I
back
just
votes since last Tuesday.
Well, Justin Heap's going to win, and there's going to be some changes.
Justin Heap is down 3,000
Yeah,
votes.
Just wait until our chase.
He's
kicks
going to
in.
win. He is going to win. Justin Heap is going to win.
So Emerson,
We're not going
predicted-
back.
Emerson predicted
95% chance
Iowa
for Trump,
by 9.
guys.
Insider advantage.
It's
predicted it by
inching up and
6.
up and up.
With 94% in, we are up by 14%.
Hey, how's Ann? Ann Selzer.
That's
I mean,
one of the-
I get really upset because she defended that thing so vociferously, And it wasn't just bad. I mean, that was
Oh,
like the
Nevada's
worst
coming
Ole
in.
Miss in modern
It's a toss-up.
American
They're
history.
saying 17%,
unfortunate that-
57% for Trump.
It got so much attention.
It's only 6 electoral
I'm not
points,
going to
but
accuse her of
it's something.
like
It's something.
deliberate misconduct, but it's just
90%
she staked
chance.
a lot
All
of
right,
reputation.
Cliff, I'm getting closer, man. 90% chance of Trump winning Pennsylvania.
93% of the votes
Listen, what's it
in
going to take,
Pennsylvania.
Charlie? You need me to promise you I'm in Philadelphia
need-
County watching for the bands going in?
I
Like,
need
what am I
He's
gonna
up
do?
by
I need some more than 90. Okay, in 2020, scars run deep here.
Charlie,
fair.
we are currently
fair.
by
We'll keep
200,000.
monitoring, we'll keep reporting.
205,000
The New
votes.
York Times
Appreciate
dial.
that.
I
He needs 95% minimum.
look. They're just showing. This is so.
So look,
The New York Times
just let's
dial has maxed out for Trump.
so let's just
Are you serious?
It caps at 95 plus.
Send that to me.
let's just walk through this, folks. Georgia's already called.
North Carolina's called.
North Carolina's
Florida,
called.
Ohio, Iowa.
The only one left is one blue wall state.
She should just concede.
And if
She won't.
Pennsylvania's there,
She won't. They're doing this whole. They're not accepting this.
Oh, They won't accept the results of the election. They won't accept the results of a democratically decided election.
Wait, hold on. Isn't this democracy?
No, it's dying in
This
darkness.
is
Charlie.
democracy
It's
manifest.
dying.
it's
A
donocracy.
succulent
No,
election.
Ryan says, "Be careful." All right, we got to stop. Move topics. There's all trigger words now. All right.
Democracy?
Yep. Email is freedom at no, seriously, YouTube has crawlers. Email is freedom at charliekirk.com. Subscribe to our podcast. Open up your podcast application and type in Charlie Kirk Show. The stuff you were talking about prior, making fun of that stuff, is all triggered. So it's laced. Yes, we're getting tons of emails. Freedom at charliekirk.com. By the
Nice
way, we are
judo
now in our
move.
8th hour. of
Sad that he
streaming.
died this year.
Daisy, can we move MAGA Mountain and get another MAGA? And we got. Let's get some more hats in. I got to sign some more hats for our members here.
You're late.
By the way, if you want to get in
You're
the running
late,
for a
Charlie
free hat,
Kirk.
all you have
Already,
to do
this is
subscribe
No
to our
Effects
show
News
and
Network
send us
already
proof of
reported on this.
subscription, and you might
On
win.
the
We're
dial
the
already
number
being
two
at
podcast on all
95%.
podcasts right now. And email us as always.
5 minutes ago, I already
freedom@charliekirk.com.
released
Daisy
that.
and Emma are coming in, who've done a great job, by the way.
Not a big deal.
Blake, can you repeat that? That the New York Times.
The New York Times has their dial that they've been measuring all night, and right now, their forecast for the overall result of the election has maxed out at greater than 95%.
Yep, we're already looking at that.
They
We're
don't
already
go. They
looking.
don't go above 95 on their dial. They just say over 95%. Very likely Trump. Their popular vote is careful. Daisy. Their
93%
popular
now
vote
in
is
Pennsylvania.
1.2
It-
for
it's
Trump. That's
trickling
the
in.
highest it's been all night, I believe, or maybe it was 1.3 earlier, but
Trickling in.
solidly in the range of going to win the popular vote. And their average
Where's the
electoral
pop vote?
college
Does it show
result
it?
is
Am I missing it?
306 for Trump, 232 for Harris, and that could go up too.
Well, they said Maricopa's incoming. Did they mean
I don't
this
see where the
century,
popular
or what
vote
do they?
is.
I mean, this
in
is
time for
when
the
they
next
said,
election.
When they said that Maricopa's incoming, they meant at Stephen Richer pace, which actually it actually incidentally turns out that Stephen Richer moves slower than Helen Purcell, who's like 92 years old and was the last good recorder that we had before all these changes started happening. Although I do blame her a little bit because she instituted some of the changes that led us down the Adrian Fontes path, and then now to where we are with Stephen Richer. It's a long story. We'll spend a whole time talking about all the things that are screwed up with Maricopa County and how Justin Heap's going to
not
fix
right
them.
now. Not right now. Not
No,
right now.
no. I know, not right now. I'm just saying we got to get through this election, got to win, and then we'll talk about all the things that are messed up.
All right, Pennsylvania
and how
right
you can
now.
avoid them yourself.
Pennsylvania went down to 89% chance, so went down 1 point, Cliff. I don't know what changed.
Listen, Charlie, don't hold me to that 1%. I like where we're at. 89 is a good spot to be.
All right. Okay.
I don't see much.
Cliff, are you going to sleep before?
Don't read too much into it.
they
Sometimes
call
the meter goes
Pennsylvania?
back and forth. It doesn't really.
Listen, it's 1 o'clock. I promised Charlie I'd stay up through the night.
Oh, Cliff, you're not going to bed. Are you kidding me? Cliff, we got people.
I got Gallagher's 50-50 iced tea. I'm set. This is not a promotion.
Love Gallagher's.
They'll be sponsors.
By the way, Cliff, just so you know, I brought, and Charlie can back me up on this, I brought a bag of Wawa coffee with me here to Phoenix because I would not leave Pennsylvania that far behind. So I've been drinking Wawa
An extra
coffee
2,000, yeah,
the
this is
entire
wild,
night,
dude.
and I have a special.
Just call it.
I
It's
haven't
done.
even referred to this yet, but I have a special bag right here that will be revealed should Pennsylvania go our way. A very special bag of something that will only be revealed if Pennsylvania goes our way. And that's all I'm going to say about that right now, because I can't say anything else. But yeah, I've been drinking Wawa all night, brother.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Let's go through some Arizona stuff. People say, what's
Like
going
I
on in
said,
Arizona? Just to be clear,
from what I saw, she'd have to win
Kamala needed to crush that first
95%
drop,
of
and
all
she did.
votes.
She did not.
She did not. It should have been even better if they actually counted all the votes that they have sitting there. I'm not kidding, right? I know I sound like a crazy person, okay? I know I always do it to Arizona. People are like, yeah, okay. No, he's sitting on 200,000 really good. He's sitting on 200,000. I know.
You'll look at what we make you look at.
He's sitting on 200,000 really good votes. We know that because it's in the totals.
He-
Okay,
he might pull Nevada, too.
They're like, oh, we only counted the ones up till Tuesday. Well, that's the bluest batch. Okay, that's all heavy Dem and Dem Indies. Okay, and like anti-Trump R's, and then that last week it gets super red, right?
If he gets
Let me tell
Alaska
you something
too,
that's
that's
really
only
exciting
3.
about
But
Maricopa County and why you should be even.
I mean,
more
that's
excited about this
9. If he gets Nevada and Alaska,
Jerry
that's even
Sheridan,
crazier.
Who's a Republican? We haven't had a Republican sheriff for the last 2 election cycles, because in 16, Sheriff Joe Arpaio was getting attacked.
Let's see you with Cope. More Cope. They went to commercial, of course. Let's see what Cenk has to say. See if he's coping hard.
So far this year, the judiciary has been.
Did he walk away? He's probably in the other room crying.
To protect the wealthy has been very much in effect all year.
But the good news is, there's the state level prosecution for the fake elector scheme. And Fonnie Willis has been doing a great job on that.
She
and,
won tonight. She won re-election tonight.
Did she really?
Yeah, I did not
I was
see
being
that.
sarcastic when I said she's
No.
been handling that well. She has not been handling it.
There was
Yeah.
a little bit of an issue, but yeah.
Landslide.
I find
all
it-
the
well,
tards on Reddit
effectively
were like giving me
inconceivable that any
shit
of that will be allowed
because
to continue. Even though obviously there's
it's not going to be a landslide. Oh well, they all thought Harris was going to win anyways. But I said it's got to be a landslide. Like you don't understand. All you idiots stay in your liberal fart chamber and you just listen to your own farts all day long. You have a bubble of farts and you just smell your own farts and you fart and that's all you hear is your friends' farts and you talk about farts all day. You don't get out of your bubble of farts. And if you did for a minute, you'd understand the world. I get out in the world. I see the signs. I work for a living. I talk to people, good people, smart people. I'd say the best people. And this is just what I thought was going to happen. These are the people that just didn't go out to vote in 2020.
Powerful and wealthy people in the country. I don't just mean
And
Trump
now that
winning.
a fire was
I
lit
mean
under their ass to
everything
do
that has
it, and they
protected
did.
Trump to this point.
Oh, shut up, you crybaby, stupid crybaby liberal. Alex Jones is already.
It's just like, it's so exciting to see some of these states that had been
Oh,
absolutely
is it coming
written
out?
off by the pundits. And I just, put on X a little while ago that it feels almost like a little naughty to be watching MSNBC
Well,
right
Paul was
now
right.
because
I like
the
her.
level of glee that I'm feeling. The Schadenfreude is just, it's too much. I'm not used to feeling that way, so no, it's excellent. And so
Let's
that
hear some more Coke.
said, I have a lot of friends with close races in California. We're not going to.
The ones for Kamala Harris. Of course, 2 states that we are projecting to go into the Trump column, Georgia and North Carolina. And so now you see how the path for Donald Trump has widened significantly. All you have to
you
do
don't
is
say.
take Pennsylvania, and it's game over. That brings it home right there. Let's go, 270. So if Pennsylvania is not available, however, Wisconsin
with his 95%
lead
lead in
as we say
Pennsylvania.
tonight. That brings him to 261. Then all he needs to do is to go out to Arizona and take the 11 there, and that brings him over the top. So conversely,
without
for Kamala
Pennsylvania.
Harris, we say the path has narrowed somewhat.
Narrowed
if she
somewhat,
is
this
able to get
fucking idiot
Pennsylvania,
says. This
she's gonna need
CBS
it. She's
idiot
gonna need
says.
Michigan, she's going to need the blue wall. Wisconsin as well. If Wisconsin isn't available, as we say, it leans red tonight. She would have to go to Arizona to get to 270, and that would do it. Right? No, that would be 260. What am I doing here? 260.
She
I gave
can't do
to
it.
Red. That's what I did. Okay, thank you. That would be blue. So there we go. Math isn't my thing, but the map tells a story, doesn't it?
No, it
So,
doesn't.
yeah,
It
the
tells a
paths
false
are
narrative.
narrowing for Harris. They're getting wider for Donald Trump. Here we are at 1 o'clock in the morning. Nora, let's send it back over to you.
All right, Maurice Dubois, thank you so much. And we have breaking news at this hour, just into CBS News election headquarters. CBS News can project Republican Deb Fischer will win re-election in the state
took
of
the Senate.
Nebraska, and that means we can now project that
We're going to have the
Republicans
House,
will take
the Senate,
control
and the
of
presidency.
Senate. This flips the Senate, which Democrats had control.
The House,
with Vice
the
President
Senate,
Kamala Harris's
and the presidency.
tie-breaking
Wow.
vote. Scott
Wow,
McFarland.
wow, 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 wow,
You
wow,
see the
wow,
number
wow.
behind me, Nora. That's the magic
That's
number
crazy.
for Republicans. They're there. We're projecting 51 seats. That gives them control of the U.S. Senate. That gives the next president a Republican Senate. So impactful when it comes to Supreme Court nominations, a cabinet, legislation, border
Another
bills.
twist, boys.
All of this now will
Another
go through a
twist.
Republican Senate, which, by the way, does
We're
not have a
one more twist to
designated
midnight.
leader yet. Mitch McConnell is stepping back. Let me show you how we got to 51 and tell you what's still ahead. First off, Ohio, where Sherrod Brown, a resilient Democrat in Ohio, had strong labor support, had strong backing in the 3 C cities
A very
of Ohio,
big penis and,
Cleveland,
just a
Columbus,
great
Cincinnati.
man.
After
And he
3
just
terms,
lost
we
to this
project
jerk
he
of
has lost to Bernie
Republican.
Moreno, the
Oh, he's a
Republican
jerk, this
businessman from
Republican
Ohio.
jerk. He's
That's
came
one
from
seat lost
nothing,
from the Democrats.
crossed
West
eyes and
Virginia
everything.
was an uphill fight from the jump. The Republican governor, Jim Justice, served 2 terms in Charleston, projected as an overwhelming winner over Glenn Elliott. That's the seat vacated by the
Wild.
retiring Joe Manchin. There's 2. Montana is, at this point, projected as a lean Republican for Tim Sheehy, the businessman from West Virginia. I'm sorry, the military veteran from Montana, the 3-term Democrat, John Tester there. Democrats haven't really
'em.
defended so
Get
much
'em
in the
out.
battlegrounds. They have
Get 'em
a
out.
good situation in Arizona, where the Phoenix Congressman Ruben Gallego has a lean standing right now against Carrie Lake, the Republican in Arizona. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada. Those familiar battleground states are also battleground states for the U.S. Senate. We deem Michigan a toss-up right now. Mike Rogers, the former
I don't think
congressman,
Michigan's
against
gonna be
Alyssa
a toss-up.
Slotkin.
I think you're lying. That's what I think.
Or 59% of the vote, and Hovde won it with 58% of the vote.
Check the times.
So I mean that pretty much takes that last
Still at
rural county that could
95%?
have been on the table for her.
Pennsylvania is still at 93%.
So Cliff,
With
is
over
there any of
200
this provisional thing? Do you know the provisional count statewide?
222,000 votes.
No, I
that
think,
Trump's
we're
up.
going to look at
That's
it.
insurmountable.
But really, a lot
It's
of
over.
these will total up, but 1.3 million cannot be correct, Charlie. There's no way.
So,
I just paid the RNC. Go ahead, Jack.
No, I was
Almost
just gonna say,
200,000
well,
votes in
a provisional
Wisconsin.
Ballot is still also going to be a day of ballot. So they're gonna-
300,000
so a provisional ballot. Let's say
in Michigan. It's over.
No, we know there's going to be a bunch of those up in Cambria County where they had the issues with the scanners, where we were telling people. We had Laura Trump and we were on War Room this morning and we were saying vote paper ballots. You and Andrew mentioned it earlier, Charlie, on your show. I mentioned on my show. So we were urging people to do that. But we know those are going to break Republican. And for the rest of the state, I would imagine that they would break fairly along the same lines that the statewide day of voting would break. So even if there are this number of provisionals, it would still break that way for us.
You want to know something crazy?
Yep.
I mean, I'm just analyzing this stuff here with on the carry numbers for Arizona. Sorry, I'm just waiting for the Maricopa County numbers to come through. Basically, all that Ruben leads by is the lead that's in Maricopa County right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's really bad for him.
I'm telling you. I mean,
that's really bad.
They're going to slow walk this thing
Oh,
forever.
we're finally getting Nevada in.
Yeah, no, Nevada's way above Arizona, by the way.
Yeah,
It's
they
just
finally-
unbelievable.
How did Nevada come in
It's
before?
just pathetic.
It's so bad.
And Trump's up 9,000.
We have 17% of
Very
Alaska
tight,
in, and they
very
closed
tight.
3 hours later.
Sam Brown, I don't know.
No, it's not.
Charlie, I have
Sam Brown's
2020
be tough.
provisionals if you want me to read
tell us.
those.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, in 2020, Joe Biden had 53,000 provisionals. Donald Trump had 50,000. There was 103,000 total. They're talking about a 10x, 13x. There's no way. If that happens, we've got lawsuits. We've got a whole battle. That's the attempt to try to distort some of the numbers. But it was 103,000 provisionals in 2020. And that
Apparently,
was,
she
by the
really
way,
thought she was doing
that was
well.
the height of COVID.
That's the way it seemed.
When there was
They convinced her
literal
that if she knifed that
record
old
set for
bastard
the
in the
most
back,
mail-in ballots we
she'd
had,
walk
which is
it.
where all the provisionals come from.
And I don't know
I
how
don't know
she'd
where they
ever
get the
think
number
that.
from.
To me, I mean, that's crazy.
Oh, man.
No one liked
Eric
her.
Hovde is gonna be so great as a U.S. senator.
I bet Biden's
gonna win.
fucking laughing in his grave time, his coffin.
You know how you can just feel it with somebody.
I bet he turned
Like
on
some
the
guy-
television
like
real quick.
Eric
'Cause,
Hovde's
I mean,
just
it's
such a
probably
good
he
dude,
probably went to sleep
right,
6
Brad?
hours ago.
Like Eric Hovde's just such a.
And
like,
he
out
woke
of
up, was like
everybody
looked
that's
over,
running
saw
for office this
saw the
election
numbers, and
cycle,
just had a little chuckle.
Eric Hovde's the
You
most
know,
likable
that's how I
guy,
do.
I think, out of everybody.
You get knifed in the back like that by your own
He's
party.
your prototypical definition of Wisconsin nice. He remembers names, which I've always appreciated about him. Any event, hey Linda, how's it going? Gives him a hug. How's your husband? Like that. He really epitomizes who you look up to in Wisconsin. I love the guy. I had never met him actually, and he was super involved in Wisconsin politics about 10 years ago. He was involved in a primary for Senate
Right.
in 2012.
The child
and
he's
then
eating.
wasn't involved in politics for about
Giving a
8
snoof.
years. Came back onto the scene a couple of years ago. Has been a huge help to Brandon Malley, someone that Brandon looks up to as a mentor. He really understands that leadership is creating other leaders. So I'll shout him out for just what he's done and getting Brandon to a whole new level of leadership. But I love the guy, just great guy.
The left
Yeah,
is going to
yeah.
lose their minds with Eric Hovde and Ron Johnson for 6
And
years.
Bernie Moreno and Jim
By the
Banks.
way,
And then they have no chance in beating Ron Johnson if he
Their
runs again
last-
next time with Eric Hovde winning this time. The money that's going to flow into Wisconsin is going to be so fantastic for us protecting Wisconsin in the future.
Tyler.
And this is the most exciting part. Yeah, look at Brett. He literally looks like Scrooge McDuck right now, like money symbols going over his eyes.
Who was
He's like, oh my gosh, yeah, we're actually. You don't understand. Wisconsin is so lacking in resources. We showed up and it was like
He's
you know
pulling
when
away
you
in
show up to
Wisconsin.
someone's party and there's like you're expecting a good party and it's a wedding, like a good wedding. And you show up to someone's good wedding. You show up to a good wedding and it's like a junk wedding. You're like, oh my gosh, like I feel bad for them. I'm glad they're getting married. Let's just get out of here. That's like the Republican Party in Wisconsin right
He's
now.
up 125,000 in
Tyler,
Wisconsin.
Tyler,
And listen,
It was a cash bar wedding, but you guys showed up.
300,000.
That's what happened in Wisconsin.
No, they
in
didn't
Michigan.
even have a cash bar. You had to like pay the guy in the parking lot to get booze out of his trunk. Like this is
Still
this
over
is
200,000
the
in
type
PA.
of Republican Party that's being run there right now. And now we're going to have so much faith in that state. And I cannot emphasize enough our grassroots activists on the ground, our managers for our Chase the Vote program. Our partnership
Wow.
that we did with America
This is gonna be wild,
PAC.
dude.
There's just so much
That'd be
that's
funny if you got
happened
Alaska too, just to put the
that,
fucking
there's
last
so many
nail in the
faces
coffin.
and situations that have happened.
Just to hammer it
that
home.
we'll be able to talk
With
about
all the
for a
freak
long, long
states,
time
all the
that
shit
have
states,
really helped
California,
turn
Oregon,
around,
Washington, where
the
people burn down their own
hearts and
shit,
minds of
fucking try
activists
to
who
take
really
over their
almost
little
started giving
shitty
up on the
cities.
party there.
Colorado's just
And
fucking smoking
Eric
marijuana,
Hovde,
getting high all the
look,
time.
God bless
They don't
him
know what the
because
fuck they're
he
doing.
ran-
They probably didn't even
decided
know
to
it was
run,
election day.
Put all his own money into this thing, and had basically no.
I vote we
help
give
or
New Mexico
support
back to
from
old Mexico.
anybody, Ran his own thing. We
Let him have
came
it.
in, we've been doing stuff across the state to help churn out votes. Again, there's been a couple other groups.
Get
that
ready
are-
for Trump's speech. He's coming soon, guys.
But this is
One sec.
such a huge boon for Wisconsin.
Breaking news: Florida just counted their votes again for fun.
they did it three times. They've already done it three
Hey,
times.
Tyler, who is the last Republican to hold that seat?
Will be gone. 5 of them will be gone. 10 Republicans in the House voted to impeach him over January 6th. 8 of them are already gone. 2 are clinging
Good.
to possible reelection.
Good. Cope
The
harder.
resistance is gone.
ABC.
Nebraska right here, Senate race.
Bunch
ABC
of
News can now
chodes.
project that Deb Fisher will win. She'll hold on to her seat, the Republican. Are we going to put this up on the screen? Deb Fisher holds on in Nebraska. We've called that race. She faced a tough fight from Dan Osborne, the independent there. Did
Oh,
not
it was a
take
tough
complete
fight.
caucus win,
She only won by like
but
2
Deb
million
Fisher holds
votes.
onto that race. I want to continue with this
Oh my
conversation that
gosh.
John Carl just started because he's spot on by sort of if Donald Trump is elected president for a second term here, and it's
If.
still an if.
It's not an if.
John paints picture of a lot of these.
What a
established
scumbag.
Republicans
Fucking
being thrown
scumbag.
off, having left Washington.
ABC.
This was part of the closing
Fake
argument
news.
on Kamala
Bullshit.
Harris's team and her campaign, and from the vice president herself. She had help from Liz Cheney.
Look how sad they
General
are.
John
This is
Kelly, not
national
political,
news.
came out, and
Can
talked
you
about what he
look
witnessed
at them?
firsthand
A
in
bunch
his
of crypt
administration as
keepers
chief
over
of
here.
staff. their campaign was,
What a
if we
joke.
re-elect him, he will not have the guardrails.
This is wild.
Martha,
This is
clearly
supposed to be
did not
like
resonate with the
neutral
American
news
people.
source. Look at him cry.
Or at least half the country that did not.
Oh, the race was neck and neck, guys.
Convictions,
The race was neck. It's too close to call. It's neck and neck.
Statements about the military,
And it was skewed towards Kamala. She was, I mean, she was going to win. You know, she's just beating Trump. Who's going to vote for Trump, you know?
all of that.
The most important thing is murdering unborn babies and men playing in women's sports. That's the most important thing. That's what you need to vote for.
Stronger than he was in 2016.
Oh,
I
but
said, "Do you have
but who
any
showed up to vote?
reservations at all?"
Who showed up to
January
vote?
6th. And he said, absolutely not. The more you
That's
all
funny.
talk about that,
Last
the
I
more
saw,
Trump voters
I don't
will
know.
attract.
Maybe you can
So this
check me on this.
was not about that.
Women are
But in the
50% of the
end,
population.
Here we are. This is
It's
democracy.
almost like
Martha,
most
thanks
women
for doing
agree
a
with the
major call to
conservatives.
make at this
In
hour.
fact, not
It's
most,
the power of
more.
the Senate moving forward. It's precisely what we've just been talking about with this conversation. Republicans will take control
Wild.
of the Senate with that call in Nebraska. Deb Fisher holding on to her
Take
seat
the Senate,
tonight.
take the House.
If
Oh,
Donald
only
Trump
one
is
left.
named the next president, he will have
If.
a Republican Senate.
Yes, he will.
We do not know who
And a
will
House.
control
Say that
the
too.
House, but this is
Oh, we
significant.
don't?
And now the only question
I think
is,
we
Rachel
do.
Scott, is
I think
how
we do. I
strong
think
that
we know who's
Republican
going to be the
control
president.
will
I think we
be.
know who's going to control the
Will
House.
he have a mandate because their majority will be more than just a one senator majority?
Yeah, spot on. It's not a question of whether or not Republicans are going to have the majority. It's just now a question of precisely how much. This is
So in the
going to be
background, you can
the
see
outlook, at least where
these
it
are the
stands
guys
right
trying to
now.
calculate the votes for stealing it tonight at 3 a.m.
Remember, that's all they needed to
Those
know
guys,
at the
they're
end
like,
of the night.
shoot, it's getting harder and harder. We can't print this many out. We don't have enough printers.
And again, David,
We don't have 100,000 votes we can stuff into. Do you know how many that is?
One more time, we're talking about Republicans possibly expanding their majority in the Senate. Wisconsin, you have the Republican candidate.
Yes, sir.
ahead. Michigan, the Republican candidate.
Yes, sir.
ahead, and also in Pennsylvania as well.
Yes, sir.
Governor Chris Christie, this brings us back to what you and I were talking about earlier in the evening. That comes down to everything. And
Chris Christie, what a
made right at the beginning of an administration.
I better not. I
about
got to
who
hold
you're gonna put in
back.
the cabinet.
Oh, yeah,
I
no,
got to hold
he's got
back.
free reign now if he wins. I mean, there's no doubt about that because not only does he not worry about the margin nearly as much, but as,
Look at that
as John said,
fat
he
piece of
elected these
crap.
folks.
Shut up.
You know, he wants their vote. He's going to call.
I gotta switch.
Trump has defeated to actually take seriously the possibility they got it all
That
wrong.
they got the people
That they got it all wrong. And it's time to rethink some things about the American people and about the country they seem to say that they ought to represent.
It is also time for me to have a drink. I think I've
You've earned it. And Dennis Prager left early. No!
Oh, boy.
Now we have to have his drink. I mean, if we must.
You know,
It's almost time. The bubbly's
the nice
here.
thing about the color orange is that it encompasses so many colors. It's not just white. It's not just black.
It's really a
not
blending
just
of all
brown.
the
It's a,
colors.
it's a blended
It's like a
family.
rainbow.
It's like
It's a
America.
rainbow coming together.
That's
It's like Obama
exactly
said,
right.
we're not red
Michigan's
America,
slowing
we're
down
not
on the
white
count there.
Orange America.
Pulling away. Republicans are pulling away regardless.
That's right.
This company began about, 9 years ago? Really, our first election was 8 years ago. And we were all sitting around celebrating Donald Trump's
like us
victory
now.
over the would-be.
Where are we gonna be in 8
president.
years?
And
Yes, sir.
nothing whatsoever has changed.
Yeah,
We're doing exactly the same thing. Wow.
Oh, Ben, you're drinking.
Yeah.
I never do this, but dude,
I mean, come
it's
on.
been a long road.
United States
We're
of
here.
America.
To the United States of America.
And number 47.
And number 47.
Donald Trump. Oh yeah.
I'm waiting
Oh,
until
yeah.
his victory speech. I'm waiting for it.
Oh boy.
Ah.
This is also not to get too spiritual, but this is God.
One.
All right. Yeah.
I think we all agree.
I think Erica was chopping some onions or something in the break room.
No one has
maybe.
worked harder than Charlie for this.
We gotta
No
hear some
one-
words here from you, Charlie. You put all this together, my
I
man.
know,
Let's hear it.
dude.
I am just humbled by God. God's grace.
It's all God.
This is
It's all
good.
God.
This
God
is
alone.
good.
God alone.
That's all I can say.
Decision desk has it. Pennsylvania.
It's done.
Did they go?
It's
Brett-
beginning.
Brett, how we doing at HQ? Are you still on HQ there with everybody? Are
Yeah,
there people
I'm
around?
still here. I'm in my office. I've had the door closed. I don't know who's still here. I should see. I should see who's still here. It's a little after midnight in the Central Time Zone. I just want to say right now,
Dude,
it's
tomorrow's gonna
such
be
an
fucking
honor and
crazy.
privilege to be
Tomorrow's
part
gonna
of
be
this
crazy.
team.
Just
Our
being
team
out in
has
the world
turning
tomorrow
point,
is gonna be
actually.
like, it's gonna be like
is
I
the
just-
best assemblement.
I want you to
of
think
It was
back
always darkest
to
before the dawn.
January
you know?
20th, 2021.
Seriously, tomorrow's a new
It
light.
was 2 weeks after January 6th. So many of our friends were in federal prison. And it was like the lowest moment.
I was there. I was right across the street when that all happened. I was right there on Constitution Ave when Biden was installed. No one was there. No crowd. Military occupation of Washington, D.C. National Guard all over the place, fencing.
Oh my gosh, it's just like text. It's like text after text after text.
Yeah, I can't even look at my. I don't even
People
want
are
to look at
like
my phone. I don't even want to look at my phone right
people
now.
are beside themselves.
I just
President Trump is about to speak.
Let's set it up.
Excuse me. President-elect Donald Trump.
I want you to remember that we did not earn this. This is God's mercy on our country.
Yes.
You're on the Lord's side. He's not on yours.
NBC is saying Pennsylvania is too close to call. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's why we stopped watching NBC.
Well, and we've got
Bunch of
we've got
liars.
in the hopper here. We've got Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, which we're gonna win all of them.
There you go.
And Michigan. Hey, they've only counted
Too close to
23%
call.
of Maine's,
He's only winning by
votes.
200,000 votes, guys.
The lady that was trying to kick Trump off
Kamala
the
would have to
ballot,
get
said that she's not counting anymore,
9.5
23%
out of
Maine. Because
every
he's gonna win.
available ballot, if there's even that many left. She'd almost have to get
This is gonna be a
100%
big
at this
win.
point.
This is going to be a large win. This is going to be a resounding win. That gives.
And then they're basically waiting for Alaska to call it for Trump, but it's done. He's going to win Alaska by 10 points.
Nothing out of the ordinary there. They always do that. They're like, oh, Alaska can swing.
Charlie, can I get ahead on this? What's the next battle? Where do we go from here?
No, we just.
I'll tell you later, Cliff.
Yeah, not now, guys. There is no next battle. We just.
Cliff, I'll tell you tonight.
You got it.
It's in January.
Pennsylvania.
But we're not done yet. We've got a Senator Eric Hovde to make sure that we get through for the finish line. We've got to chase.
How's McCormick looking?
We're curing ballots this entire week in Arizona. You know why? Because we're not satisfied not only with this, potentially Trump winning here in Arizona, but we've got to get Kerry across the line, and we've got to win the state house and state senate by big margins. Because you know what we're going to march ourselves right into in 2026.
We're not talking about that yet. Let's just.
Well, we got to set it up.
We're not letting us start the next.
Recently, if you look at the demographics of this election, about Hispanic voters, about young men, about all kinds of voters, that they keep hemorrhaging.
Yeah, about messaging too, because you mentioned Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, and you showed in the shading on the map that they were leaders.
Oh, all
who
the
did
P
break
diddlers?
through, and Bill Clinton
Remember all the
famously,
P diddlers
whether
Kamala
he
brought to
exactly
her
said the
little
words or
show?
not, but it's about the economy.
P Diddy's gang? Oh man, that didn't
a lot
sway
of
the
this has to do
people.
with the
That's so weird.
I mean,
Weird.
populism is alive and well in America. I will say this: if Bernie Sanders were running, he'd win some of those counties.
Exactly.
He'd win Western. he'd
I'll
win
tell
some of
you
the-
this,
these
Bernie
counties in
Sanders.
Wisconsin,
You know, if we wouldn't have stabbed him in the back 4 years
there's a
ago,
reason
or
why
8
we're
years
here.
ago, whatever
I
it
mean,
was.
The Democrats put Donald Trump on the ballot. They put all of these issues. They wanted this to be about Donald Trump. That was going to be their way of making this happen. And Donald
Cry.
Trump made himself. he
Cry,
put
you little
himself on the
bitches.
ballot, and people made a decision. Now, the next thing that's being talked about here is looking at the popular vote. Now, we still have a ways to go in California. I understand that. But the fact that Donald Trump right now is over 5 million votes ahead of Kamala Harris, I know that this is something that's sort of bothered President Trump over the years, that he couldn't win that popular vote. Now, it was it's match play. This is not stroke play. But nevertheless, the fact that we are looking at potentially Donald Trump not just having this big night and taking 5 senators plus with him, that he's looking at winning the popular vote is the mandate that
He's about to
Jonathan
cry.
Carl was just talking about.
This grown baby is about to cry.
Voters, and that's something that we're going to have to take a look at, not just in the so-called battleground states where all of the resources and all of the attentions and all of the surrogates and the principles, but also when you look at New York, New Jersey, which I keep looking at the governor like, come on, New Hampshire, Minnesota.
Is she
I
high?
think Amy Klobuchar won. I think Kamala
She looks
Harris
so
will win
smug.
Minnesota, but we shouldn't be talking about Minnesota after 1 o'clock. So there's some drop off there that
by the way,
Democrats will have to assess as well.
Her running mates, the governor of Minnesota, how in the hell have they not called Minnesota when her running mate is the sitting governor of a blue state? I mean, that's extraordinary. And it also calls into question the whole choice of Tim Walz.
Well,
if he can't, if the sitting governor of a state that is traditionally blue has her sitting at 50.6%, I mean, he should have never left the state house.
Well, there are going to be a lot of questions about whether Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania might have been a better choice for VP pick, just based on numbers and the importance of the Keystone State. Not for me.
Quality quercetin. Everybody needs high quality with a bottle.
So good. So good. Wow. And you know, like Fox being first to call Pennsylvania, right after last time
They learned
around
their
when they got
lesson, right.
banged on
They
for
learned their
calling
lesson.
Arizona. By the way,
Yeah.
well, I mean, by the way, they called Arizona right last time. Okay, so like
They called it right, but they called it too early.
Understood, and they called it right this time. Okay.
Wow, that's right.
And so there we are, man. Wow. Yeah, as Matt's Idea Shop says, McDonald's ice cream machines are definitely going to work now. The promise has been visited upon us. Man, she failed upward, and she never ever had to be elected to it, ever.
Yeah,
ever.
Right.
You want to talk about the utter failure? The utter failure of
this is part of
DEI.
it.
The utter failure of DEI. She
Yeah, I was
failed
gonna say
upward at every opportunity without any vote, and then finally she's subjected to reality, and reality said, "Hell no."
This is the end of DEI, I think. Right.
Yeah, when even Anna Kasparian is saying, yeah, what we did is crap.
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
it was offensive what they did.
Yep.
It's offensive to people on their own side.
It was.
Yes.
If you're on their side and you're rational at all,
Right.
you were offended by this and you didn't want to support it.
Yeah.
The other thing, I know a lot of people were praying before this election. I certainly was. This would be a good time to thank God because
Indeed.
truly, you know, I mean,
ABD, pal.
the most notable moment, but even this, we just forget as humans. The guy turned his head 20 degrees
Yeah.
and his head
I know.
wasn't blown off.
I know.
Okay, at an improbable moment. And so, you know, there are moments in history. The Battle of Lepanto is a good example. But there are many moments in history where you think, had the wind just blown a little bit differently, we wouldn't have civilization anymore. It's really that dramatic. And we may have just experienced
Lived
one of
through
those
it.
moments for our country.
And
this
watched
night.
it on TV. I mean, the records that we have from this whole adventure, including those, you know, I mean, we've never lived through an election where we had these kinds of precise measurements. You could actually simulate the turn of his head.
Yeah.
It's almost like, you know, we've got digital records of the hand of God.
That's exactly right.
Down.
I tell you guys, I mean, I think that's right. And so, you know, I think that a silent moment of prayer actually would be quite appropriate at this point. So if you want to take like 10 seconds here and just say thank you to God, because seriously, well played, God. Really well played.
Yeah.
Amen.
Amen.
All righty. Yeah, thank you, God. That was it. Solidly well done.
You remain undefeated.
Yeah.
Mic drop.
That was
Exactly.
the Babylon Bees headline early in the evening was election vote come in, God's still on his throne. It was like-
I gave a speech to the company twice today. Don't ask me why twice. I mean, you can ask me why. It's because I didn't expect to do it the second time.
Yeah, I only heard one of them. I didn't know there were two.
So I gave it at the 10:30 meeting, and then they asked if we would do a company prayer, which we did do, and I kind of repeated my speech. But I started the day just thinking about that beautiful line from "Be Still My Soul." Be still my soul, thy God doth undertake to guide the future as he has the past. And I took it as just a reminder that unfolding history is God's work to do, not ours. You know, we worked very hard, as we do all the time in our spheres, to advance what we think is good and right, and proper and true. A lot of people in the campaign worked very hard to effectuate this outcome. People like Charlie Kirk worked incredibly hard to get the vote out in ways that we've never seen on the right before. And it's important that you put in that work. That's what we're here to do. But at the end of the day, our work only bears the fruit that God actually intends for it to bear. And, you know, I remember when our friend Andrew Breitbart wrote his book, Excuse Me While I Save the World, Righteous Indignation. I thought, man, saving the world is like one step beyond what God's given us to do. God's given it to us to try to save the world, but the outcome is his. And that would be true even if we had the result that we didn't want tonight.
Right.
And in fact, that was my prayer for the company today was, you know, God, unfold history as you will, but we'd be remiss if we didn't ask you to also give us a favorable result.
Yeah, so I just need to get, since we did like the very meaningful and you know, actually useful and purposeful things, now I need to do some Schadenfreude stuff. So I need
yourself out.
Yeah, I mean, let's get to the fun stuff. So I need a ranking of who most richly deserves what just happened.
Kamala Harris is number one.
I definitely vote for the news media. There.
I don't even think Kamala Harris doesn't even deserve it.
I agree.
She didn't even earn this
I
defeat.
agree.
She's a non-entity.
I'm going to give you
she's
the
really
answer,
nothing.
the answer, and it's just right. So, you know,
All
just
right.
deal with it. The correct answer is Barack Hussein Obama. Barack Obama engineered every aspect of everything about all of this. And then he went out there and he tried in his own magical persona to yell at black men into voting for her, and they said no. And then he tried to take all of his magical popularity and transfer it to his terrible wife. She's not a good person, Michelle Obama. She's been portrayed as one, but she's not. And then she went out there and lectured them. He staffed up the entire Biden administration, and then he was purposely staffing up the Kamala administration.
Right.
And Barack Obama has been denied his
A fourth term.
He has been denied his, and he deserves it so at the hands of Donald Trump yet again, reenacting my favorite picture of literally all of human history. My favorite picture, which was after Donald Trump won in 2016. Which again, I'm just glad we get to do this again, man. This is like Godfather 2. Like they're both so great. How do I decide which one is better? But after 2016, you recall that Donald Trump visited the White House, and there's a wonderful picture of Donald Trump lecturing the media. And next to him is Barack Obama, who looks like he just wants to commit suicide. And right between them is Abraham Lincoln's bust like this. And, like the fact that Donald Trump has skunked Barack Obama twice.
Yes.
The fact that he skunked Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris, he is the destroyer.
But Ben,
he has become, some might say, Vishnu, destroyer of
I want to
worlds.
put a little cherry on top of your sundae. I want to take you back to a White House Correspondents Association.
Yes.
During the 2012 cycle, Trump had been flirting with running for president, and there's Obama. He gets up on stage on the podium, and he says, "Well, you know, Donald, there's one big difference though between me and you, is that." Sir, you'll never be president. Ha ha, I actually got to be president. Ha ha. And you see Trump, and he just gives that little smirk, sitting there at the table.
There it is.
All these years later.
It's that photo. That's my favorite photo. It's so good. It's so good. And it's so wonderful. And now Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are going to have to hand the keys back to the man they declared a criminal Nazi who is going to destroy the country's democracy because the people elected him. It's so good. It's so good. Amazing season finale, God. Once again, 5 out of 5 stars. IMDb 10. Downloading. Will watch on plane again. Recommended to all friends. Find me like things in the algorithm. Do all of these things.
I mean,
Yes.
you not only beat him twice, he came back from the dead and beat him twice. You know, it's just a beautiful thing. It's like
If
a movie.
you are watching us on X or if you're watching us on YouTube, please think about becoming a dailywire.com subscriber. We're going to do some amazing things with the energy.
And the county races is just such a big deal. Oh my gosh, we're gonna have so much fun, guys. That's the other part. Like we start this thing from
the
like a
Supreme
really
Court,
high point.
What
It's
happens?
gonna be.
It seems that he would be in power with no guardrails, so to speak.
Well, I would add one more thing, which is what we saw in this campaign, which was different than 2016, was there were a number of members of his party who actively, buried memories of January 6th, who reinterpreted what he said in order
J6,
to
J6,
help
you know,
him. There's
J6.
been a
Look,
condition,
J6, Trump,
last
J6.
many years, but
Oh,
certainly within this
J6.
campaign of those in his party,
Jeez, it's almost like nothing really happened, you know. Let's forget about all the riots they had everywhere else, where they burned down buildings and took over courthouses and burned down police stations. J6, J6. Oh, you know, when the FBI was actually in the crowd and helped them move in and, you know, directed them and incited them to violence. Actually, the FBI did this, and there's proof of it. Oh, J6, where no one actually got hurt or died. A couple people got hurt, but no. J6.
Is going to come into question. Because what were we spending so much time focused on the last few days? But, you know, ground
I thought
game,
all of
knocking
America
on
cared about
doors and
that.
making phone calls. May not matter anymore.
I thought
And we don't
I
have
thought
full
all of
grasp
America
yet
cared about
on
J6,
what the
J6. You
digital
know, the day that
work
no
was
one
being
died.
done by the Trump
They tried to
government
trick you and say
looked
like 7 people
You know,
died,
because-
but a cop died of a heart attack
Because our- I was
7
gonna
days
say,
after
because
it.
The algorithms of
You know.
journalists
Oh, there
don't
was one
necessarily line
person.
up with the algorithms
There's a
of the voters they were
Republican
reaching,
woman
and so it's
murdered by
impossible
a
for anyone
piece
to
of
track
garbage
what
cop.
everyone else is getting. And we
Shot
just don't
in the
know
back.
What was the
Was
kind
it
of
2 or 3
information they were
times?
getting a year ago
No one
targeted
there
at
on
them
J6 had a
that may or may
weapon.
not have been true.
They were
And what was the more
instructed to go in by the
explicit campaign
FBI.
message that was arriving in their
And
feeds over
yeah,
the
they
last
killed
several
they killed a
weeks. It's gonna
Republican woman
require a
that was
completely
unarmed.
fundamental rethought
That's the
about
person who died.
how you campaign for office
J6,
on a
J6.
national scale and on a statewide scale.
I got your J6 right here, bud. Get the fuck out of the White House.
CBS News political contributor
Just leave now.
Joel
You're not
Kane
doing
to
shit,
weigh
Biden,
in
you
on
old
this. And Joel,
stupid
how do you
bastard.
see
Just
this
leave
potential
now.
realignment?
Well, look, I think the conversation you're having matches the sober conversation that's happening.
See how sad they
all over
are.
the country
This
with
is
Democrats and
CBS.
State parties and at the highest levels of the party. Look, I think there are some who still see a narrow
Stop
path for the
pretending
vice
you're
president,
anything
and I
more
think
than
it's important
leftist news
to
network.
say that there is a narrow path, but it is narrowing. by the
There's a
hour, as
narrow
Major said
path.
Earlier.
Give it
But I
up.
think Democrats are starting to take stock of what's next. And what's next includes adjusting to clearly a changing electorate and a changing country. And maybe
Losers.
reassessing some of the things that we
Losers.
think are important.
Liberal? Loser.
Ed talked about how you organize a campaign. Clearly, some of the tried and true campaign methods that Democrats leaned on, the organization, the 3 whatever million door knocks over the last weekend, it can only get you so far. Last thing I'll say, it's very clear to me that in the last 2 years.
Shut up.
Timing for your movie, by the way.
Especially
DEI.
yeah. I mean, I would like to nominate for honorable mention.
Shut up. Come on, Alex. Get to the rally. ABC's really going to be the one that plays it? It's almost time to pop the bubbly.
What's good to watch?
Good Lord.
A little bit of some stuff here. Scott has been a great
Just to
partner
double
with
check.
us because on the application that we developed that's helped
They
enable
still didn't officially
thousands
call.
and thousands and
Very
not
likely
thousands,
Republican. It's no longer
millions of voter contacts.
still 200,000
through
win.
Early vote action
Maine?
on their application. They've sent literally hundreds of thousands of postcards that have all been directed to Pennsylvania. That all happened.
Still
on the
180,000
application
votes up
that
on-
has been
on
one
Michigan.
Of the top 100 applications. in its
130,000
category
votes
on
up
the App
in
Store.
Wisconsin.
And Scott has been nothing short of the voter reg, voter get out the vote, Johnny
Actually,
Appleseed
somewhat
for the
close to
state of
Minnesota.
Pennsylvania and so for
Oh, that'd
somebody
be so
across the
funny if he
country.
won Minnesota.
He's been such
God,
an
that'd be
inspiration to
hilarious.
So many kids, so many young people that we work with at the Turning Point Action, and I just cannot speak more fondly of the work that he's done so diligently, sleeping on people's floors, doing all sorts of things. But in the application, I'm telling you, we made millions of voter contacts through that mechanism, and he was one of the only people that stepped up to take
I think it's
that
time to pop the
very, very
bubbly.
seriously. Cliff did as well. That's part of the success story of Pennsylvania.
I
is
think
that
it's-
there
I
have
think
been
it's time.
millions
I'm
of
just
voter
waiting for
contacts
Trump to roll
made
in.
because of the get out the vote philosophy that's been taken by guys like Cliff through chasing ballots, and then people like Scott Pressler who have the heart for it.
This is
and that's what we do over here. That's what we do. We're nonstop. We're a little bit.
I do like how they have the burning
a little bit wild-eyed
crap
about
behind
it,
them.
but yeah,
It's like their meltdown.
and we're not
They're all
going. And
gonna
guess
vote for
what?
us, but they didn't. And
Now
so
we're motivated to do more.
First of all, the idea that Latinos
That's a
only care
scary
about
thing if I'm a leftist.
immigration and want more undocumented
God.
immigrants in
It's
is
gonna
just
be a
flat
lot
out
of fun.
wrong.
Zanasha
We keep saying it if
Ivasa
we like, but it
Volnosh.
isn't true. And
For our
so
freedom and yours. the slogan
so
of the
the
Polish
idea of saying,
Underground.
"Hey, we're
For our freedom movements.
not as tough on immigrants."
The
so
networks
vote
are
for us,
completely
Latinos.
melting down right now. By
It
the way,
didn't work.
what they're going to try
Well,
to
I
do
don't
is
think
they're
it's gonna.
they're
I don't think-
taunting Trump to declare victory and be like, "Well, Trump preemptively calls victory. It's not. It's done. It's over." What?
So-
It's done. Yeah, like a dictator. It's
Yeah,
it's
you're
done.
going to get the autocrat. You're going to get
Whatever.
all that
It's
stuff,
just all a bunch
yeah.
of noise. We're in power and they aren't.
How
Thanks
do
for
you-
shopping.
Oh man,
Thanks for shopping.
The P Diddy gang is not.
I've been saying that all night. They're
feeling
stealing from
great
me.
tonight.
No Fexis News already quoted
I
that.
just want to say thank you to everybody who supported us too, and who prayed for us, and who donated to all of our efforts, and who's become members tonight. You guys are a huge part of all. I mean, you are witnessing history, everybody. And it was so different than 2016. It's its own thing. It's not even its own comparable
no, it's
thing,
not
right?
2016. No,
no,
it's
this
not
is
2016.
that was a shock and awe. It's like they saw this coming and they tried to build a fortress, right? It was unstoppable object. Immovable. How can we?
Where's the big one?
The climb back would have been so difficult. And I've just been in the last hour, my American people have been.
We'll just go there.
We should lose faith if people don't have it.
Whatever.
Now,
we'll just keep it here.
they are ready
I don't
to
want
go.
to set up anything
they want
else.
to fight for their country. They want to take it back. And I think this is a mandate, and it's going to be up to all of us through Congress, through the Senate, through the presidency, to deliver some real victories and policy changes that the American people, they're now demanding.
We're getting close, baby. We're
The
getting
team
close.
worked so hard. Brett, you guys should be so proud of yourselves in Wisconsin. You're going to deliver
Always
a U.S.
ready.
senator, and you're going to deliver elector. I mean, it looks like Wisconsin is signed, sealed, and
They
delivered.
just called, They just
it-
called
it-
Wisconsin. Yeah.
They just called Wisconsin.
Let's go.
Yes!
Let's go. It's
All that
over.
work.
Yes.
That makes it official.
All the way back 2 years ago, Tyler was saying Wisconsin, Georgia.
Man, I
Arizona.
remember when Tyler was talking about
Let's go.
Wisconsin, and we were like,
and I was a hater. I was like, I don't think it's gonna
no,
happen.
we were all like, what are you talking
We're
about?
buying the
Wisconsin's
building,
so
Brett.
hard.
We're easy. What
So,
was I saying
yeah,
all day, though?
this-
I
Put
said
it on the credit
I
card.
said Wisconsin feels good. Wisconsin feels good.
We're not
Alex and
leaving
I-
Wisconsin.
So Alex here and I, we walked into this office for the first time January
That's
2nd.
it.
In the
Fox
midst
is
of
Trump has elected.
Let's go, baby.
Oh my goodness.
Let's go.
Can we get our own graphics,
go.
guys?
Yeah, graphics go
By the
up.
way, all the other networks are going to have to make a call soon. It's done. It's done.
Keep
Too
going.
big.
Honestly, I
to
need
rig.
credit for Fox for setting the narrative. Honestly, because
Yeah.
the math shows this.
Yeah.
I'm not BSing you. Fox deserves credit.
Well,
Like,
they did. I mean, they set the narrative.
The
in 20
math's
as well.
no, no, I'm saying though, this is they're leading, and the other networks are now going to have to follow. By the way,
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back.
We are so back. We are so back. Come on, play the clip from The Hangover. You guys got to have that ready.
Let's go. And back to Wisconsin. I want to recognize real quickly our team in Wisconsin. When we got to Wisconsin, it was like nobody had any faith in Wisconsin. No, right, Brett? Right? Like
No.
it was
No.
Brett and
I
I,
didn't think he was
driving
going to
around
Wisconsin. I
in
didn't think he was gonna do it.
Wisconsin, handing people.
That's
We had to
awesome.
beg people to take money from the PAC, and say, right. This is, and we're here at this point now. We've got hundreds and hundreds of people who are ready to march right into the Supreme Court race next year. I mean,
Is he coming out?
this is a beautiful thing. A beautiful
guys,
thing.
Keep in mind, guys.
put
this is a
207 up
state
on
that-
screen. I want you to say thank you, Lord, for this gift from the heavens. Look at this on screen. 207.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
I
How
want to
about
get the
that?
clip. Can someone get the clip of it? I want to hear it. I want to hear whoever did that. I want to hear it. By the way, MSNBC is running ads from The Giver. No, I'm not kidding. Literally, they're running ads from like audiobooks or something.
Wait, they're like,
But I
they're
like the
cut
giver.
to-
Wait, are we attacking Lois Lowry?
They're
Guy, I
doing
want all of you
infomercials.
watching at home right
Should Donald Trump return to the White House, he'll have not only just the majority of the Senate, but quite possibly a significant majority
Yeah, he could have a significant majority in the Senate, David. This is already sort of the outlook for the Senate right
ABC
now.
losers.
Republicans expected to take the majority. They've netted the 2 seats that they need to. Let's go back to the nationwide map. I'm going to highlight the states that will ultimately determine how big this majority
They're
is
still
for
trying to
Republicans. And just a
cope
reminder
so
here,
hard.
these blue walls where we're seeing former President Donald Trump still have the lead in every single one. The Republican also still leading over the Democratic candidates in all 3 of these states. So yes, it becomes a question of not whether or not they have the majority, but simply just by how much.
That's pretty extraordinary. John Tester also in Montana.
John Tester in Montana, the last statewide Democrat in Montana. Take a look here. John Tester, 47%. Sheehy at 51%. He's leading by 7,000 votes. Still only about 31% of the vote in right now, so we're still waiting for a lot of this to come in. But again, this goes back to a lot of people moving into the state of Montana, even though John Tester, a third-generation farmer, Montana through and through. A question of whether or not that even really matters. Tim Sheehy, not even from this state at all, but still appealing to voters here clearly, and also potentially getting a boost maybe by former President Donald Trump.
Also getting a boost, Sam Brown, it would appear. And again, the vote hasn't fully counted, obviously, in Nevada. It's still early, but he's doing much better than the polls leading into Election Day had him up against Jackie Rosen.
Yes, and he has been campaigning out there with former President Donald Trump. I was just in the state of Nevada with the former president and Sam Brown, both together campaigning. Take a look at this. Jackie Rosen, 47%. You have Sam Brown. He's only ahead by a little bit here, 636 votes.
Keep coping.
71%
Added
of the
and
vote
added and added
currently in.
because
But
their
yes,
polling
once again,
showed
David.
it was
Well, in
working.
Arizona,
what
the
we
prep-
keep telling you is do not fall into a right-wing trap. The right-wing trap is, hey, people want gay rights, people want trans rights, so let's go further and further and further until we can find out if there is an unpopular issue.
No
we
one
can stick
cares
the
about
Democrats
rights.
with.
Like no one
So when
wants to
they
take
get
away
to
trans
that
or gay
outer
rights.
edge, we say to
No
you,
one cares.
Don't bother.
No one
fighting
cares
that
if you're
fight.
gay. That's no one
Because
cares. Be gay.
then you're gonna
No,
go
no
backwards
conservative
and you're gonna
cares if
lose
you're
more
gay.
rights.
No
You're gonna
conservative
lose
cares
more
if you're
rights when
trans.
they win.
What we do care about
But no,
is when you
nobody
attack the
believed it 'cause they
kids
were
and you
all
shove shit like that down
Well,
your throat.
What happened? They
Be
the
gay.
number one ad.
I don't go into dance in the
So it
streets because I'm
doesn't mean that
straight.
you
I don't
don't
need to.
fight
Just
for
be
the trans
yourself.
community. Of
It's cool,
course
man.
you do. You fight to
We're in a new
protect
day and
their
age.
rights.
This is not
But guys, it isn't
like
a right
the
of
80s or the
undocumented
70s
immigrants
where it's
to
like
get any
weird to
surgery
be
from
gay. Like
America.
gay's
Whether they're
fine. Be
trans or
gay.
not trans.
No one cares.
You can't. I mean, that's.
You just don't gotta like don't
how
go
do you
like
not see
dressing
that
like
you
a drag
can't come
queen
into a place and go,
and
"Oh, I
telling
came here,
stories to kids
with no
in a library.
documents and, let's be
Why?
honest, illegally.
That's weird.
No, I
That's
demand
jacked
surgery.
up. You don't need to
Brother,
do
you
that.
Just got here.
You're sexualizing
I
children.
mean, what do you mean you demand surgery?
That's what's
People
messed
just
up.
think they should get it. And one of our members wrote in, and I love.
That's what we care about.
And you made a good point.
I don't
for
give a
good
crap
case
about
for
anyone's
why you
sexuality.
morally think they
Seriously,
should.
don't care.
No problem, but you're not going to win that case with that.
Race, color, creed, religion does not
And then
matter.
we told you about crime.
That's
And
why
that was,
everyone's
"Oh, don't
moving
worry,
over
don't
to
worry about it, no big deal
the
on
Republican
Prop, no big
Party
deal." What
from
happened
the
with Prop
Democrat
36?
Party.
Not as bad as the 90s.
No one
John.
cares.
Prop 36 passed.
You're just
George
shoving
Gascon,
crazy
the LA
stuff down
district
people's
attorney,
throats, and they're
lost.
tired of
he
dealing
did.
with it.
Told you. Told you.
There are
Okay?
some silver linings tonight.
Yeah. Okay. So it turns out, passing that prop that we passed, and I voted for it, where they didn't tell us what was in the proposition, where they said they hid the fact that they were going to move a whole bunch of felonies into misdemeanors. Well, we got hoodwinked. We didn't sign up for that. The Progressive Cause didn't sign up for that. People
Yes,
on
they
the left
did.
didn't sign up for that.
Yes,
you have to
they
think
did.
About the voters.
You liar.
You could be a
You
leftist
liar. That's
doing your little
all.
cute stream.
That's like.
And there's no crime. It's yeah, I know everything. Well, yeah, then why did Prop 36 win easily? Why
I think
did George
Fox
Gascon
did.
lose? Why did all the progressives, so-called progressives in Portland lose, in Seattle lose, San Francisco lose, New York lose? Why did you lose every goddamn election if you know so much? No, because you know what? Because I'm.
Shut up.
And that's what you're hearing from Democrats. That's the place. That's the place that can be the bulwark against a full Republican takeover. But we may not know for a while.
Yeah, and of course, we still have been called the biggest race of the night. I do want to ask, we are waiting to hear from Donald Trump. When he takes the stage, we'll go out to him. I want to take this back to Kate Shaw and to Dan Abrams, our legal team back here, because one of the other questions.
Yeah, I'm still looking at
always with the
Wisconsin.
presidential election is the
It's
Supreme
not
Court.
on New York
The makeup
Times.
of
It's
the
not
court.
official
Donald
yet,
Trump had a
as you can
profound
see.
impact on the makeup of the court during his first
51-47 though.
presidency.
That's
if he's declared the new president of the
140,000 votes, and they're running out of votes to count.
Looking at potentially
So
retiring, and what's his
there's no way
opportunity
she's.
moving
It's
forward
just
if he's
no
the
way
next
she
president
skews that
to take
hard.
the court even
At
further?
that, it'd be just like Pennsylvania. She would have to get
Thomas
9 out of
Alito
10
would be
votes.
at the top of the list,
It's just
likely
impossible.
to leave the
It's even
bench
worse in
during
Michigan.
Trump's second term, if
Trump's
in
almost
fact
got
he's going to have
300,000
one.
vote win.
And that would mean they'd be replaced by
It's
much
over.
younger justices. And so that doesn't change the
72%
but it cements
of the
for many
votes.
decades
You're telling me she's going to pull in
supermajority.
at that rate? She'd have to have 10 out of. She can't lose anymore. Michigan's done. She's cooked.
To a 7-2 conservative supermajority.
Nevada.
Which is an enormous difference. So I think all of that is obviously on the line.
And if he's declared the next president, Dan Abrams, does Jack Smith go away? Does the
And it's only 50,000 votes, but they don't have a very big
Jack
population.
Smith's,
It's almost 70% clocked in.
Fired, done,
It's over.
those
He's winning
prosecutions
Nevada
are over.
too.
The more interesting question is going to be the two local
Arizona
prosecutions, right?
is closer,
The one in New York, where he's already been
but not by that
convicted,
much. It's what,
there's a
19,000
sentencing
votes.
scheduled for the end of November. Think about that.
And they're saying there's a big issue with the vote counters, where there's a ton of Trump votes that didn't get
for
counted.
a New York State crime at the end
So,
of November.
We'll leave that as it is.
imagine
Most likely wins Arizona. He's got Alaska. Alaska's done. 57 to 39. It's just done.
The Georgia
Call it now.
case
It's over.
would at the very least get delayed until 2029, if disappear altogether. Just one other point on the Supreme Court, which is, remember, this is why the Senate becomes so important. And it's a follow-up a little bit on something that Chris Christie said earlier.
Shut up.
The
Pennsylvania, all the ones we're leading.
That's 53. And we get rid of the filibuster.
God bless.
Listen,
Plus
listen.
7.
Wait, which ones are we leading in?
We should get rid of the
We've
filibuster.
won West Virginia. We've won Ohio.
Nuclear option,
They
day
haven't
one.
called Montana, but it looks great so far. And then we're
So this
leading
guy,
Pennsylvania quite a bit.
Rogers.
We're leading
And the
Michigan.
middle
we're leading
here
Wisconsin.
is the guy that's
we're
in
barely
Wisconsin.
leading Nevada, but it's 77% in. I'm not sure what's outstanding for how that'll break. I still feel iffy on that one, but even if you look at the prediction markets, those are all over 75% for us in the blue wall states. And if we picked up all of those, we'd be +6.
So we don't need to get into speculation about what they're going to write this week, but they're going to start saying it was Kamala's fault, and Joe Biden's fault.
Yeah, it's going to be. Who are they going to pin it on?
Ground game.
No,
Yeah, where's the
Donald
no
Trump-
ground game?
Yeah.
Donald Trump did this.
I'm sending out a tweet.
Donald Trump put
The
his
New York
trust in
Times
this.
kept
Wait, can we
telling
say
me
we
that,
gotta say it for
Charlie.
Arizona? We gotta say it for Arizona.
All right, fair enough.
We got to get through Arizona.
They
But that's
kept,
going to
they
be
kept telling me-
delicious.
Charlie, the only thing I want to say to the group here
Where's
is
Andrew? Andrew, can you stay on your tweets?
Oh, when all these
for some
liberals wake
optimism.
up tomorrow.
we had Donald Trump.
Oh,
for the first
please let
4
him
years.
stream.
Look, I'm gonna
Lord,
be
please
straight
let
with
him
you guys.
stream.
You know, I was a Rand Paul guy, and I was extremely impressed.
I love Rand Paul.
With Donald Trump, and that's what got me involved here in the past, 4 to 8 years. But imagine a Donald Trump that doesn't have to run for re-election. Imagine Vivek Ramaswamy. Hold on. Imagine Vivek Ramaswamy making decisions alongside Elon Musk and Ron Paul about government efficiency. Imagine a Tulsi Gabbard helping us on foreign policy. Imagine a
Bobby
Robert Kennedy making
Bobby
America
Kennedy's gonna run the
healthy.
FDA, everybody.
Ron Paul. We're gonna have Ron Paul
I
doing
mean,
stuff.
listen, this is like my dream coming true. And I just tell people we have 4 years. And then the best part, and this is where I give Charlie and Tyler so much credit.
Yep.
When J.D. Vance was
Ron
selected as
Paul.
vice president, I texted
Elon
Charlie
Musk
and I
was like,
said,
Ron Paul, I need to
"You
get
son
you
of
in
a gun,
here. Like, you're helping
for the
me
first
too.
time in my life,
And Ron
we
Paul's
have a
like, count me
ticket
in.
with no-
Fucking let's
with
it's
no
the Avengers.
neocons,
It's
that
the
people
Avengers coming in,
understand
man.
that-
That's what
that
this
we
is.
have to be
It's like
That was some dark
the political Avengers
that-
coming together.
that understand
They're forming
this is
Voltron
the
over
first
here.
time that the defense contractors, the military,
it's gonna be
industrial complex,
crazy.
they are completely running scared.
If
I'm
if
excited,
great
guys.
things don't
4
happen in the
years
next 4 years, and I
of
mean
really trying to unleash
world-changing
the American
things,
dream, but not in some facade.
I don't know what
Mitt
to say.
Romney way, in a
It couldn't
true
possibly be
America
any
first
better
way.
set up right now.
This is a beautiful thing.
I want to bookmark
This is going
for
to
Media Matters. So it
this
makes it
is
easy for 'em.
literally
But Media
the
Matters,
golden
as you're listening
age
to this, I
of being a
want you to clip
Republican
this.
conservative.
I don't know what kind of candidate was
It's
thinking
wild.
that Liz Cheney was going to add to your vote total.
Like Voltron
And-
Force,
and I
the
say that
Avengers,
now is that
like every
you spent
mashup,
literally
ultimate
30
team.
years hating Liz Cheney.
This
just
is
to
the
turn
Yankees,
around
like the
and
was it the
pat Liz Cheney on the
37
back,
Yankees,
and you
whatever it
thought
was.
That was going to be a great strategy.
it's
moving
a
forward.
it's a murderer's row
Please clip
lineup.
this. Please put this on your website. I know you won't now because I set it up, but
Like,
it
you
was the
can't
greatest
ask for
gift that
anything
you've
better
ever
than
given.
what has
You walked
happened
yourself
right
right
now.
into it. It was wonderful. It was
Elon
like a
Musk,
episode of the Coyote
Rand
and
Paul,
Roadrunner.
I want to say
Ron
something
Paul.
really quick, which is
Vivek.
This is a
Ramaswamy.
people-led revolt
Tulsi Gabbard.
in a way against its leaders.
It's wild.
And we were told by every societal gatekeeper,
Elon Musk
you can't
saying
wear
he's
this
going to
hat.
clamp down on
This is
government
their
order
vote.
spending.
That
He got
man
rid of
is toxic
70%
and
of the
is
people
poisonous.
on X.
And this
He got
more
rid
than
of 'em,
anything else
and
is
it runs
proof
better
that the
than ever.
founders' vision of this country is
He
still
said they're
alive.
going to be in the black
That
next
we
year
are still
in
a republic if
2025.
you can keep it.
A
We have
company that
so
never
many
made
problems, and we
a
deserve
dime.
all the problems.
They've only spent money.
But we're able to elect a man that literally is the most forbidden, toxic thing you could imagine, right?
The
Jack?
FBI hates him. The
you
CIA
can't get
hates
near
him.
it.
We are the worst person in the world.
Oh, it's
we are
great.
the bane of
You are
existence. We are the
Nazis.
cause of every problem. You are the
That's another
neo-fascist,
thing.
the Christian
Nazi. I'm
nationalist.
so
Remember,
sick
Christian
of hearing
nationalist,
that word.
because we
They
pray
watered
the
down like
traditional
one of the most
Christian,
repulsive words in the
Orthodox
world,
Catholics,
and the
all
human
of the various
lexicon.
subgroups and
They got
names and
rid,
labels
like
wanted
they
to
just
throw on this
watered it down
movement.
because
But at
everyone
the
that
end of the
doesn't agree
day,
with me
it
is a
was just
Nazi.
people
Nazi.
who wanted to
So
put their
dumb, dude.
families and their traditions,
Typical
and their
liberal stupid
neighborhoods
crap.
and their towns first.
And it's over.
That's all it ever was.
Those days are
That's
over.
all it ever was.
Now when you
It
do that
may
crap,
be
you'll have
you
your
should have
own little
checked
fart
with the
chamber
people of this
on
country
Reddit that you can do
before
that,
you tried
and
to
you'll
take
get
it
your
away
2
from us.
upvotes. You know?
I want to play some of the MSNBC, but I just want to say thank you, Liz. I'm just speechless. I can't- This was so
Bonzo's
divine at every
ready.
corner and every turn. The way that this thing materialized. Let's play cut 153 for your daily dose of joy.
Kamala Harris has passed the audition flawlessly.
Oh,
This
she
has
did.
been, in many ways, a perfect
She's
campaign,
great.
a brief, and
Perfect
she had
campaign.
barely any time to put it together. But just as a managerial matter,
And
it's been
the blood was
brilliantly
even
done.
dried on her
She's
hands
reached
since
out
she
to
put the
every
campaign together, you
possible
know?
constituency, and what the campaign is talking about now is the granular get out the vote effort that you just don't see on the other side. On the other side,
We
you're
did
seeing
not see that
Charlie
on our
Kirk,
side.
to whom the Trump campaign outsourced the parts of its ground game they didn't give to Elon Musk, going on X Twitter this morning and begging people to vote. So their ground game is to go on Twitter and beg people to vote, or X, whatever they're calling it now, whereas the
work
Harris
very well, did
campaign's
it?
ground game is literally multiple taps at each
Look at
door,
this idiot.
going back to people, texting, calling,
Yeah.
going
So
to the
let's
door.
just
"Do
take
you
that
need a
for
ride?"
example.
It's like what Obama
She's
did.
trying to
It's
pretend
numerous-
Kamala did better by knocking on single doors than a guy that has the reach of hundreds of millions of people. Like it's a fucking no-brainer. She's bitching about Kamala knocking on single doors. If she did more than 3 houses, I'd be shocked. Let's say all of her cronies did that. They reached a couple thousand houses. Wow. Great job. Charlie Kirk made a video and really hits home with people. He reached millions of people. And she's trying to say they're going to get the win? What a fucking idiot.
It's midnight.
What is going on? Say Trump is president. You don't have to play any games. You should tell him that.
Trump is president. No more games.
You what?
Wild.
It's just unbelievable.
I'm trying to find the most Republican
Charlie, let
county.
me let
Yeah,
me tell you
Cliff, go
guys a
ahead.
fun fact.
Can you
My
please
team
just do the job?
My team just found this. We came closer to winning New York than they came to winning Florida. Think about that for a minute.
Wow.
We came closer to winning New York than they came to winning Florida. This is a transformational shift.
This is a
in
realignment.
American politics.
Guys, this is a realignment. This is a message from we might win the popular vote. Guys, if we win the popular vote, that is a mandate and a historic referendum, the likes of which
I want the popular vote so bad. I want it.
Incredible.
That's when we celebrate.
Sorry, Ryan sent me something that he wanted me to say, but not say it. Okay. So yeah, go ahead, Blake.
I just find this funny. I'm trying to find the most Republican county because one of the cool things with Trump is just how red he can make parts of the country. So I'm looking at King County in Texas. It is 96% for Trump.
Wow.
Kamala Harris has 6 votes in an entire county.
and we know all who 6 of those people are.
I'm really sad. I wanted to get one where we could break. Where I thought maybe 100 could happen because we have these tiny counties in Texas, but there's like one person there who's just hanging out on some ranch.
That's wild.
They thought Kamala had what it took.
MSNBC is saying, "Oh, it's still too early to call." Okay.
Too early.
Yeah,
okay.
that's right. Well,
They have that 260. The MSNBC has called Pennsylvania.
266. Oh, they did?
Yeah. So they have.
Oh wow. Okay, so, then
so
we're just waiting for an Alaska.
You're waiting on
and
Alaska,
a Maine.
and they haven't called Maine's
Yeah.
second for some reason.
Yeah,
New York
so-
has called that.
Or Wisconsin will
Times,
put
that is.
Wisconsin will put them over the top there. Guys, did you expect this on election night? I mean, this is decisive.
I said
I did. That's
okay,
why I'm streaming.
This is what I
Wis-
this is what
Wisconsin's
I
done.
told pretty much all you guys, but I didn't say on air or publicly at all. I said there's two
I said it.
universes. Either it's really close and like it's too close to call,
Nah.
and we're going to be fighting this out for a week.
I called it. I
or
said
we're
it'd be
gonna
called
have a
tonight.
decisive victory.
Well, to be fair,
And I said I couldn't see
I still
any
consider
other
tonight
universe.
tonight.
Yep.
I couldn't see any other one that made
I thought it'd
sense.
be called by now.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're getting the good ending. We're getting the good ending. This is the ending that we wanted all along. We are finishing the story. I can't even begin to think of the story. I can't even begin to think of how they're going to explain this. how they're
NBC
gonna
News
talk
says
about
Trump
this.
wins Pennsylvania. You're right.
There it is.
Let's
It's
go.
It's done.
Let's
and
go.
NBC,
and
it's
then that
done.
means with Maine one, it's done. Every
It's done.
network is in then. Kamala is done. If NBC's there, that
She
is
should
that is it.
concede right now.
By the way, can someone please get me a feed of Chris Hayes right now?
This is vastly more shocking than 2016 because
Tell me why.
2016, when you look at it, you could easily make the case it was fluky, that you had a very high turnout for Gary Johnson, you had very high amounts for Jill Stein. No one thought Trump really had a shot, and so they could say people were willing to not show up because they thought it was in the bag. And so he gets this kind of weird win. Like, I think he gets fewer votes in Michigan than like Mitt Romney did, for example, or George Bush, one of those two. And so it felt fluky. But now you have him winning the popular vote outright, and he might even get a majority of the overall popular vote.
Do you think he will?
I'm not sure. Probably not, but like he's right on the threshold of that. And obviously people knew he could win, so you don't have any distractions where people are, voting a protest candidate because they assume
it's still
in the
it's just
bag.
Idaho. I thought they called it finally.
All the excuses for like how Trump couldn't get a critical mass of the American people, that Trump couldn't win a straight up fight against a Democrat.
Yeah, he did. We get it. Look at this stream. Coping so hard.
The stage here in Florida. John Santucci, who has reported on Trump for some time for ABC. John, talk to us a little bit about some of the people that you recognize there in the.
See the same thing on the right because Trump has said this is his last campaign that he will ever run and is ready to hand the torch to J.D. Vance. Is that them? Oh, I thought I heard.
I know.
I heard crowd cheering. Excuse
That was
me.
the people on Times Square.
Yeah, that it does hear like there is some commotion, and we did get what they call a 2-minute warning, which is a cue to the press and others that the former president of the United States is going to be walking out to the
Let's
stage,
go.
and as soon as he does, we will
2-minute warning,
take
guys.
his remarks
Buckle up.
live. I'm struck by the conversation that we had earlier, which is what Trump will show up. It's interesting that we still ask that questions after having him on the national stage for more than a decade.
Well, and of course, we remember that after the speech that Tony referred to after winning in 2016, he gave the inaugural address about American
what a beautiful
carnage.
day.
So it didn't
What a beautiful
last,
day. I'm gonna wake up tomorrow tired,
It didn't last
but
long,
full of
and-
energy,
and
full of life.
He has been affirmed in this campaign that his instincts and the way he wants to be is the way he wants to be, and he's been affirmed, it looks like, in this race.
And we should just step back for a moment and think that a 78-year-old American from Queens is about to win the presidency again, which is so unlikely in American history. Someone who grew up working with his father here in New York, learning from Roy Cohn,
now they're fucking
the infamous lawyer,
they're
about never
slobbering on
accepting
him.
defeat, becomes an apprentice, the reality TV show star, is a famed figure on the national wrestling
Yeah,
scene,
listen to him
professional
fucking gobble
wrestling
that-
scene, dallies with
Trump D.
politics in 1987,
Yup.
thinks about it in 1999.
Because they know.
Finally
They know
runs
their
for
head is on the
president
fucking
in
block.
2015 after questioning President
Now they got to
Obama's
pretend
love
like
of
they.
country and
All this
credentials,
time, you saw
wins
their
in
newscasters
2016,
being
leads a pressure
just the
campaign against his
worst.
own vice
The
president
entire night,
in
just
2020
depressed
and
that Trump's
2021,
winning.
then is
Now
embraced once
pretending
again
that
by
they
the
like it's
Republican Party
neutral,
for a third
and
nomination.
it's a good
How
thing.
unusual it is to be a nominee 3 times
Wild.
for any national party. He is a seismic force in American history. Whether you dislike
Oh
him,
God,
hate
heads
him,
will roll.
loathe him,
Let's
love
go.
him,
Figuratively, of
or
course.
indifferent.
Figuratively,
This is
people
a
lose
figure
jobs.
now
That's a
who
good
has been
thing.
a nominee 3 times, and potentially
People lose their
winning the
jobs, and
presidency
why that's a
twice
good thing.
After all of the convictions, all of the challenges,
impeachments,
he might be back.
You know, it's interesting, Bob,
Impeachments.
when you mention The Apprentice. There's a movie out
Oops.
right now, The Apprentice, starring Jeremy Strong. And they were saying that training under Roy Cohn, the mantra is when attack, 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 attack,
I hate
deny,
her so
deny,
much.
deny, never admit defeat, and never apologize. And people seem to think that that is what he continues to do in all areas of
see?
his life when he
You
is
see?
faced with a problem. And that seems, it seems to have served him well as we sit here tonight.
You
And it's
stupid
interesting, when we started the night, guys,
piece
we
of
kept saying,
trash.
it's going to be a long night. We're not going to know anything today. Certainly not Pennsylvania. And now we're sitting here a little after 2 o'clock, and it looks like that this race is over.
And that we were bracing collectively I
In a
think, as
night.
country
They're
for
like, oh, it
Donald
might take a
Trump to
week to count all the
preemptively
votes,
declare
except for,
victory. And
you know,
I don't know that this is so
they
preemptive at this point.
outvoted the
doesn't
cheat.
have everything he needs
They
to win.
outvoted the
Right.
cheat.
Should he win, he'd
There
be the
aren't enough
oldest
trucks in the world to
man
show
ever
up.
elected.
How crazy
And
is
the
that?
second
There are
man
not
to be
enough
elected
mail ballots to show up mysteriously at 3 a.m. to change the
130 years
vote.
ago.
Yeah,
Not this
someone who
time.
served 2 terms at different times.
And
Not
as we
this
await
time.
the former president, I want to check in with Caitlin Huey Burns because she is there
It's time.
in West
It's
Palm
time.
Beach, Florida. Caitlin?
Here it
Hey,
goes.
Nora, we have been covering the former president's campaign all year, and his supporters believe this is the night that they had anticipated all along. His campaign had been telling us that they expected results on election night, and it seems like they will get them, even though we are technically into the next day.
Not
I wanna
this
pick up
time,
on the
baby.
significance of Pennsylvania
Not this
just quickly,
time.
because I essentially have
Baby,
been parked
baby,
there,
baby.
for much of this cycle, because Donald Trump himself has been parked there. He has been calling it the whole ball game.
Little bubbly.
For several weeks.
For the
and
man,
months now.
the God
And
King
remember, it
Emperor
was in
Trump.
Butler,
Let's go.
Pennsylvania, that he survived an assassination attempt, and afterwards,
Two
you
two
saw
assassination
not only the
attempts.
Republican Party
Survived 2 of them.
coalesce around him, but also a sense, at least in my reporting, from
Don't cry, Kamala. Don't cry.
ground, that they were kind of
I
coming
wouldn't
out
cry.
of the shadows a little bit to voice their support for him.
She
And I think
died
there
like
were
a
so
dog.
many moments throughout this campaign that were seen perhaps as controversies or liabilities for the former president, including those 34 felony
There's the man.
counts that ended up endearing his party
Vivek
further to him, and that kind
Ramaswamy.
of base of support, I think, is significant. Now, we have talked about how that base could have been
I don't know who
limited,
that troll is to
but
the
the
right.
campaign
That's a weird
also
looking
made a
dude.
big gamble, trying to
He got a little troll
expand
ears?
beyond that base
He's like a
to
fallen
low
elf.
propensity voters,
Weird.
especially younger men, Latino men, black men. We're awaiting final numbers, but that gamble seems, at least at this point, to have paid off. But he will have done that without changing anything about who he is or what his message is. If you think about it, he didn't make any overt overtures to these kinds of demographics. Instead, his message was, my message on the economy and immigration will bring you in. And that was the pitch that he would make to women
He wasn't
voters,
wrong.
despite a vast gender gap and controversies surrounding the way he talked about women.
Yeah, he didn't
But
flip-flop.
That was their theory of the case. That they
He
could
didn't.
tap
He
into
stuck
this
to what he
with
said he was going to do
president's
8 years ago.
and with
And then when you lied, cheated, and steal, and you lied about Hunter Biden's laptop, and you cheated, and you lied about Biden getting all that handout money from the Ukraine, and you hid all those facts, and that you had Twitter at the time not put any news, only give good news on Biden. Didn't ever put any of the negative stuff. Didn't put that the Hunter Biden laptop was real. Lied about the Russian hoax, the Steele dossier. Lied about so many things. The good, what's he called? The good people. Where they said Trump lied or called people shitty or whatever it was. The good people hoax. Another thing. All it took was Elon Musk paying $40 billion to buy Twitter, turn it to X, and produce the truth, the real news. And here we are. All the dummies in the world finally woke up. Thank God. And it's a beautiful thing.
Looks like we are just moments away.
This is
from Donald Trump
Democracy
taking the
Manifest.
stage in West Palm Beach. Want to bring in Republican strategist Leslie Sanchez. And Leslie, your thoughts at this moment?
And now they all pretend. Oh, they all pretend.
Many Americans, they're really excited about.
Oh, they
change
hate
in
it.
America that
Look
they
at their
fundamentally
faces.
believe in. You know,
They
looking at
hate it. They're
something,
swallowing
Senator
their
Marco
their
Rubio was
pride.
worried about that,
They're like,
that it's not so much we were talking
there's
about
some people
ethnic
that are
identity as much as coming together as Americans. Now, some people aren't
Sling
going to buy
blading it.
that. I think there's going to be a lot of sour grapes and people pointing fingers. But when we're looking at this now, this is a multiracial, working class,
Who's up here
middle
now?
class
Shut up.
Republican
Shut up.
Party. It has
Someone's up
been
at the
in
podium.
ma-
You shut
the
up.
making
Oh,
for
maybe he's just
many
checking it.
election cycles, and I think Trump has leaned in.
Let's see what Alex Jones has to say about this.
It speaks volumes. I think it speaks volumes.
More bubbly.
And so,
this one's for you, Colin, my good friend.
honestly, it's so big.
Bless you, son. Bless you, child. Bless you.
I don't. At this point, will the Democrats even dare contest
One
on
for
January
Chorb.
6th like Jamie Raskin wants to
Poor
do?
bearded bastard. I wish I was there.
This is a major.
I wish I was
death blow
there.
to the
I wouldn't even
radical
rub it in
left.
his face
It
tonight.
really is.
I would just smile.
They don't have the
I would
mandate.
puff on
They
a
didn't
cigar.
even win the popular
and
vote.
I would smile.
They couldn't even stop Trump from
I wouldn't
getting
say a
to
word.
300. They couldn't intimidate
I wouldn't have to.
Republicans out of voting for him and supporting him on a political level.
Yeah.
We've taken over the RNC.
Sit back and enjoy it.
I mean, at this point,
Oh, Chorb.
Just here to
I bet
burn
the
it
next
all
time I see him,
down,
he's
and
either
hopefully
completely
this shows
gray,
that, you know, we were here to
completely
establish
gray.
a
He has to be.
permanent paradigm shift in how we know get out the vote to be. I hope that history looks back and shows that we changed how we win.
Look, I heard it so many times in DC. What are you working with Charlie for? Charlie and Tyler, they're just pushing their app. They're just trying to get money. They're not doing a real ground game. You're gonna see what happens. It's like every
All right,
time you
Trump.
turn around with these guys.
115,
and I'm in DC every day.
120
and I
almost.
just hear it all the time, and I'm like,
Come on out. Let us go to
guys,
bed.
I go to Turning Point. I go to the events. I've seen the ground
I got
game.
my
I've seen
booze.
the networks. It's all real.
Let's
You guys are
just-
sitting up here in DC.
let's put a
and
bow
you think
on
you know
this.
better.
Slap
but
it on
just
the
because
ass
They're not
and
doing
send
it
it out the
your
pasture.
way, and just because they're not using your.
He did. He did
vendor,
say
and all, like,
127.
you guys don't have
You're
your own preferred
right.
vendors. You get
Dude, if he
incentives on the
calls
back
it,
end. Like, please,
that would be wild.
and-
That'd be so wild.
And you're just all wrong. You're just all wrong. And I've been out here. I saw Turning Point action in action, and then I've been all across the country with you guys, and it's all real.
Wait.
And you can see it right there.
Can I
You're showing you
Trump,
see it in
Donald Trump's going to
Arizona.
take the stage soon, guys.
Can I share a quick number about Wisconsin, Charlie?
Yep.
Sure.
The number of ballots that we know we chased today, it's going to be more. It's going to be more. Is the difference between Eric Hovde right now and Tammy Baldwin? I just want to make that
What's
clear.
that number?
That we'll talk about it over the next few days.
Oh, I
here, 'cause we're gonna get there.
I never answered the thing earlier that because we got sidetracked. The last Republican to sit in that
Wisconsin's
seat
at
that Tammy
90%.
Baldwin is currently about to vacate was Senator Joseph McCarthy.
Up by 125,000 votes.
Yeah, I remember. That,
They still didn't
we were gonna talk
officially
about
call
that earlier, guys.
Pennsylvania.
This is wild. I mean,
Yeah, I
and
know.
we're
I'm
gonna
sure
see
you knew that, Brett.
Yeah, we're going to see counties that are flipping. Portage County, for instance, like hasn't flipped since the Joseph McCarthy era.
Where's
So, I
where's
mean,
the what's the guy's name? Ralston. Where's John Ralston? Where's John Ralston, Nevada? Where's John Ralston, Nevada? Who said Nevada's going blue? Because I'm refreshing here, and I don't see
I bet
Nevada
they're
going
waiting
blue.
so long right now for two
I
reasons.
just want to
Either
thank all you guys. We're
one,
signing hats right now. Members.charliekirk.com on this historic night.
they're waiting for the Alex Jones
first-
prophecy to
when
come
I first
true.
started, I see this happen.
Or two,
was
they got
Florida. I
like
sent Andrew a message. I
the
was like,
entire
"It's
force of the Secret Service
I
just
said, I see it.
sweeping
I see the
to
trend."
make
And
sure.
I told you to say frosty. I was like, I could see it in your eyes.
It's literally the
and
only
I
thing that
was
can
like,
sour this at all.
The gratitude that we have. For
I
our
feel it, but I don't
Some
know.
the
fucking
gratitude that we
weakless
have for our entire
wristed
team.
liberal
We've got
that come out there
literally
and try to
hundreds
mess it
hundreds
up.
Of people between Turning Point USA over the years, that some have come and gone. We have thousands of people that have worked for us. Hundreds of people that are at each organization. We literally
Oh,
have
God, it
the
tastes so
largest
good.
field operations.
You have
It
an
tastes so
alum
good.
sitting in Congress.
We have alums.
Some
that are
say the
running for
finest
Congress,
I've
sitting
ever
in
had.
Congress. We have people that are now.
It's a good
in
drink, a
state
great
legislatures
drink.
across the
Probably the
country.
best.
Just couldn't be more grateful for the hard work and perseverance of our grassroots activists that we have every day. And
All
I
right,
hope
yeah,
that
pat
for those
yourself
that are
on the back.
listening, that
Blah,
are at
blah, blah,
home
blah,
with their
blah.
families, that are our Turning Point chapter leaders that we have at TPU.
And let's not forget, Republicans have had a hell of a time winning the popular vote. George W. Bush won the presidency in 2000, but lost the popular vote. He did win the popular vote in 2004. But Donald Trump wins the presidency and loses the popular vote in 2016. This is a and by the way, all indications, we don't know what overall turnout's going to be, but this is going to be a high turnout election. This is going to be a very high turnout election. It may even approach the kind of turnout that we had in 2020, which was the highest percentage of eligible voters voting since 1900 in America. So Trump is going to claim a mandate, and he's going to have reason to claim a mandate.
No question, and people will look back at the different
minimum wage bill
avenues, the different routes to reach the voter.
Yeah, it
that
crushed,
Donald
actually.
Trump.
Got like 60
Why do they
users this
have?
time around, you know?
Yeah, they are.
Conversation with Joe Rogan.
Why does TYT have the Capitol building on fire?
That he was
because
reaching
they're
out
idiots.
to voters and
it's not
men
that
and
complicated.
What a joke.
men in particular in ways that campaigns hadn't used before. Now, Kamala Harris went on Howard Stern.
He's still up by 5 million.
The podcast
Over 5 million.
Very popular program.
Love it.
Sirius XM. But
Yeah, New York Times. I guarantee those guys right now are screaming, screaming. They have purple hair.
Things to do apparently. and
They're
they
not
work
whatever they were born as, and they are screaming right now, screaming into the night.
Didn't normally vote. In some cases, never voted. And I think, and I'm sure Lindsay's got the.
And eventually, they're gonna have to press the button.
But we see Trump
'Cause these
doing
keep ticking
better
up.
than Harris, significantly better among those who are first-time voters.
And for all of those efforts to outreach, the Harris
Getting
campaign,
higher and
all of
higher.
that was just playing to his
It can't
base,
go.
that
The
it
needle
was
can't
doing
go past
nothing to expand
95%.
his reach. Clearly, not the right assessment.
Yeah, we're gonna
It's
stay
a
with this live
landslide.
picture. We're waiting for the former president, but just talk us through what you're seeing there, Linz, with the
Sure.
new voters.
With the first-time voters, that's 8% nationwide of the electorate. 54% went for Donald Trump, 45% for Kamala Harris.
Oh,
What
come
I think
on.
is
Press the
really
button.
interesting
Let's just
was
get this over with. It's
Rick
done.
Klein said tonight is different. One thing that's different.
I just
is
checked the turkey in the
America, of
oven.
course, is a more diverse
popped.
country, but the electorate tonight is less diverse. And so, for example, if you look at 1992, 82% of the electorate was white. Okay, fast forward to 2020, we saw this big decrease. 67% of the electorate was white. Fast forward to tonight, it went up by 4 points. So you have 71% of the electorate was white, and that broke by and
It's always
large
race with
Donald
these
Trump
guys.
in his favor by
It's
12
always race with
percentage
these
points.
guys.
Those white voters. who
It's
showed up
never
now,
what you're about.
biggest
It's never
significance that
anything
we've
of
seen as far as any,
value, of
any
substance.
racial group
That's all these
feels
idiots
the
do, and that's why they
highest
lost.
of
It's all about
any-
race. It's got to be race. It's got to be diversity. It's got to be this color, guys. Divide, divide.
10% increase
No.
for Hispanic males.
No, no one
from
cares about that crap. It's
And
about the
so
message.
Quite a big difference for him. He went after and targeted those Latino voters, and it worked for him big time tonight.
Yeah,
He
it
didn't
did. That was
target
a
them.
main goal of this
It's his
campaign, was to
message.
try to peel away,
He didn't target
Latino
anyone.
support. Mark, is Maria
Yeah,
Lynch
I'm
still
sure he
with us?
targeted the Hispanic voters by saying he's going to deport all the illegals. No.
Maria Elena, when you hear those numbers that Donald Trump was extraordinarily successful tonight, peeling away some of the Latino support that Joe Biden had 4 years ago, and Lindsay Davis describing the electorate.
Because everyone
as,
knows the world was
more
better
white
4
than it
years
was,
ago.
4 years ago, and comparatively
Everyone
to
knows.
previous
It's
presidential
not
elections.
negotiable.
What do you make of that and the success in his campaign, his outreach to reach Latino voters? And as you have said many times on our air, you know, Latino voters in one part of the country are not the same in every other part of the country.
Oh my
it's
gosh,
very
shut
nuanced.
up.
We're not perfect. The devil says, you don't have a right to stand up against evil. You don't have a right to do this stuff. Look what you did there. The difference is we know it's wrong, and we're not going to do it again. And so that's where this is, though. And so what is it like for you? And obviously other people have gone through more, but you know, when you got arrested in D.C., which they say is the worst prison in the world, thousands of cockroaches all over you like some nightmare movie like Creep Show from the 1980s. And then all this stuff and them lying in the filings. I know that was worse than prison for you because I know how it is to see them lie in filings and know they're that criminal and that secure, and to go through all the stuff and all the things you've done and super successful in the media as a patriot and then being banned everywhere. What is it like to go through that and then, like Job, have it all given? Another headset just went out. Give me another chart. Yeah, this one's out. Guys, bring me another.
plains of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee.
Here we go.
Across the plains of Texas,
Bring him out.
from sea to shining sea. Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
127, you're right. Wow. That is wild. Clip that. We got to clip that. Damn, he's good.
Next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And
Facts.
frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this
He's
country.
pretty damn close.
And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
That's what we're hoping for.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning
Yep.
in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada.
Remember they tried to say
Alaska,
people were walking
which
away from his rallies and shit?
result
Those
in us
fucking
carrying
lies.
At least 315
Crazy.
electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of her.
I'm surprised they didn't try to do a fact check. Well, technically it's not over. He didn't win the popular vote yet.
Thank you.
It's technically not over.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice. Very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good.
Wow.
And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories.
Remember when
in the
Kamala
Senate
had an
was
opportunity to be on Joe
absolutely
Rogan
incredible.
and bailed
We
because
did
she's a flake?
tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them, and sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control.
She
of the
said
House
she'd
of
do it for
Representatives.
45 minutes if Joe came to her. Wild. You have the opportunity to be on the most popular
Mike Johnson.
media
I think he's
thing
doing a
in the
terrific
entire
job.
world
Terrific job.
and talk for 3 hours and make people
also
believe in
thank
you,
my beautiful wife,
and you don't do
Melania,
it.
First
Why?
Lady.
Why would you not do it unless you didn't have a message? That's the only reason. It's because she'd have a word salad and
Who has
people,
the number
Venn
1
diagrams and
best-selling book
electric
in the
buses.
country. Can you imagine?
Thank God I'll never have to hear that stupid fucking laugh again. Thank God. Oh my Lord. Thank you so much.
Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard.
You're not
Works very
wrong.
hard to
I
help
completely
people. So
agree
I
with
just
you.
want to thank her, but I want to thank my whole family.
That laugh is
my
gone.
amazing
Thank
children,
you.
and they are
Thank you.
amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia,
close.
don't we, huh?
Too close,
She
they
would
say,
be
for
very
Michigan,
happy right now,
Wisconsin,
standing on this stage. She'd be so
Nevada, and
proud.
Arizona. Too close.
She was a
Bullshit.
great woman, that one.
Don't lie.
Beautiful inside and out.
Don't lie.
She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Maybe number 48. Maybe number 48.
And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Bez. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Come here. Say a couple of words, Edward.
Wild.
Joe Rogan's up there.
I appreciate
Or not Joe Rogan,
allowing me to
Dana
join
White,
you
Dana
on this
White.
incredible journey.
That's
I thank
hilarious.
You for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest.
Vance is weird. He has a family. You know, he has a beard. He changed his name 4 times. Did you know that? This is a fact. I think it's 4 or 5 times. He changed his last name. And the Democrats tried to give him shit for it. Well, he did it because he felt his real father didn't raise him correctly. And so he took the name of his stepdad, and then he took the name of his grandmother, her maiden name. And he changed his middle name to reflect that as well. So yeah, he changed his name for like really wholesome reasons.
Thank you very much.
Fucking Democrats.
He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was. I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make
Waltz.
it something very special.
Waltz is wild, man.
Lost that little.
He needs to put more tampons in
and
boys'
lost
rooms.
that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The ice maiden, we call her the ice maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president.
No, it looks
And this
really
team
deteriorating.
that we
At 2 a.m., 3
have,
a.m.
and of course, even my boss, Susie.
I'm
Wiles,
tired. I
the
could barely
best.
be on stage. Trump's just rocking it. Come on.
And thank you, Susie. Look at this. I've never
What a
seen her
joke.
be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them.
Yeah, man. I'm out too.
We have to protect our super
Thanks for
geniuses. I want to thank
thanks for watching with me.
You know, we have
It was enjoyable.
The U.S. Open champion.
I think I've
He's,
seen. I've already heard this part of the
fantastic
speech. I
golfer,
think.
slightly longer than me. It's a ball, a
I'm
little
gonna conk
longer than
out.
me.
It was
Just a little
awesome.
bit. Bryson
Tomorrow's gonna be
DeChambeau is up
beautiful.
here
I don't even
somewhere.
care what the weather is. It's gonna be beautiful. Thanks for stopping by,
What
man.
happened to Bryson? Where is he?
I'm gonna go
Bryson.
get some sleep too. Have a good night, man.